Good morning. It's December 7th, and we're starting the planning board meeting. The first item 1 is preliminary matters. We'll start with approval of resolutions. The first two are related to Olney Theater. The first one is 82001022E, MCPB number 23-1114, and the next one is Olney Theater Forest Conservation Plan 2023004A, MCPB number 23-115. We can all vote except Mr. Bartley on these two. Do I have a motion for approval?
Move that we approve the Olney Theater 8-2001-022E and the Olney Theater F 2023-004A.
Is there?
I second.
Yeah, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it. 4 and 1 abstain. The next two we can do together. They're related to the Ethiopian Orthodox Church. The first one is 120230080, and the second is the Forest Conservation Plan F20230140. Is there a motion for approval?
Yeah. Move that we approve Resolution 1-2023-0080.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye. The ayes have it, 5-0. The next is approval of minutes.
Did we approve the F 2023? Do we need to approve that separately for
I'm
the
sorry.
Ethiopian Church?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So, and then a motion too on the Ethiopian Orthodox Church F 2023-0140.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. 5-0. Next, approval of minutes. There are two here, minutes for November 8th, 2023, and the closed session minutes for November 9th, 2023. November 9th, 2023, the regular, and then the closed session, 9th, 2023. Do I have a motion for approval?
Yeah, move that we approve the minutes for November 9th, open and closed session.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it, 5-0. Item number 2, record plats. We have one this morning, subdivision plat number 220200920, the Ebrook Lee's addition to Silver Spring, where staff is recommending approval. Is there a motion for approval?
Yeah, move that we approve the subdivision plat to 2020-0920.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it. Next is item number 3, regulatory extension requests. We have one this morning. It's the Calverton Administrative Preliminary Plan number 620230140, regulatory review extension number 1, where staff is recommending approval of the extension request. Do I have a motion for approval?
Yeah, move that we approve the extension request 6-2023-0140.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it, 5-0. Item number 4 now, the roundtable discussion. Parks Director Mike Riley will present his report. Good morning.
Good morning, Chair Harris and Planning Board. Mike Riley, Director of Parks. I have some fun slides for you today. It's going to be a rather lighthearted report. I've been directing my Park Director's report to certain topics lately and haven't just covered a gamut of things, so it's been a month or so since I've highlighted some things going on in the parks, so that's what I'm going to do this morning. This opening photo here is our light show supervisor, Casey Middleton, is installing the lights at the Brookside Gardens of Light Show, which is ongoing right now. If you have not gone yet, it is going through December 31st. It's $10 per ticket, which is very reasonable compared to other light shows in the region. So I just am doing a little bit of marketing here for the millions listening at home to say you still have your opportunity to get out to Brookside and see a wonderful light show if you haven't done so already. Chair Harris and I had the pleasure of participating in the annual Montgomery County Thanksgiving Parade on Saturday, November 18th. It used to be called the Silver Spring Thanksgiving Parade, but it got rebranded to represent the whole county. It's a pretty big deal. I don't know what total attendance is, but it appears to me to be well over 10,000 people lining the streets of downtown Silver Spring. For the parade, the Parks Department always makes a float that I consider to be the most popular and best float in the parade. We have, as you can see, Chair Harris and I doing our best parade wave in that third picture from on the top. And we have our mascots on the float, Otis the Owl, Woody the Tree. I'm ashamed to say I don't know the squirrel's nickname at this point. I got to figure that one out. But as you can see in the lower right, our park police kick off, the mounted unit of the park police kick off the parade every year. And this is a wonderful experience for a variety of reasons, not just to entertain the kids and the people who come to watch the parade, but it's a great opportunity for our employees to participate in it and particularly bring their children if they have young children. Behind our float, we have 3 trailers pulling hay wagons that maybe 30 people can get on. They're all equipped with bubble machines, so as we go down the street of Silver Spring, the bubbles are flying off our float, and the kids are loving that. And, you know, when you get to the thickest part of the crowd, it's actually 3 or 4 people deep at certain places. So it's a big attraction. It's a lot of fun. And I'm glad we do this every year. And now, as every day goes by, I can get a little bit more bold with my statements. I would challenge the majority of the planning board to participate in this parade next year. It's quite an experience. I think that would be quite exciting to have all 5 of you marching along the park's float in the parade.
Sorry, I missed it this year. I remember, Mike, when we were throwing the balls. I know for safety reasons they took it out, but I still miss that.
We used to throw
Yeah.
stress balls with the park's logo on it, and they were incredibly popular, but there were 2 problems. One is sustainability, because they're plastic, of course, and I'm certain they're manufactured in China. And the other thing was the kids that would try to catch them and then miss them, and the ball would go under the wheels of the tractor. They would be running out to try to retrieve the ball, so we had to have people walking along the tractor to make sure no one got hurt. So the bubbles are much safer.
I know, but that was more fun. I like that one more.
Everything's about pros and cons. On the very same day, we had what was called a holiday barket over at Cabin John Regional Park. And I was a little bit dense about why it was called a barket as opposed to market, because it's for the dogs and they're humans. And when I first heard that this was the same time as the parade, I thought, well, that's probably a mistake because, the parade's very popular and it's going to conflict. But we had over 1,000 people at Cabin John for this event. Which tells me, I've been saying what a pent-up demand there is in the county for people to participate in fun outdoor activities, and this proves it true, because there can be multiple events in multiple locations with different themes going on around the county, and you could still attract huge cars. So it involved, vendors selling stuff that dog owners would be interested in, activities for both the people and dogs, music and food trucks, which we have at almost all our events. And hats off to the park activation team for continuing to do these kind of unique themed events that just draw people together into our parks of common interests. And we have had several awards ceremonies since I spoke to you last. We had our annual service awards where we recognize our employees who've had 5, 10, 15, 20, or 25 years of service. And we also have themed awards that are not given by me, but are given by specialty teams in our Parks Department to employees who exemplify great work in those themes. And by themes, I mean things like meeting the spirit of the Americans with Disability Act, or using GIS as a tool to accomplish their jobs. So you see an array of awards here. We have an annual GIS Day where our GIS team gives awards to people who use that tool for very productive purposes. Here in the upper left, you see Michelle Nelson and Emma Lehman, who run our community gardens program, and they use the GIS tool to map out every plot and record all data on the gardens, their condition, who rents them, and they have that all, of course, enabled on iPhones so they can go out in the field and update data on all the garden plots as they need to. And then we had what we call the Innovate MoCo Awards, which we award to staff for implementing innovative ideas in the Parks Department. And our newest awards, named after our volunteer coordinator, Lynn Vismara, we call the Vismara Awards, given out to someone who does exemplary work in the area of volunteering, and that's the lower middle is Corinne Stevens from our Weed Warrior programs. So I just think this is really cool that we have staff giving staff awards for great work in supporting their programs. It's a very, very beneficial thing to do for a variety of reasons. All chair also got to experience the ribbon cutting at Hillendale Park, along with Vice Chair Mitra was there with us too. This was a $7 million renovation of a park in an equity focus area on New Hampshire Avenue, just north of the Beltway, a fairly large park with a full-size athletic field, got a brand new playground, loop trail, very nice gazebo shelter with unisex restrooms in it. It has always been a very popular and well-used park, and I think it will be even more well-used. And as the chair will attest, the comments from the local community members and the elected officials about their view of the result is everyone is thrilled that this was really a wonderful outcome for the park. The playground was definitely kid-tested and kid-approved while we were there. They don't fake it when you see the kids crawling all over the new playground equipment, smiling, pushing each other off, and having fun. That tells you that you have a successful playground right there. So I really need to congratulate the team, particularly the project manager for this. Linda Comas, our very talented landscape architect, did an absolutely wonderful job on this project. And here's our flyer of our upcoming events in December and January. You can see we don't take a break in the winter. There's still a lot of fun things to do out there in the parks. I'll just highlight a couple unique ones. This upcoming weekend, we have our Urban Wood Sale at Green Farm. I think we're in our third or fourth year of that, where we actually take, when we do have to take down trees in the parks that have valuable wood like walnut or hickory, we mill them and then we sell the wood. And there is a dedicated a group of people who really lust after getting this wood to build tables and do carpentry and various projects. So the line will start very early in the morning. I think probably, I don't know what time people can get there, but people do line up well before the sale starts, and we expect it to be another big hit. And then, okay, my last slide here. So I know the planning board deals with much more global and weighty issues that affect Montgomery County than public bathrooms in its parks. But I don't want you to underestimate the interest in having quality public bathrooms in our public spaces. In our regional and recreational parks like Wheaton or Cabin John or South Germantown, where we know large groups of people congregate, we generally do have purpose-built bathrooms, buildings that are built with water, sewer, plumbing, that are maintained by our custodians. Those seem to be acceptable for most people, but the downside is they're very, very expensive to build. I mean, you would be shocked that the price tag of some of our larger purpose-built restroom buildings rivals that of building a small house. So that's the downside. And then in the majority of our parks where we can't afford to build the standalone bathrooms, we rely on porta potties, and everybody knows that porta potties are not a very desirable or pleasant experience for people most of the time. So we're experimenting with different ideas, and we just tried this bathroom that I think is brilliantly branded by the company called The Throne. at Flower Ave Park during the Long Branch Festival. It's very high-tech, as you can see on the roof. It's powered by solar panels. The way you get in is you do have to have a smartphone. You scan a QR code at the door. You enter your cell number. You don't have to enter your name or anything else, and that gives you permission to hit a little button that will open the door and unlock it. And then it is touchless once you're inside. You don't have to touch anything to flush or wash your hands. And it's mobile. It's ADA accessible. So I'm not saying it's the be-all, end-all, but we are experimenting with different ideas to provide a satisfactory experience for using the restroom in areas that are highly used or have special events. So I'm going to show you a little video. I took this video myself of the inside. It's fine. It's G-rated. So I'm going to hit the button and just show you what I saw when I walked in the door. And I think you'll agree it is a much more pleasant environment you're looking at than the inside of most porta potties. So don't be surprised if at some point in 2024, the Parks Department is back in front of you with a more lengthy and detailed discussion about public bathrooms. But it is something that a large number of people really care about when they're there with their families and their children for extended periods in our parks. So on that high note, that's it for my presentation, and I'll take any questions.
Was that a changing table in that throne?
Let's see if I can play.
Is that a changing table in there? Okay, thanks for that. That's fantastic. Yeah, okay, I was ready to restart. All right, that's awesome.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation, Director Riley. Yeah, and thank you for inviting me to the parade. It was so wonderful, and next year I know that the other board members would love to also participate. It was just an absolutely fun event. The throne bathroom, was that connected to water and sewer, or do they pump it out or something?
It comes with, it's got a water tank
Uh-huh.
and a holding tank, and
Okay.
it's all connected to the internet. It self-monitors.
Okay.
And you can get different packages with the company as far as maintenance, as far as how frequently people come out. But if the water is getting low or the tank is getting full, the company will get notified and will be dispatched someone to deal with it. The customers also who use it, once you enter your cell phone and get in, you have the opportunity to provide input on cleanliness. So you get to afterwards, if your experience positive, whatever, how they do it. But if they get, obviously if the company's getting in, a 30-minute period, a lot of a negative response, that would be another reason to deploy someone to come out and service it.
Great. And also thank you for highlighting all the good work you guys do, and you're also an excellent storyteller. So yes, so thank you so much.
I would definitely support the toilet.
Yeah, the throne looks great for many reasons. I was curious about the urban wood sale. And I imagine there probably won't be any wood left over because it sounds like it's super popular. But if there happens to be any wood left over, does the Parks Department have any plans to use the excess wood for any particular projects or anything you have in mind?
I'll check on what's happened in last year's. My strong guess is there's very little wood left over, but I'll find out what we would do with any wood that's left over. I'm not sure.
Okay, if there are no other questions, comments, we're going to thank you very much, and we'll take a 2-minute break, and then we'll go to item number 5, the Forest Conservation Law Violation, Forest Conservation Plan Amendment F20230260. Thank you. Good morning again. We're on item number 5, in response to a forest conservation law violation, Forest Conservation Plan Amendment F2023-0260. Jeffrey Cozero and Laura Reef Property, 17604 Hollingsworth Drive, Durwood, Maryland, 20855. Public hearing where staff is recommending approval with conditions. We have staff, Michael Sharp, presenting this morning. Welcome, and we're ready to go. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. This is
Yeah.
Christina Sorrento. I'm the Chief of the Intake and Regulatory Coordination Division. And I just wanted to give the board a very brief overview of what you are looking at, because I believe this is the first time this board has had a violation case. This is, when you have a forest conservation violation, usually there's two paths to resolving it. Either you put the forest back into, the way it existed prior to the violation. Or in some cases, like this one, that's not really possible. And so they come in and will need a plan amendment where they remove part of an easement and replace that in some way. That is why this is in front of you. These plans come to the board because the board has a property right with the conservation easements that are on the property, and the board needs to approve any kind of removal or replacement or reconfiguration of an easement. So that is why it comes to the board. The board's policy in violation cases is that the mitigation is higher than what the forest conservation law requires under normal circumstances. And that's what you're seeing here as well. So I just wanted to give that really brief overview of what you're looking at here. And in the future, whenever you have one of these cases before you on the agenda, it will be called out as in response to a violation, so you understand that that's what the case is about. And now I can turn it over to Mr. Sharp.
Well, first, thank you for that explanation. It's very helpful. Thank you.
Good morning, Board. I am Mike Sharp. I'm a Forest Conservation Inspector with the Montgomery County Planning Department, and thank you for taking the time and attention to hear this plan amendment. This is Forest Conservation Plan Amendment number F2023-0260 in response to a forest conservation law violation. The subject property that's outlined in red here on the diagram is located at 17604 Hollingsworth Drive in Durwood, Maryland. The Rock Creek Vista subdivision is outlined in black. It's a 2.98 acre property in the Upper Rock Creek watershed. It is also in the Upper Rock Creek Special Protection Area. Brief history of Rock Creek Vista. This 2.98 acre subject property is Lot 29. It's part of the 5-lot Rock Creek Vista subdivision, which was a 23.08 acre tract of land. It was approved for subdivision July 5th, 2001 under Preliminary Plan 1-2000-0730. Approximately 9.3 acres of the tract were dedicated to MNC PPC and is now protected parkland. That is off to the right side of this plat, currently protected parkland. In March 2022, so the enforcement history on this, satellite imagery revealed an apparent encroachment into the conservation easement. The image you're looking at is an overhead shot overlaid with the green line that you can see in a fairly faint patterned green dot pattern. That is the conservation easement area. To quantify the extent of that encroachment, the applicant was directed at that time to have the easement boundary surveyed. Then when that was done in August of 22, a notice of violation was issued directing the applicant to apply to amend the forest conservation plan. Since the property is in a special protection area, staff gave careful consideration to assuring protections for the sensitive environmental features, resulting in recommendations for the applicant that set minimum standards likely to be needed to gain board approval. This is my one. So the existing conditions on the property, as shown in this overhead representation, we've got a play fort labeled, a pool house labeled, and a pavilion labeled. When quantifying those encroachments, I found that about 1,750 square feet of the conservation easement encroachment is related to the structures. Additionally, much of the remaining easement has been maintained as lawn. I found no evidence that trees had been removed as a part of these encroachments. So we'll take a look at a few photos from the site to better understand what's being addressed today. Pavilion and the play fort. The pavilion is the covered structure there in the front. Probably about half, a little more than half of that pavilion lies within the conservation easement. And the play fort can be seen in the background of the photo. From the opposite perspective, the play fort is on the right. Nice play fort. Would like to have that as a kid. The pool house on the left encroaches just a couple of feet into the easement, and the pavilion can be seen in the distance. And much of the remaining easement area has been maintained as turf. Mr. Cazzaro was attempting to control erosion of the slope that lies above the stream there. So I'll summarize and illustrate the proposed amendment in the next few slides, beginning with this summary. The applicant requests modifications to the existing Category 1 easement. Actually, now might be a good time to differentiate between a Category 1 easement and a Category 2 easement, which you'll hear more about. In brief terms, a Category 1 easement is essentially a no-go area. You're not allowed to cut down trees, understory brush, fallen branches, fallen trees, clean up leaf litter, anything like that. You can possibly do some maintenance on invasive species if you have written approval and a forest management plan. But it's essentially an area that the goal is to allow natural forest cycling that would happen. That's in contrast to a Category 2 easement, the lesser restrictive of the two easements, which typically would say that no tree over 6 inches diameter or over 30 feet in height can be removed without permission from the planning director. But you are allowed to maintain it more in a park-like setting. You can mow, you can clear understory. The only other things you really can't clear out of there are if any trees or shrubs were planted as a part of a forest conservation plan or a reforestation effort. And if you have further questions about that, I'd be happy to answer those. So the applicant is requesting modifications to the existing Category 1 easement to allow the pavilion, the pool house, the associated walkway, et cetera, to remain as built while removing the play fort from the easement. The proposal includes conversion of 0.1 acres of existing on-site, the existing on-site 1.09 Category 1 conservation easement, convert that to a Category 2. This preserves tree canopy and other benefits associated with the mature trees while providing perpetual protections to restrict other disturbances in that stream buffer. The addition of a new 0.4 acre Category 1 conservation easement on the property at a 4-to-1 mitigation for the modified existing easement. This results in a total on-site Category 1 easement of 1.39 acres and still 0.1 acres of Category 2 easement. In addition to this, because of the understory clearing that had taken place, a total of 0.71 acres of on-site supplemental planting is proposed to mitigate for the loss of understory due to mowing and to enhance the resulting easements. So from the forest conservation plan that was submitted, this illustration shows the proposed easement reconfigurations. This is the overall property, where to the right is the south side or the backyard of the property, and to the left is the north side or the front yard. Because this is a lot of information on one page, I broke it up a little bit. So for the south side, the proposed reconfiguration, the green shaded area is the existing Category 1 easement that will be retained and will also receive reforestation enhancement plantings. The brown rectangle is the area that was excised from the Category 1, converted to Category 2. That's in close to where the pavilion is. So the green is retained, the brown converts to a Category 2 easement. On the north side of the property, the reconfiguration, in this case, the green is again existing Category 1 easement that's being retained and will also be planted. The purple area is the new 0.4 acre Category 1 easement that's being added to the property. So it's adjacent to the existing Category 1. It protects a ravine that handles storm runoff. Currently is mostly forested, but we will enhance it with understory plantings and trees. So again, the green existing, the purple is the new 0.41 0.4 acre or Category 1 easement. So again, serious consideration was given to this case by environmental review staff, given that the encroachments are in a stream buffer within a special protection area. Significant mitigations were needed for planning staff to be able to recommend approval of this amendment. So our considerations and support on-site mitigation of the easement removal is generally preferable to off-site mitigation because it provides in-kind replacement for the removal. This is especially true in a special protection area. Therefore, the applicant proposes to retain the protective elements of a Category 2 easement while proposing 4-to-1 on-site mitigation for the modification. This exceeds the planning board's standard policy of requiring 2-to-1 off-site mitigation or 1-to-1 on-site mitigation. There'll be a total of 71 trees, 24 shrubs, and a native herbaceous ground cover to be planted on the property as part of this amendment. These afforestation requirements are consistent with forest conservation regulations. The amendment results in a net gain of 0.3 acres of Category 1 easement on the property while preserving Category 2 protections for the 0.1 acre modified area. So to preserve and enjoy some of the encroaching structures, by reconfiguring the easement, the applicant has proposed substantial mitigation that enhances, preserves, and maintains long-term protections of that sensitive environmental area. Therefore, staff recommends approval of Forest Conservation Plan Amendment Number F 2023-0260 as conditioned in the staff report and summarized again by conversion of 0.1 acres of the existing on-site 1.09 acre Category 1 conservation easement to Category 2, the addition of a new 0.4 acre Category 1 conservation easement, which is a 4-to-1 mitigation ratio, enhancement of the sensitive environmental areas through a planting of a total of 71 trees, 24 shrubs, and native herbaceous underground cover to restore and improve the forested areas that had been maintained as lawn. And I will be pleased to address any questions the board may have, and I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your presentation. Do the board members have any questions, comments? Yeah. Okay.
I'm just wondering that we usually, put signage for the Category 1 and Category 2. And also any construction addition to the house, they usually need to get a permit. How did it happen that they encroached? It's important that we know that we don't allow it to happen in future. And probably the property owner knew about these areas, or maybe they didn't know. Sometimes they change hands and the new owner may not understand the significance. Oh, okay.
I'm the property owner.
Could you state your name,
Oh,
sir?
Jeffrey.
Is your mic on? I'm sorry.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Okay.
So I'm the property owner, and to answer your question, we got a permit to put the pool in, and by the way, we are the second owners. And so when we got the permit to put the pool in, we went through the whole inspection, and this is like 10 years ago. And I asked the inspector, I said, we want to put a pavilion here, and we want to do, a couple other things. And he said, well, as long as it's under 500 square feet, you don't need a permit for it. And, not knowing that, the requirements, we built a pavilion. And second of all, I literally did not know that there was a an easement in the back. Had I known, we would have built a pavilion like I wanted versus when my wife wanted. So,
That was the DPS inspector? Because usually the inspectors should understand. I understand, I don't fault you with that, not understanding exactly what you have, but usually the inspectors should know about that. So I don't know how, but that's fine. But we just have to make sure if it was DPS inspector or whoever, that we do the coordination, that this doesn't happen. Because I'm sure that DPS inspector, they understand, they see the thing. So I don't know what happened.
Thank you. If I may, to answer your other questions, with regard to posting the boundaries of easements, I'd agree that having those posts in place and signage to indicate to property owners where the boundaries of the easement are is important. Back when this plan was approved, that wasn't typically required in forest conservation plans. I would say in the past 10 years, more and more, and pretty much every plan these days, part of the forest conservation plan requires some sort of permanent easement boundary posting so that current and future owners will understand where that boundary is.
Is it shown on the plats when they do the, conservation easement 1 and 2? Because if, it happens, I do not know if it's in the original construction happens, or it could be some amendments or some renovations and additions to the house that it happens. So I think it is important that all of these conservation category 1 or category 2 to be in the land record, that the new owners, they see what it is with a note on the plats that what that means. Because you and I may understand what that means, but someone that has no clue and they say category 1 or 2 easement, they don't know what that means. Right. I think it is important some note that no changes or no construction can happen in this easement.
Understood. Yeah, usually the plats and the easement agreements will reference, they'll identify the conservation easement, meets and bounds. It's shown on the drawing, and they will reference the easement agreement that spells out all the details. I think with a lot of homeowners in the stack of paper they sign when they buy the house, it's usually disclosed, but it's usually not highlighted. So we would agree with that. And so to that end, I didn't mention before, but as a part of this forest conservation plan, we are requiring permanent conservation easement boundary signage so that it will be identified going forward. And the boundary between the new Category 2 easement and the Category 1 easement, to prevent inadvertent encroachments, there will be a fence structure there. For folks who might hire a landscape company who just don't know and they think, hey, the woods are a great place to dump stuff, that fence will create more of a barrier. So there was thought that went into that. The applicants were great about working that out. And so we're trying to address that in this. Thank you.
Other comments?
In reviewing the staff report on this, I'm reminded of a Navy admiral's saying, and her name is Grace Murray Hopper. She was a Navy admiral, and the quote is, "It's easier to ask for forgiveness than to get permission." And when I was researching this, I found it curious that there is a willful violation, and then there's a cooperation of the staff seeking to accommodate the violation and by an amendment. And my question is, are we accommodating the violation? And if we're accommodating the violation, is it punitive? And if it's punitive, how? And will this action promote or prevent future landowners from violating easements if they are going to be giving forgiveness? And will it encourage other landowners to violate easements and then ask for an amendment and or forgiveness? And if that's going to be the route, I think that we could run into a problem where people violate easements, then ask for forgiveness, and then the staff asks for an amendment rather than doing something punitive to prevent this from happening in the future. And so are you asking this body to forgive them and do an amendment to forgive them? And is this amendment punitive? And if it's not punitive, don't you think that it would encourage other landowners to violate these important easements also, since we're going to forgive them and only ask them to remediate what they have taken? Thanks.
Commissioner Bartley, I'll attempt to address that. When we look at all of these violation cases, we don't take any of it lightly, obviously. We look at whether it is feasible for it to be mitigated on site, take everything out. In this case, the play for is being removed, so that piece is being taken out. The pavilion, to take that out would have been a lot, and we could have requested that. But in this case, we decided to allow that smaller part to be carved out and at the 4-to-1 replacement instead of, the typical 1-to-1. So, and then additional planting within the forest area and the fencing and the demarcation. It is not cheap to go through this process, so I wouldn't say we are encouraging others to do so. You have to get a new plat, you have to go through the whole plan review process, engineering fees. It's not an easy process to go through. We always try to get just everything put back to the way it originally was. That is always our first attempt. We don't come through and take amendments lightly. So that's the way we try to approach this. But in some cases, you're balancing many different things, and the property owner does not want to remove their pool pavilion. And we try to get the best environmental outcome that we can in the circumstances.
If there was an application to install the pool and the pavilion, and it became before the staff, and the easement was taken in consideration, would the staff have approved it?
I can't speak for all staff. Typically, the answer is no. If something is in a conservation easement and somebody's trying to put something within the conservation easement, we tell them they have to redesign.
So why would we accommodate them with a new easement proposal?
Can I answer that? In the Parks Department, I again go back to my thing. We did encroachment, and that was that when people put their stuff in the Parks Department. And it's very similar to that because parks are for people to use, and we didn't want it to be just for one person to use. And there are many encroachment happening, and we had active staff looking at it, and a lot of times neighbors were telling us that it was being encroached. Sometimes there were structures that they were put in, and it was very difficult for the owners to remove them, okay? So in many of the cases, we were working with the property owner to move their stuff, and they moved. And in some cases, it didn't make sense to do that. So we had some remedies, sometimes depending on the extent of the encroachment. Sometimes we would give them a permit and allow them to leave it in there. It was not that understanding that was, we couldn't sell the parkland or we couldn't change the parkland. We didn't do that. But we allowed them for a permit for a certain period of time with the understanding that when it is the right time to remove the structure, it has been removed and it was given back to the community. So it depends on the specific situation. And frankly, I understand what the staff are doing, trying to get the best of the worst situation and come with a compromise that allowed that happening. And does that create for people to go and encroach? No, because I agree, the property owner goes more through hardship of removal and the process to do that, and the bottom line, at the end, they are not gaining much.
Yeah. So let me just say, can I just, unless you have.
I'm going to have another.
Okay, so
inquiry.
Okay, this is my take on this. It appears as if it was not easy to determine what were the easements and not the easements. I'm happy that I'm surprised that the satellite found this, and I don't know how it worked at the satellite. That's another question for it. How did the satellite notice that they encroached onto someone going watching, looking at satellite? Or I don't know how that happened, but I'm glad that happened. So my think is that, in answering your question, there is a punitive measure here that they have to put in 4-1. And we were able to just make the Category 1 a Category 2, a small area, as well as making it more difficult on the land. We put on the land another covenant so that you can't build in that, and you created, 0.4, how many acres of this other type of Category 1 easement. And so, and I think now we have a better, going in the future, we will delineate. I understand we now require markers and stuff like that, so it's easier for this not to happen again. So I don't think that people will intentionally think it's easy to violate the law. So I'm okay with moving forward with staff recommendations, but I'd like to hear others before we make a vote.
Well, I also have another question. Was this an accidental encroachment or purposeful encroachment? And I think that makes a difference in determining, the measures in which we're asking the homeowner to take. An accidental encroachment by a couple of feet or being on the line, not having a setback, it's understandable. But if it was a purposeful encroachment and they estimated the penalty, the cost, and the cure, and they did it anyway, that's different. And so I'm concerned about, again, forgiveness is easier than permission. And if you're willing to pay the price to do it, you're going to do it. And that's something that, unfortunately I have experience with, examining. And so I think it's important for this body to consider that, accidental versus purposeful. And did they buy it because they could afford it? And it will encourage other landowners to do the same thing.
So maybe we can ask the applicant, Dick.
I'll speak as the violator. And nothing was premeditated here. When we built the pool, this was 10 years ago, maybe 12 years ago, we were excited about building the pool, and we wanted to put this pavilion up. I asked a question. I thought I had the right answer, and, nothing was premeditated here. And you're asking about what future people are going to do. This is not an easy process, not only financially, but emotionally. I mean, two of my daughters were married in the pavilion. My grandkids play in the fort. My father-in-law celebrated his 80th birthday there. I mean, this is more than a. I'm sorry, a little. This is more than just I want to save a pavilion. I mean, the cost that I'm going to incur to do all this planting, plus I have to post a bond. I have to do all this stuff. Is way more than the cost would have been to take the pavilion down and rebuild the pavilion. This was not a and by the way, I know that whole ask for forgiveness, versus permission. That's not the case here. And I know you don't know me, and I know you don't. It's just my word, but it's a 400 square foot intrusion of this pavilion, and we purposely didn't put foundations or anything else in. Anyway, I'm sorry, I'm just kind of rambling, but it wasn't purposeful, I assure you.
Okay.
And I do apologize, I'm embarrassed to be here, and, when it says violation, it's something I'm not, I don't like next to my name, so I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any other comments?
No, I just wanted to clarify that within the staff report, there was an indication that you were told about the easement and were told about the requirements to not mow and retain the understory in 2010, I believe. Is that correct?
No,
No.
no, no.
The staff-
When they came, and by the way, the staff has been wonderful. Once we were told not to mow, we didn't mow.
Okay.
You
Is
didn't
that-
say that, did you, Mike?
Am
We
I-
were never told not to mow in there.
Well,
until you
a
told me.
prior inspector, 2010, David Wigglesworth, was out investigating the next-door neighbor's property who
Right.
you helped with.
Right.
And according to his notes in our records, you had a discussion about your portion of that easement.
Oh.
And he directed you to stop mowing in there because that's not permitted in there. That's where that comment in the staff report comes from. That was 10 years ago,
Yeah.
or more. So, yeah, that's where that came
Yeah.
from. So that's my understanding of it and why I included that in the staff report.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I support I support the amendment for the staff. I think it's a good compromise for that. But it does seem to indicate that there was knowledge of the easement beforehand and the requirements of the easement. And I understand that it's a decade and that's a long time. But, I mean, we have the forest conservation requirements for reasons. And I tend to agree that it doesn't seem to be that it was a purposeful violation, but it was at least a knowledgeable violation, or at least it should have been aware of the forest conservation requirements. So I think that the compromise that's come up with is, I think acceptable, and I think puts a better category one easement on more portions of the property. But this is information that was available at the time and should have been caught and should have been known. So that's all I have to say for that one. Thank you.
Yeah, I think I agree that the compromise sounds good and sufficient, and I appreciate what you said, and I also understand that even if, knowledge of something called an easement was available years ago, we as a county probably need to do a better job of making sure that property owners understand fully what that means. It's easy to find information about what it means. The answers that you get to questions are clear and they lead you in the right direction. And so I'm sympathetic to the situation, and I think that this is maybe a good lesson for us as a board and staff of how we can do better by the community and make it easier to abide by. Because I don't suspect that most people will many people who buy property in your position, I imagine, do so in part because they love the surrounding environment. So I don't anticipate a lot of cases where people will purposefully violate an easement or certainly cut down trees because that's part of the appeal of living in those areas. So and I appreciate the efforts to make the compromise in this case, and it sounds like overall it's a win-win. So thanks.
Okay. Before make a motion, I just want to make sure it goes in is it that we, going forward, or our current policy is to mark all easements, put in the whatever requirements that the easements are marked on the property, and that and just to confirm that they're in the plats, that they're marked on the plats, but what happens when there's a to-be-built property? Does it say proposed area? Would that show on the plats, or how would that be shown in a to-be-built area that has these forest conservation areas? Maybe we can talk about that, later, Matt, or something like that. But that's what I want just to make sure that property owners will know specifically that these are certain types of easements. Okay. So other than that, do I have a motion for approval of staff recommendations for Forest Conservation Plan Amendment number F2023-0260 as condition in the staff report?
Yeah, I'll move that we approve the Forest Conservation Plan Amendment F 2023-0260 with approval with conditions by staff as in the report.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Is it either aye or abstained or no? I'm sorry.
I abstain.
Okay, all right, thank you. So 4 ayes, 1 abstain. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right, we'll take a 2-minute break and come back with item number 6, Great Seneca Plan. Thank you. Good morning. We're on item number 6, Great Seneca Plan, Connecting Life and Science Preliminary Recommendations, where staff is briefing the board on the Great Seneca Plan, which is connecting life and science, including plans, organization, and preliminary recommendations for the built, social, natural, and economic environment, as well as plan implementation. Good morning, and we have Project Manager Maureen Hill here to present the plan this morning. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Harris, and good morning, Planning Commissioners. My name is Maureen Hill, for the record, and I'll be providing a briefing on the Great Seneca preliminary recommendations. Just quickly, we're kind of partway through a year-plus project. We've had several milestones, including the approval of our scope of work in 2020, existing conditions and big ideas in spring of 2023, and now we are here to present the preliminary recommendations. We are expecting to follow up with these recommendations early next year with our working draft. Again, these are milestones, and if you are viewing this online, you can click to see the links to these previous milestones. The Great Seneca Plan area is a very large plan area. To give you an idea, some of our more recent plans, such as Silver Spring, is 430 acres. The current University Boulevard Corridor Master Plan is 900 acres. This plan is 4,330 acres, and that doesn't even include the city of Gaithersburg, which is right in the center of the plan area. So it's really spread out. The plan is along the I-270 corridor and also borders both the Intercounty Connector as well as MD 355. And as you can see here, and perhaps even better on the next slide, it's a non-contiguous plan area. As I mentioned, the city of Gaithersburg occupies the center and separates some of these, the plan area pieces, which are numbered and named here on the slide, and include the areas, the Life Sciences Center, Quince Orchard, the National Institutes in Standards and Technology in Londonderry, Rosemont, Oakmont, Walnut Hill, Washingtonian Light Industrial Park, Washingtonian Industrial, and Highwood. Because this plan area is so large and also dispersed, as I mentioned, City of Gaithersburg in the center, each part of the plan is really different from one another. It's different than having this cohesive central area. And as you can see here, we have Seneca State Park, we have high-density residential, we have life science, we have manufacturing. So it's very unique in that sense. And because of that, we don't have a single vision for the plan area, but rather have separated the visions and recommendations by these different areas that were identified on the map. And that's how we'll go through them both in this presentation, but also how they're separated in the staff report and will be in the working draft of the plan. The Life Sciences Center is really the focus. Although we have recommendations for all of the areas, the Life Sciences Center is really the focus of this plan. It was the focus of the 2010 plan as well, of which this plan is an amendment to. And the Life Sciences Center, which includes the universities at Shady Grove, it includes Adventist Healthcare Medical Center, as well as the Bellward campus and many apartment buildings, as well as life science companies. It's a thriving economic hub for the life sciences. It's really the center, not just for this area, but for the region and definitely for the county in terms of life sciences. It's home to 9,000 life science, private sector life science jobs, which is, I believe, 60% it's more than double the life science jobs for the rest of the county. So it really is where this work is happening, although it does have 3,500 residential units as well. We're focusing on this area partially because of its importance as an economic driver for the county, but also because it's where we're seeing more development happen, where we expect to see change. There are current development applications underway, as well as recent approvals by this board. It also is near other areas that are seeing growth, such as downtown Crown, which is just to the north, where you see it says City of Gaithersburg. That is downtown Crown. And just a little further north, the Rio Lakefront, which is also in the city of Gaithersburg. There's also planned infrastructure in this area. Currently, the Montgomery County Department of Transportation has a project underway called the Great Seneca Transit Network, and they have, which are four planned bus lines, two of which are currently being designed and will be implemented. So this area has actually been the focus of the county for almost half a century, and half a century of planning has gone into really creating this economic hub in the county. The land that created the Life Sciences Center was originally public land, and there was a vision to bring medical and science uses to this area. More recently, the 2010 Great Seneca Science Corridor Master Plan established a vision for the Life Sciences Center to turn it into a walkable, mixed-use, high-amenity area that was built for working, living, and recreation, and that would be served by the Corridor City's Transitway, which is a high-quality transit system. It also established staging recommendations, which tried to pair development with infrastructure. The 2021 Great Seneca Science Corridor Minor Master Plan Amendment was an update to this 2010 plan, and it was very narrowly focused on the staging recommendation or staging requirements, which had stymied some of the development in the area, an unintended consequence, without really delivering the infrastructure that it had promised, so that that pairing wasn't happening. And in 2022, this plan intentionally follows the Corridor Forward I-270 Transit Plan, which reimagined the Corridor City's transitway into a network of dedicated bus lanes called the Corridor Connectors. We are incorporating the alignment of the corridor connectors into our recommendations, and in certain places where the the I-270 transit plan left various options for alignment, we are recommending a specific alignment for the network. So the plan purpose is really to address the barriers that we've seen from this 2010 vision. We think that the 2010 vision is strong and has been implemented in certain areas, but not in others. So this plan is trying to address those implementation barriers, as well as integrate the guidance from other recent plans, such as Thrive 2050, such as the Vision Zero resolution, as well as the Racial Equity and Social Justice Act, and really incorporate recent best practices in planning. We're going to be addressing trends that we see in the, not just in the area, but in our world. We've had a worldwide pandemic since the 2010 plan. We've changed how we navigate the world, both physically and also with our phones, so thinking about that as well. And this plan seeks to create a shared vision for particularly Life Sciences Center, but for each of these areas that I mentioned, and also to support and retain the life science uses that we have in the area while bringing more options to this area. These demographics are actually for plan-wide, but just quickly wanted to highlight a couple differences between this area and the county. It has a smaller family or household size. It's a higher renter percentage, and I think that this percentage is actually even higher in the Life Sciences Center, as well as the Londonderry area, which we will focus on a little bit as well, than the rest of the county or the cities of Gaithersburg and Rockville. It has a larger number of younger folks, ages 20 to 34, and that cohort is actually growing in the area, where you see it's dropping in other parts of the county, including nearby areas in Gaithersburg and Rockville, and a slightly lower percentage of graduate and professional degrees than the rest of the county. But as I wanted to remind the board that this is the entire plan area, not just the Life Sciences Center. The area tracks very closely in terms of racial demographics with the rest of the county, and we use the demographic information to really guide our community outreach as we approached residents in the area. The rents in the Life Sciences Center are higher than both the county and the rest of the plan area. They have, you can see it is this blue line and then, the green line. And then the Londonderry rates, which is, Londonderry is another area that we'll talk about, has much lower rents than the county. As you can see, it's this dark blue line. And that's due to the older buildings, as well as a large amount of income-restricted affordable housing in that area. I would also like to mention that both the Life Sciences Center and Londonderry have lower vacancy rates than the rest of the county as well. Just in terms of community engagement, the board got a briefing earlier this year, but we really tried to meet people where they were, to educate people not just about the plan, but the planning process as we were getting their feedback. We recognize that not everyone comes from the same place when it comes to knowledge of the planning process. So that meant that we were really out in the field. We were at grocery stores. We were at food distribution sites. We co-hosted meetings with the Chinese Cultural and Community Service Center in Mandarin. We held a meeting with Identity, which is an organization that works with Latino families in Spanish, as well as holding virtual and in-person meetings and canvassing door to door. So really, literally knocking on people's doors and asking them for their thoughts. We also provided a number of ways to give feedback virtually on our ideas throughout the planning process. So those, the community outreach and engagement, coupled with the analysis, the data collection that we've done, as well as working with outside consultants, has really combined to create these preliminary recommendations. So it's not just coming from any one place, but rather is like baking a cake and you get a mix, and then hopefully this delightful preliminary recommendation cake comes out well. So now I'll focus on just the Life Sciences Center and talk about recommendations for this area in particular before moving on to the other areas. The vision for the Life Sciences Center is really that it remains this thriving economic hub that I mentioned, but that is mixed use, is home to a diverse population, and that it becomes a complete community. So, in terms of thrive, a place where people can meet their needs on a daily basis. And a major part of our recommendations is also thinking about roadways and how we can transform them from barriers into places that are a vital part of the community, of the public realm. And of course, continue to strengthen the economic competitiveness of the Life Sciences Center in the county and really countrywide. I think if I had to summarize our recommendations for the built environment, it would really be about options and choice, providing people options for how they travel, how they can live in this area, and how they can navigate the space. So our recommendations focus on compact mixed-use development that integrates life science uses with residential uses, as well as retail and amenities. And we actually, the research and strategic projects team has been working with a consultant to really examine how we can get these residential uses into existing life science and medical campuses, how we can combine those uses, and where they've done it in other places successfully. We are recommending a fine grade street network, and as you can see penciled in here, some of the lines show those roadway connections. Right now, the area is served by major roadways, but don't have those direct connections for people walking, biking, or driving. We are recommending right-sizing roadways and intersections that are quite large and difficult to navigate for all users by repurposing or reducing travel lanes. And I have some information about this on the next slide. And then implementing really an entire network of comfortable bicycle and pedestrian facilities. So the roadway connections that you see here would be accompanied by bike and pedestrian facilities as well. In coordination with Montgomery County Department of Transportation, provide dedicated transit lanes for both the corridor connectors, which I mentioned were part of the I-270 Transit Plan, Corridor Forward, and the Great Seneca Transit Network. And these pink dots that you see on the map are proposed stops for either the corridor connectors or the Great Seneca Transit Network. And this is kind of what I wanted to highlight in terms of talking about options. When we talk about repurposing roadways or travel lanes, what we're talking about is repurposing them for other space, but not taking away options from drivers. It's this plan is actually recommending a 50% increase in linear miles of roadways because of all the new roadway connections. And a 9% increase in all lane miles of motor vehicle lanes, which include dedicated transit lanes. So while there is a slight decrease, I believe it's 6% decrease in the number of lanes that are all-purpose lanes, it's actually an increase in the number of lanes that are available for cars and buses. 4.2 linear miles of new dedicated transit lanes, and that 90% of streets will have bike facilities on both sides versus the 3% that exists now. If you bike anywhere, you know how important that is to get to your destination. So I think that this is like part of what we mean about creating options in the plan area. We also think that there is a big opportunity to see the transformation of this area. There are certain parcels that are built out, but a lot of them have opportunities for infill. We have identified some of the sites that we think will provide these opportunities that can either provide new roadway connections or amenities, and also help us get the urban form that we hope to see here. So you'll see on the map, some of these sites are actually have already been approved by the board. For example, number 10, which is the Elms at PSTA site, which is providing both new privately owned public space as well as new roadway connections. And number 2, which is Treville Parcel N, also already approved by the board, which is under construction. Both these are under construction now, which is providing a new roadway connection as well as public open space. But some of the other some of the other sites are ones that we have either spoken to the owners and they are interested in redeveloping, or that we know that there are large surface parking lots and they have not reached the development capacity on that site, so are high development potential. And as well as publicly owned sites, such as those that are labeled 5, which are owned by the county or state, and whose services might be relocated so that this area could be used for residential or life science uses. And while I'm on this slide, I did want to mention that we received a letter from Johns Hopkins University, which is the owner of the parcel labeled 1, which is the Bellward campus. in reference to some of our recommendations for that site. I don't know if Rebecca, the recommendations that said that they're generally in support of our plan, but had some concerns about requiring the adaptive reuse of the Bellward Farm, which was the historic Bellward Farm, which is was a recommendation in the 2010 plan, and which we have worked with our historic preservation staff on the recommendation to require the adaptive reuse of these farm buildings. And Rebecca Ballo, who is here, head of historic preservation, can answer questions about that recommendation if there are.
Thank you, Maren. Good morning, board members. My name is Rebecca Ballo, Historic Preservation Supervisor for the record. So I wanted to take, just a minute to give the board some background. There is some deep background on this site and on our office's collaboration with Johns Hopkins to see an adaptive reuse solution for the property. So we don't have slides to this, so I will just speak to it. So very briefly, the Bellward Farm was placed on the Locational Atlas and Index of Historic Sites in 1976, along with the first batch of properties to be so designated. It was then designated on the Master Plan for Historic Preservation in 1984, with an environmental setting a little bit upwards of 100 acres at the time. And then Elizabeth Banks, the owner, sold the farm to Johns Hopkins in 1989. Since that time, Maren spoke to the really strong vision and goals from the 2010 Great Seneca Master Planning effort. That 2010 plan and the design guidelines specifically from 2010, which were the result of many years, like at least 2 or 3 years of community outreach and effort, produced a strong vision for the Bellward Farm site that stated specifically in the design guidelines in the plan language that the site was to be adaptively reused for a community purpose, for a community public purpose. And I brought the file with me just to remind me of all of the public comment received and all of the many workshops that Johns Hopkins and the planning department conducted with the community at that time to come up with those recommendations. Since that time, Johns Hopkins has been a really excellent steward of the site. My office has coordinated with them on historic rehab tax credits that they have received for, upkeep and maintenance of the historic house, of the outbuildings. And also since that time, the environmental setting has been reduced to about 7 acres, which was in line with preliminary plan recommendations for the site. The northern parcel with Trammell Crow has come in, and there have been, development projects that have been realized, always with the goal, again, of adaptive reuse of the historic buildings for a public purpose. Over the last 2 years, my office has worked specifically with Johns Hopkins on tours of rehabilitated dairy barns and other agricultural buildings in Montgomery County that are public community meeting spaces, such as the Linden Farm out in Sugarloaf, the Gaithersburg Arts Barn, other barns that have been converted to daycare centers and just other, community-facing uses for the last several years. We've also been working with the Johns Hopkins team. They had a great cultural resources firm come on board to give them advice about, the upkeep and maintenance of their buildings. And we remain open to having these conversations with them to forward the goal of adaptive reuse. I know that from comments we've received intermittently from the community as this new sector plan effort has kicked off, that desire to see a community use on the site still remains. However, as Maren was saying, there was a really sort of targeted focus for this planning effort. So we didn't do a full engagement around historic preservation or revisioning this site in any way. We feel that the original recommendations are, strong and actionable, and we'd like to continue to work with Johns Hopkins to realize that vision. So if you have any questions, I'm here to answer them.
How many buildings are we talking about?
Pardon?
How many buildings are there, historic buildings, that we are talking about, and what are they? I don't know. I know that there are some. I see it from far, but I have never seen it from up close.
Sure, thank you. There's the historic house itself, which is the Queen Anne-style farmhouse. There is the dairy barn right behind it that you can, when you're going down the driveway, there's the house, there's the dairy barn, and then there are, one or two agricultural buildings behind that. But the designation and the design guidelines don't necessarily, it doesn't say that Hopkins has to keep every agricultural building out there. It really focuses on the farmhouse, the dairy barn, and one of the ag buildings behind that, and Hopkins has continued to maintain those. There's also a small, single-family private dwelling that was, I believe, built for the Banks family on the house, just in back of the historic building. So while that's in the environmental setting, we don't consider that historic for the purposes of needing to be preserved or falling under these guidelines for a community-facing reuse. So it's just a few. It's just a very few buildings that are in the environmental setting.
Are there any other comments on the historic portions? Yeah, and I appreciate you bringing this to our attention. It's good. We know there were some things in the letters, and we just want to make sure we had some background information on that. And it sounds like also the historic buildings areas are, you said, about 8 acres out of the 80-acre piece, or is that what I hear you're saying?
6.98 acres.
Okay, 6.9.
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you for this, preliminary background, and and it sounds like you've been working with people, like, showing them how these buildings have been adapted in other places, and it sounds like it could be viable, but when a plan comes in front of us, we'll evaluate it on its merit. Great.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but thank you. I see those buildings too. They look lovely. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I think that this follows our kind of transportation and built environment recommendations, that we really want this place to be not a place that you cut through, but that you go to and that you can be in, and that you can, provide as many people as possible that 15-minute living where they can meet their immediate needs in the area, which includes recreation. And as I mentioned, some of our largest recommendations include repurposing portions of the existing roadways for different uses. Sometimes that's dedicated transit lanes, bike and pedestrian ways, and as well as recreational uses. So our largest recommendations in the social environment are to repurpose portions of both Key West Avenue, which runs east-west, as well as Great Seneca Highway between Key West and Medical Center Drive, which you can see just south of Key West, running to Medical Center Drive, and create really a linear park in these areas, a linear park along a Great Seneca Highway and a pedestrian promenade on Key West. And this would bring Key West, right now it is a 6-lane divided highway with a large median in the center. So it would reduce it to 4 lanes. And on Great Seneca, it's currently 4-lane highway, and reducing it to 2 lanes, 1 in each direction, with dedicated transit south of Medical Center Drive. And right now, a lot of the people who live in the plan area, they live north of Key West, and a lot of the jobs are south of Key West. So Key West has been this consistent barrier for people moving across. It also separates most of the Life Sciences Center from the mixed-use areas of downtown Crown and of Rio, which are surprisingly close, but feel like a world away if you are trying to travel there, frankly, even in a car, but definitely as pedestrians or people walking or biking. So these will help take us towards that step of roads not as barriers, but as a vital part of our community and as how we live. And so this is a cross-section that was created by Luisa Strata, who's working as our urban signer on this. And it's really to reutilize this right-of-way. So what you can see here is at the top is the existing right-of-way, the master planned right-of-way, so the right-of-way that we already have is shown in red on the image below. And it would be taking it from 6 lanes to 4 lanes, and there would be, bicycle and pedestrian facilities, as well as a recreation area. And the way that we're envisioning this is that it's really a space that could provide great amenities, things like little retail kiosks, playgrounds, fitness equipment, and that these are just some of the precedent images that we're drawing on. But we think it has the opportunity to be a real landmark space for this area and for Montgomery County as a whole. In terms of the natural environment, this area has the opportunity to be a leader in environmental design. It already has a building, the universities at Shady Grove Biomedical Engineering, Science and Engineering Building, which has won a Design Excellence Award from Montgomery Planning, and has cutting-edge environmental design. A lot of the buildings that are coming in now that are life science buildings are using environmental design principles, and we think that there's growing opportunity, especially with on-site energy generation. These buildings, life science buildings, tend to use more energy than a typical office building, and also have a need for uninterrupted energy because of the sensitivity of the materials that they're working with. The same is for the medical uses in the area as well. So we see that as an area that's important to encourage and incorporate. As I mentioned, this area is important economically. So as the planning department, our area is obviously land use, and creating a land use environment that really is a place that employers want to locate to and that employees want to live in. I mean, what we hear, and that employees can live in as well. So having available housing options. And that is what our economic recommendations are centered around, is creating this environment. We've had conversations with life science developers, with life science companies and workers to figure out these things. We are doing this current study in partnership with the Research and Strategics Project to look at what is the environment to create that. So our recommendations center around that as well as facilitating smaller life science companies and accommodating them. In some of the conversations that we've had, we found that there is an absence, or at least limited space for small and medium-scale life science companies. There are spaces for kind of the startups, like some incubator spaces, and there are spaces for the larger life science companies that are already established and are already bringing products to market, have gone through some of these the rigorous testing, but not these small and medium-scale companies that need lab space, and we find that these companies also tend to be homegrown in terms of they are from Montgomery County, they grew up in Montgomery County, we want to keep them in Montgomery County, and they also have a more diverse ownership than some of the larger life science companies as well. They tend to be women and owned by women and people of color at a higher rate. So there's an equity question, there's a supporting Montgomery County question to this. So encouraging the development of small and medium lab spaces and some of the other facilities that they need. As I mentioned, we believe that the 2010 plan actually had a very strong vision for this area, but stumbled on some barriers in terms of achieving that vision. So we're thinking very hard about how we implement this vision and how we make sure that it can be implemented. And we're still working through some of that as well. But one of our recommendations for implementation is establishing an overlay zone that would allow more residential development in the Life Sciences Center. Right now, the Life Sciences Center is zoned some portions are zoned LSC, some are zoned CR or CRT. But in the LSC zone, residential is limited to just 30% of a site. So this overlay zone would increase the allowable residential development on a given parcel. It would also allow life science uses throughout in the entire Life Science Center. Right now, CR zones do not allow life sciences, and we've actually had people come in to do change of use amendments. So this would kind of fix some of those problems in the area. And that we are also, through this overlay zone, examining ways to incentivize both the construction of residential development as well, particularly affordable residential development, but both, honestly, and establishing financing mechanisms to achieve the infrastructure and public realm improvements that we are recommending in this plan. Separately, we are recommending the establishment of an entity that can brand, promote, and program the area. One of the things that we've heard, particularly from people who are involved in the 2010 plan, but really residents now, is like, we don't have a there. There's like, even when we get a space that's a privately owned public space, there's not programming. There isn't wayfinding to even let you know how to get from one place to another or where you are. As part of this study that Research and Strategic Projects is leading, as well as our conversations with some other areas that have established things like bids. We're still working on the type of format that's appropriate, but bids or innovation districts, this is something that can be done, has been done in other areas, and that we think is crucial to creating the coordination between property owners in this area and really brand this area as the important place that it is. We are recommending removing the staging requirements established by the 2010 plan. These staging requirements were tied primarily to the Corridor Cities Transitway, which was reimagined by Corridor Forward. So right now, the staging requirements just act as a barrier to development, which can never move forward because the CCT is not moving forward. So we're recommending removing these staging requirements as part of this plan. We are also recommending limiting support for granting APF validity period extension requests for preliminary plans that were approved prior to October 30th, 2014. That's when our new zoning took effect. And one of the reasons for this is, and Rebecca Ballo alluded to it, is we have a lot of preliminary plans in this area that were actually approved in the 1980s or early 1990s. Bellward has an approval from the early 1990s. And they've just gotten a number of extensions, both from the board, but also from blanket extensions from the council due to the recession or the COVID pandemic. But what that's created is sometimes when applications are coming in, they're coming in with not with the best practices that we currently have. So, and not with the urban design that we want to see. So we're saying that we should limit the number of extensions that we give in this area. Finally, we are going to be providing a list of recommendations to partner agencies who we've been working with throughout this process, but that we've heard from in the community. I think one of the things that's really difficult about doing community engagement is you say, hello, I'm from Montgomery Planning. We'd like to hear, what your needs are. And people are like, okay, you are the government. I want to give you, they're not going to say, I just want to give you my land use recommendations. They tell you everything that they're struggling with and that they need assistance with. So I think an important part of this process and our pact really with the community is to say, okay, we, be honest, like we can't address that in our plan because of limitations on what a master plan can do. But what we will do is when we have these conversations with other agencies, we will let them know what we're hearing, and we will pass on your recommendations, your thoughts to them. So we are going to be doing that as part of this plan as well. As I mentioned, this will go much quicker because this is the other areas, we have more limited recommendations. But we do have recommendations for all the other areas in the plan. The NIST, Londonderry, and Hoyle's Addition area, you can see right in the center of the plan area. NIST makes up the bulk. I-270, that thick white line, kind of runs through the center area, and on NIST is the southern part, and on the northern part, there's a triangle, which is the Londonderry, which is what the recommendations will focus on, because we don't have any recommendations for the NIST, the National Institute of Standards and Technology. Currently, if you remember, NIST is an area that has a lot of residential units and a high degree of affordability, both because of the age of the buildings as well as that there are income controlled units as well. And our vision for this area is that it becomes a residential neighborhood that has some local serving retail, stays primarily residential, but with some mixed uses and with better connections to the surrounding area as well. This actually isn't that far from parts of the city of Gaithersburg, and it is near new future planned BRT stops as well. But that the area will continue to provide substantial affordable housing, as well as introducing market rate housing. And that we really need to see in this area, not just private, but public investment that can address longstanding inequities in this area. This area has been identified as in our community equity index as an area of high disadvantage. So we think that public investment is also a very necessary piece of rectifying the inequities here. So in Londonderry, we are recommending increasing the allowable density, doubling it to encourage more housing and housing diversity, as well as being able to support that neighborhood serving retail. This is the Londonderry Power that you see a picture of, but most of the housing in this area is actually garden-style apartments, and it's like 2-story to 3-story, so it's much lower density than this the Londonderry Tower. We're recommending creating an internal street grid and establishing dedicated bus lanes as part of the corridor connectors on Muddy Branch Road, which runs on the eastern side of the Londonderry area, as well as improved bicycle and pedestrian connectivity that could connect to the future BRT stop that I mentioned. This is something, one challenge of this is it is surrounded by the city of Gaithersburg, as is much of our plan. But so coordinating with the city of Gaithersburg, when I mentioned, telling other agencies what we hear, we also have regular meetings with the city of Gaithersburg and the city of Rockville to communicate what we're hearing and what we are planning here as well. This is quite a large area, actually, so providing open space, athletic fields or courts, as well as there is an environmentally protected area which we could utilize for kind of passive recreation, as well as the tree canopy and coverage well. Our staff went out there. This is one of the areas that we knocked doors, and staff was overwhelmed by the noise of I-270 running right by this development. And actually, according to the Department of Environmental Protection, this area has noise and air pollution from I-270 that is above surrounding areas and can actually have adverse health impacts on the people who live there. So we are recommending that a sound barrier be constructed, perhaps as part of and I'm going to mess up the new name of the American Legion Bridge I-270. American Legion Bridge I-270 project. Which was the Maryland Op Lanes project. That's why I'm struggling. But as part of that the consideration of a noise wall be constructed along I-270. And then also increasing the green cover and tree canopy that can address, again, some of the pollution and toxins that we're seeing, particularly in this area. Quince Orchard, which is all the way on the western side of the area. This includes the Seneca State Park, and we don't have that many recommendations for this area. It includes primarily established and also built-out areas. We envision that it will remain a recreational hub that people go to, visit the Seneca State Park, and one of the, or two of the recommendations, or three recommendations that I'd like to highlight is there is one area in the northern part of this, of Quince Orchard, which is the McGowan property, which is zoned EOF, and we are recommending rezoning it to R200, which would be in line with the other properties in the area. And through conversations with the city of Gaithersburg, as well as our environmental planner, this area does not have much potential for redevelopment, both because of the topography, as well as there are limits to access with the city of Gaithersburg as well. We are also recommending the implementation of the Germantown to Burtonsville Breezeway recommendation that was from the 2018 bicycle master plan that runs through the park, and improve and update the Quince Valley neighborhood park. You will see on a number of these slides encourage the installation of rain gardens and bioswales, and we're recommending that we leverage county programs like the Rainscapes program to work with single-family homeowners, because a lot of times when we get our the way that we get our stormwater infrastructure is when there is a redevelopment and new infrastructure can be put in. But in a lot of these areas, one of the most severe environmental issues that we see is flooding. So working with the programs that we have and leveraging them to address that. Rosemont, Oakmont, and Walnut Hill, as you can see, highlighted here in the north. In Rosemont, we are just recommending retaining the R200 zoning. It is not served by high-quality transit, and it is also built out. In Oakmont and Walnut Hill, they border the town of Washington Grove and also contain the MARC Rail Station, Washington Grove Station. So this area actually was included in Thrive 2050 as a growth area because of the MARC Rail Station. But because of previous plans, including MARC Rail plans, we are recommending that this area not be rezoned to be a growth area, to include more density, because what we have heard from Mark is that if there are plans to add new stations, as has been recommended at Shady Grove or White Flint, they would need to remove other stations to provide that service. In this area currently, this station only has 9 riders, so this has been identified as a candidate for removal of the area. It's also served by other nearby MARC stations, such as the Gaithersburg station and the Metropolitan station. If, however, MARC does retain this station and increases service, then we are recommending CRN floating zone for parcels within a quarter mile of the Washington Grove station. The Washingtonian Light Industrial Park is, as it sounds, it is a industrial area, and we are recommending keeping it industrial area. The entire county has very few industrial parcels left, but they play a vital part of our development, both in life sciences, but also as small companies that can locate in industrial areas, build up their company, and then perhaps move to another area when they're ready. So we think it's important to maintain this industrial area. But as you can see, this is the impervious surface. It is almost all covered, and if you see a heat map, this is like a glowing red orb on the heat map. So we are recommending ways to increase green cover and tree canopy, especially in the rights-of-way or in parking lots, as we've done in other areas of the county, as well as reduce the distance between controlled crossings on Shady Grove, which runs up the eastern side and is a real barrier of people getting across from Rockville on the eastern side of Shady Grove and this area on the western side.
Just quickly, that
Yeah.
carve out in the middle, a little square carve out that's on the eastern side, is that city of Gaithersburg?
Yes.
That's that weird little.
Yeah, so City of
there.
Rockville is all over here, and then any of the carve-outs, yeah, are City of
It's
Gaithersburg.
Gaithersburg in there, okay.
So it's a really, that's one of those places that you are driving around or walking around in this area, and you're like, am I in the plan area? Not sure. I have to pull up MC Atlas and check. So it's an interesting area. The Washingtonian residential, just so you can see on this map, it's actually sandwiched between downtown Crown and the Rio Lakefront, which is both on Gaithersburg and north of the Life Sciences Center. One of the reasons that we kept these kind of strange boundaries from the 2010 plan is that we wanted to clean up some of the zoning that is in this area. So we are recommending rezoning the T zones to from CRT1 to CR1 or CRT. Sorry, yes. I'm not saying it right, but the H110T to an H110. The one property that we are rezoning is the Washingtonian Tower from R10 to CRT 1.25. This area does have a strong tree canopy, and we're recommending maintaining that tree canopy, prioritizing additional moderately priced dwelling units, as well as 2- and 3-bedroom units in the area, and provide support to tenants in the event of redevelopment to ensure residents receive support and assistance necessary if redevelopment should occur. And an important piece of this is where possible, and this is something that we are also coordinating with the City of Gaithersburg, but is improving the pedestrian, bicycle, and transit connections through this area to downtown Crown and Rio Lakefront. Currently, it's not really possible if you're in the center of downtown Crown to walk to Rio because there's a gate around this entire area, which we found out as we toured the area and got stuck, and someone let us out with a key. But yeah, so that's a real barrier to access, whether you're walking, biking, or driving in this area.
Just out of curiosity, I have a couple questions on
Yeah.
some of the zoning and land use for a couple of the locations. It would be easier to go all of them at once or piece by piece? Or location by location?
We can go all at once.
Okay,
Do you want to wait then, or you? I'll wait, yeah. Okay. Yeah, because then I can call up my team to back me up.
I don't want to have Lisa just coming back and forth like 4 or 5 times. Asking
Yeah,
about
exactly.
zoning
Don't-
requirements, so yeah.
Getting in her steps
Yeah,
running.
Ms. Hill,
Yeah.
I had just one quick question. So I see
Yes.
the recommendation provide support to tenants in the event of redevelopment to ensure residents receive support and assistance. So who would provide that support? Just out of curiosity, is this?
I am giving Lisa the time to come up here. Our housing planner, Lisa Gavoni.
I mean,
Good morning. For the record, Lisa Gavoni. So this is a recommendation that we have been carrying out through several of our master plans. So the background is we haven't seen a lot of redevelopment in the county of naturally occurring affordable housing. So generally, what we had envisioned is when we had a conversation with the Department of Housing and Community Affairs during the context of the Farrell and Briggs Cheney Plan about this recommendation. And basically, the property owner would work with the Department of Housing and Community Affairs as the implementation agency to work to see what kind of support could be provided beyond what is allowed in county code, which is allows 2 months of 2 months of rent and as relocation assistance.
So they have been doing that, DHCA, in certain properties, or?
But I think that it's very recent that that has passed. So I'm not 100% sure. I can check with them, but that is what is in county code. So I would assume yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Finally, here, the Highwood, which is surrounded by the city of Rockville. We're just maintaining the existing, it's literally, I think, 30 homes, single dwelling homes. So recommending retaining zoning, as well as constructing a side path along the south side of Darnestown Road consistent with the 2018 bicycle master plan. And again, the stormwater that I mentioned. I should say, for all of the recommendations for many of these areas that you'll see in the staff report, we've recognized that a lot of these areas are potentials for annexation in the city of Gaithersburg or the city of Rockville. We think that in many of the areas, it makes sense that they could be annexed to create kind of this cleaner boundary between the unincorporated and the incorporated areas. So in your staff report, you will likely see that in some of these smaller areas. We are not, we believe that it should be opposed to annex the Life Sciences Center because of the investment that the county has put into it over, as I said, half a century. And that that it is a central, it's a linchpin of the economic development for the county.
Will annexation hinder the implementation of this great plan?
Well, so if it is, if a portion of the plan area were to be annexed, it would just not, when a development application were to come in, it would not go to you, it would go to the city of Rockville or Gaithersburg. The entire, or almost all of the plan area is in the maximum expansion limits of the city of Gaithersburg. And the Life Sciences Center, all of the Life Sciences Center is in the maximum expansion limits of the city of Rockville, which, are they're required to have by the state. So they could be annexed. I think that, it would, we would just have no control over the, if this was implemented or not. It would be up to the city of Gaithersburg or Rockville if it were to be
Can it
annexed.
be some conditions for annexations that they follow through the master plan?
You
I
know
don't
what?
know.
I would have to, yes.
I
Carrie.
can address, thank you for the question. This is Carrie Sanders, Chief of Mid-County Planning. So annexations do have to go to the planning board as they are considered. So the planning board would have an opportunity to provide comments to the county council for any annexation of property. One thing we might want to look at as we refine these recommendations is some stronger language as it relates to the areas that we do not feel should be annexed. So that's something that we can look at. I know Marin had already referenced that the Life Sciences Center is one of those areas. In fact, it is the key area where the county has made significant investments for many, many, many years. And to have that annexed into another jurisdiction would disadvantage sort of the investments that the county has made. So we may look at some language to bolster that thought that the staff has and bring that to you in a future work session for your consideration, or part of the working draft, which would be the next step this winter. The other thing I would note is the Life Sciences Center is a bit different than some of the other areas that Marin has gone over. Some of the other areas we are less concerned about them being annexed because they are literally completely residential, and in some cases could create some maintenance challenges, because for maintenance of roadways, as an example, if they're one subdivision that's completely surrounded by a municipality that has its own maintenance of roadways, there may be some advantages to those areas to go into the municipality where the roadway maintenance is happening. It's a little bit, or snow removal is another example. So there's other considerations why those completely residential areas may be appropriate, but we do feel very strongly that the Life Sciences Center, for a number of reasons, not only the investment that's happened, but also because of the work that the county has done to work with many of the applicants that have come forward, review those applications, work strongly with the community. As Rebecca Ballo mentioned before, working with the community on the Bellward site for many, many, many years. There's some strong relationships there and a foundation for planning that we feel is really important to continue. So I think that's a really good point. We can look at that with the update to the plan in the coming weeks when we bring you the working draft.
The reason why I asked the question is because there is a great deal of work going into this plan, and it's very important that it be successful, and there's a need for a lot of infill and redevelopment, and it's exciting to see this plan, and I'd hate to see it derailed by annexation.
Thank
I
you for
will
those
just-
comments. I appreciate that.
I will mention in the 2010 plan, they also had language about opposition to annexation of the Life Sciences Center, and we will, in the working draft, include language for your review.
Is that the life science the only one that we oppose, or there are other parcels? I do not know in regard to the tax revenue how it does with the county, because there are a few smaller parcels or sections that it does make sense that if at one point is annexation they go, but the other ones like the industrial part, still that's a tax revenue. And I do not know about the NIST parcel, that what happens to that tax revenue for the county. And then there's the Queen's Orchard, that is all the state and natural resources, that state park and natural resources that we have there. So I do recommend that because I really don't know what it goes in consideration for annexation. If there are other parcels that it's not the best for the county to be annexed, we may want to identify those and put it out there. That doesn't mean that unless that you think it's a good idea, the smaller portion to be annexed. I don't know how we should approach that.
It may be helpful for us, and I think this is a great topic, it may be helpful for us to focus a little bit more on this in a future work session and provide some images in the plan itself, some figures that call out the areas that you speak of and make it very clear in the plan which areas we feel should not be annexed and why. So we can definitely go into that more as we refine this draft.
Also, it educates us that what are the consideration. I can just think of a few, but I'm sure there are more.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
Commissioner Petterly, just one thing, the NIST, the NIST parcel, the county can't tax federal property. I wanted to say this, you got me all excited. This goes way back to like the first week of con law and McCulloch versus Maryland, in that the states cannot tax federal stuff. Commissioner Bartley knows where I'm coming from on this, so thank you for the chance to do that, but we cannot tax property owned by the United States of America.
Now I'm learning something.
It's a whole thing.
And I think we've basically reached the end of the presentation. As we mentioned, these are the preliminary recommendations. We expect to come to the board early next year with our working draft, which will be the first real draft and include some more context and some additional language and recommendations as well that we're still working on. After the working draft plan, we expect to transmit to the council after going through public hearing and work sessions with the board. We expect to transmit to the council in May, or at least late spring of next year, and work with the council throughout the summer, and are hoping to have an approved plan by the end of the summer next year. So with that, we are happy to take any questions, and I can call up. I have a great team of people that work on this plan, so they're in the audience and may come up to answer your questions.
Okay. Jim. All right.
Yeah, thank you for presenting. Yeah, we're really excited about this plan. We're excited about potential for economic development. We're excited about the potential for new housing and creating connected communities, so that's really good. I know that Commissioner Hedrick wanted to talk about the zoning pieces, but what I would like to see maybe in the next draft is that it was hard to understand for upzoning on some of the, you had a lovely zoning map for the bigger piece where things were, but it was hard for me to understand how large the size of some of the other ones that you were recommending zoning changes. So I think in the next, could you maybe even just show a little map showing these are the properties and these are, and this is what we're trying to recommending upzoning from this to this. That would be more helpful for me to seeing, the magnitude or where you're talking about. Thank you.
No, that makes a lot of sense. Thank you.
Yeah, and actually, just very close to what the chair is mentioning. I think for the Life Sciences Center, this is great. I really have no comments on that particular portion of it. I like the idea a lot. For some of the I don't want to say outlying, some of them are actually closer in. I would like to see if we could be more aggressive with the upzoning and the zones that we have put in there. The McGowan property, I think that you mentioned, which is part of the Greater Seneca one, that's the northern property. Nobody's going to put anything in there in an R200. I don't think there would be any reason to. But a lot of what we've seen in development in some of the outer areas has been those townhome type developments and something like that. And I'd like to see us be more aggressive with the upzoning and try to attach some zone that would actually encourage the development of a denser townhome style development, even that far out, relatively speaking, because I think we need the housing production, and I think that that's probably the only potential way that you get it on some of those properties. I don't think with the specifics of R200, but I think it's a 2-acre limit, size limit, lot limit, and things like that. And I would like to see us, at least on that property and some of those areas, be more aggressive within whatever confines we have of environmental issues and things of that nature. But if we do want more of the housing, we have to sort of allow for the housing. And so with that, with like a more aggressive upzoning of some of those sites, I think would be at least my preference. For the Washington Grove station, love that station. I know that's a hard one to deal with, and I completely understand the efficiency of not having that station when it's got 9 people on it. It also has nothing around it, and there's no there. And I understand that if Mark ever ends up making a decision on what to do with those trains, but that decision could be made outside the scope of this entire plan's time period. I think, and as we go forward, as we sort of refine this, I would ask to reconsider whether or not we want to aggressively zone for what we'd like to see there, given what the situation is, which is a large capacity rail station. Well, large capacity rail. The station itself is a platform, but it's infrastructure, it's usable, and it's there. If they do move it, I completely understand having the contingency in the plan. I would think that it would be reasonable to sort of approach it as it is now, and whether or not they ever make a decision to change the stops or what have you, or put in a new one. But it is a piece of infrastructure that's there, and I would think it would be reasonable to zone for what we would like to see around that rail if possible. So in the other things, I just had a couple of questions about. I think it was the Washingtonian residential, the 7 piece that was in there. It's got a fairly low commercial FAR and a fairly low FAR overall. I think it's a 1. Is it? Yeah. Or is that comparable to sort of the Rio and the Crown around it? Because I tend to think that those would be a higher density for the Crown and Rio developments in the residential. But if we did want to sort of make it comparable, I wonder if we could scale that up some and have a higher zone for that within those areas, and similar sort of to the Highwood area as well. Again, I think that was R200.
I will say, I will check on the Crown and Rio in terms of the FAR. I think we did intentionally keep the C low in that area because downtown Crown and Rio are right there. So it's kind of like there's already a lot of retail happening, and we're thinking of this as an area that supports and enjoys the amenities and the retail that are in these two places, but I will check the overall residential FAR.
Yeah, it was more the sort of the percentage of the FAR being relatively lower, I think, than we see in Rio and the Crown, and the percentage of that being relatively low. Would that actually sustain any, neighborhood or resident, like nearby serving residential at that low in FAR within the area? Nothing says with a higher C that it has to be that as long as the residential is the same. So I was just curious if those could be increased, if we could allow for any further density in there in general, and whether or not we have enough commercial within that mix. Same thing, I think, with Highwood as well. I understand it's a completely reasonable target for, being annexed, being that it's completely surrounded by Rockville, if I'm not mistaken. I always love those little enclaves. There's always fun stories about them. But the same thing there, and I think that that's the farthest place, that's the closest in, for lack of a better term, of any place within the district. I know that there's not probably a lot. It's a fairly small area. Lot size is fairly large. There's not much potential, I think, for any redevelopment in there to begin with. But more aggressively upzoning that as well to allow for a larger diversity of homes within that area if possible.
Are you thinking like the townhome level or what?
I think the lowest level that we should go, honestly, in most of these properties would be a townhome level at least, or the level of density, even surrounded by fairly large scale RE or R200 zoning. I would encourage like that to at least offer the option of it and to signal that that is a style of development. It doesn't have to be even upzoned to something that would retain an apartment level or, anything of that, but to something that would allow for an easy construction of a townhome as a base option, I think would be at least the minimum in any of these properties.
I have bike there, and I believe that's Highwood. I have seen, it's very interesting and creative. If that's the area that looks like that it would be. They have infills of duplexes or smaller within the single families that looks very similar to the housing. You would never know, but they have created that. It's very interesting. Now that I'm here, I pay attention where I go.
So that would also be, seeing it on a map and how it relates to the surrounding community would help in this.
But I think, over there's a fair amount of road infrastructure. There's a fair amount of, some parkland, some access and things like that. I'd like to see sort of a more aggressive even if it's a relatively low practical probability of there being any actual redevelopment in that little enclave and things like that. So just with sort of like with the, I know the main focus is on the Life Sciences Center. That's obviously the main focus, but connecting some of these other pieces and allowing for sort of greater diversity of housing, greater density of housing, greater opportunity for growth of housing. It's not that far, sort of out from our main areas. We're attempting to develop both connections between these areas and more economic and jobs within the LSC area. So a little bit more aggressive on density of housing and diversity of housing options within there, I think would be, it's a good use of the master plan for that particular thing. And then I had one final question. I was just noticing this, and we have talked about it in other situations. There are power line corridors, particularly in the northern thing. What options have we looked at for using those for connections, bike trails, pathways along those lines? Because we talked about it with, I want to say it was the Soapstone Quarry and a couple of other places. What options are there? Have we looked at that? And would Pepco not kick us out immediately if we started asking?
So this is actually, the plan area is near the like Pepco Trail. So one of our recommendations is like a better connection to that trail from the plan area. I am not sure about.
I think Pepco had some agreement because I was working with that. I see Darlene there is listening. I was working with Pepco and trying to connect all of this together. We actually did a portion north on Queen's Orchard, and it was supposed so. It was a very long, comprehensive plan that first make it soft trail as natural trail, and then make it paved. And there were plans for it. I don't know what happened, so Darren can talk about it.
I was just minding my business in the back. For the record,
And I thought it was Lisa that was going to drag back and forth up here, I'm sorry.
for the record, Darren Fluchet, Park Planning Stewardship. So yes, everything you said, Vice Chair, is basically right. I would have to look at a map to see exactly where the study area and our current project overlap. We have a currently implemented natural surface trail along several miles where South Germantown Rec Park is one of the termini. And we are currently working, we have a significant $10 million grant from the state to extend that trail through a hard surface trail where Cabin John Rec Park would be the other termini. So ultimately, the goal is to have a continuous trail of one surface type or another, or both, which was the original vision, from those two parks. And the hard surface trail is underway, or at least the design of it is in progress. And we'd be happy to give you an update on that project in the future.
Yeah, can I
To
just,
say, I have a scar of my hand here.
Yes, used with caution.
so with this type of plan, should there be some discussion about trails or connections, or is that in another plan and
Yeah,
not
no,
part?
we actually, on our team, have a planner from Parks, Chuck Hines, who has been working with our team. We've also worked with Darren and other members of his team when we've had questions. So we are, that is part of the conversation of this plan. And there are some recommendations for trails or facilities in this area, and we call out as well connections to trails from this area.
Sorry, I missed that. No.
That's fine. And one of the big recommendations of the 2010 plan that we're maintaining is also the LSC Loop Trail, which is a trail that would connect the entire Life Sciences Center, so people would be able to walk or bike the entire area and kind of be connected to all the destinations within it. But we identify connections to the Muddy Branch Trail and others that exist nearby and might not be in the plan area, but are close by that we want to recognize. But that's very much a part of the master plan process as well.
Great. So I'm with Mr. Edrick in terms of if there, in some of these other areas, if you can upzone to the townhouse, and if nothing else, maybe a larger developer wouldn't grab them, but maybe for also some of the smaller developers that have opportunities to do something like. So this is wonderful. And you have another, okay.
I have a few questions. Londonderry first, that's the easier one that I have question. You have made those recommendations. Is there any plan for redevelopment? What is the, possibility of those recommendations just in that area?
Yeah, these recommendations were actually spurred originally by a conversation with the Housing Opportunities Commission. They own a property there, the Willows, and talked about the potential that they saw for redevelopment in this area. So we had conversations with them, with another property owner, and have reached out to other property owners. But the people that we have spoken to did show an interest in redevelopment. As I mentioned, some of the reason that there are a high number of affordable units in this area is the age of the buildings. So we're seeing some of these aging buildings that are ripe for redevelopment. And we think with a higher density in that area, we could see redevelopment. And we've talked with a number of people about, what it would take to get redevelopment in this area, and also HOC and their properties there. So we think that there is a strong possibility for redevelopment.
So that would be again something that his request could be implemented for the upper zoning. Let's go back to life science. I know that when we met, I discussed it, but I'm going to say it in here as a record. I live right outside to the west side of Life Science Corridor and or center that your LSC, I don't know if it's corridor or center. And I would see the traffic and usage. I have a little bit concern about the way that the repurposing of the road and the road diet has been set in there, and we discussed it. Let's talk about Great Seneca Highway. Great Seneca Highway is a true highway. It goes a long way from the beginning to the end and pass through the life science, okay? So it's a commute highway. And thinking about just making a section, a short section of it, reduce the capacity to half, it concerns me. I understand that you discussed that you're gonna have a grid of highways and the mile of highways that it's gonna be increased. It is a good amount of highway. And as we discussed, I do not know that how many of these commuters, either on Key West or Great Seneca, actually just go, their destination is the life science center because they're passed through. So if you create those grids in life center, I'm not sure that how much it's going to decrease the usage or the traveling number of cars from Great Seneca or Key West Avenue to the Life Science Center. These two highways are very busy, and during the rush hours, they both have a high number of volume, and cutting the capacity in half, it's going to be concerning for people that are living around there, and also a lot of people that use this to commute from different centers that is completely outside the planning area. So I suggest that, and I think that you're going to get a lot of probably cry from public. This is something that I would like to see studied with the transportation planning and a lot of public outreach to make sure that we don't have issues of road diet in other parts of the county that we have right now. You have seen the outcries for Old Georgetown Road. We have heard the outcries for Little Falls Parkway. And we want to make sure that we don't put ourselves in the same place.
Thank you for those comments. I'm going to turn it over to our transportation planner, Alex Rixey, to address some of those comments. I do want to just point out, at least with Great Seneca, that it would just be a portion of Great Seneca, and this portion is not, so part of Great Seneca goes into Sam Mike Highway. A lot of the traffic is going north, not south on Great Seneca, and the portion that we're recommending for a linear park is also owned by the county, it's not managed by SHA as the northern part of Great Seneca is. But Alex, maybe you can give a context for why we're recommending what we're recommending is holistically, and then address some of the concerns.
Sure, thanks, Marin. Alex Rixey, Transportation Planner, Mid-County, for the record. Yeah, thank you for your comments, and it's definitely something that we're not taking lightly and have thought quite a bit about and done some analysis around, and I think more of that will be coming in the working draft as well, and we can talk through in work sessions. But big picture, as Marin was describing before, we're kind of re-envisioning, I think the original vision of the 2010 plan is in place, but some of the things that were recommended in the 2010 plan are not consistent and have not been consistent with realizing that vision. And I think one of the big pieces of that is the roadway infrastructure, as Marin was describing, trying to change those from barriers into places that are vital parts of the public realm. So for example, Key West Highway in the 2010 plan was identified as a controlled major highway, and a controlled major highway is defined exclusively for the through movement of vehicles, and that's not the environment that we're envisioning for this plan. It was also recommended to go to 8 lanes in the future, and there were several grade separated interchanges that were recommended as well. So that's where this plan does depart quite a bit from the 2010 plan. I do want to clarify your point about the additional miles of roadway. I want to clarify that those are not highways, those are streets. So really changing the character of what we're providing to, there will be more miles of roadway, but they will be more human scale, typically 2-lane streets than what we're seeing today on things, excuse me, like Sam Mike Highway or Great Seneca Highway or even Key West in its current form. And as Warren clarified as well on Great Seneca, we're not recommending changes to Great Seneca Highway. If you're familiar with the area, Sam Ike Highway comes into Great Seneca Highway. Between Great Seneca Highway and Key West, that's all to remain, as well as kind of the regional serving travel to the west of there. But as we're bringing people into the Life Sciences Center, the idea is to transition it into more of a human scale, a multimodal scale. And so we did look at the volumes on Great Seneca Highway between Key West and Darnestown and noted that that infrastructure was oversized for the existing demand and in our modeling also for the future demand. So thought it was possible to make that more of a multimodal environment.
Yeah, it would be helpful when we have the work sessions. You showed that. I understand that it's more roadways, but it's where people may not travel when they go, through the highway, through Great Seneca. They may not come to that grid, and we could build more, but still people don't have any business to come that way, so they just go straight through. So it would be helpful that, so I don't know exactly. I'm very familiar with that area. That's my daily driving for everything that I do. So I know exactly where Sam Mike Highway and Great Seneca and Key West and everything come together. They are busy. It's a lot of cars there. And I do not know exactly where you're envisioning to cut the capacity in half and how the traffic would be diverted. I think it would be helpful that we show that visually how it would work, that we could see what we are talking about. Okay, I'm not against road diet, but it has to be something that it's possible and not create a backup or a grid or hardship for the people that they live there. And if you provide that visual, then that could be very helpful. And also with the existing and proposed traffic patterns.
Thank you, Vice Chair Pedawim. For the record, my name is Jessica McVeary. I'm a master plan supervisor for the Mid-County team. And I just wanted to add on to what Alex mentioned to say that we have done pretty significant transportation analysis for the recommendations in the plan. They could be a 2-hour session on their own. So we tried to kind of balance what we're sharing here today, but are certainly hoping to get into that level of detail with you during a future work session specifically devoted to transportation, where we can talk a little bit about the analysis that's been completed that goes beyond actually sort of the master plan adequacy metrics that were developed and adopted by the council committee to actually sort of look at things at a more granular level. So we'll be prepared to talk about those at a future work session, as well as kind of the results of that work, and talk a little bit more about how we're thinking about this as a destination in its own right, acknowledging that people are traveling to other places and trying to think about how we can utilize other modes of transportation consistent with our policy guidance, as well as other routes like I-270 to handle or accommodate that through travel.
I-270 cannot handle anymore, just to tell you.
And just on the slide now is a summary of some of the transportation analysis methods that Alex, working with consultants and on his own and in coordination with MCDOT, has pursued in this plan, as Jessica mentioned, above what we're required to do for master plans.
I know we're sort of running short on time, so I don't have any specific questions. I appreciate the session we also had earlier where we kind of went through in more detail some of these things. I just wanted to say a few things in support of a couple components of this vision. And sort of to sort of address the road diet issue as well, one of the things I really appreciated was how you thoughtfully integrated other efforts going on in the county, like the Corridor Forward and Corridor Connector transit vision that will continue to get built out. And I think that, in providing people with more connections through this area and making this area, particularly the life sciences center, more of a destination and a place where people want to be and they can fulfill a lot of their daily needs and get around in ways that are not just through a car as well. I think that, a lot of these pieces clearly go together. And if we really want to be kind of forward thinking into the future and not just, sort of accept the level of car traffic for what it is, but try to create places where human scale places where people can walk and bike and rich transit environment where they can take transit locally, but also through the area. I think that this plan really thoughtfully kind of pieces that vision together. And so I appreciate all the work that you and your team have done, and look forward to the working sessions where we can kind of dive into more of these details.
Thank you.
Yeah, and Commissioner Petaluma, I appreciate you talking about the transportation piece. What I would just suggest that I'm glad you did this analysis and just be very thorough in the plan describing your analysis, because what we found out when some of these other master plans are people are expecting, I know even though we can't design right now for a specific project, but people are expecting this overall analysis of what will happen if all of this was implemented. So, and if they see very like touch points today where they think certain intersections are overwhelmed, they're in their head, they're trying to see how, if I'm going to add all this infrastructure, development, and it's already bad today, why is it going to, by losing lanes, it's going to be okay. So I think in your discussion and your thing, if you could maybe say, even though we're doing this is why it's going to be good, because the other things will happen, or something like multimodal, the buses or the traffic will probably go in a different direction, stuff like that, just so that it gives people, I know they're going to have their comments about transportation traffic, but just as much as analysis you can put in there describing why you think it's fine, or why you think these additional things will be just fine or better. That's all.
Yeah,
so-
and we will also have a technical transportation appendix that provides some of that more detailed
Perfect.
discussion as well. So we will have a discussion in the plan, kind of a higher level, and then within that technical appendix that people can review as well.
Yeah, this is absolutely wonderful. We can't wait to see the final piece, and that it get out there and we can get this implemented. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. So we'll take a 5-minute break and we'll start again. Thank you. Good morning again. We're on item number 7, the Chevy Chase Lake Block A Preliminary Plan Application 12023-0110 and Forest Conservation Plan F2023-0410 public hearing, where staff is recommending approval with conditions of the preliminary plan and the Forest Conservation Plan. And we have Mr. Gatling here this morning to present this project. Thank you.
Thank you, and good morning. Saquon Gatling for the record with Down County, presenting Chevy Chase Lake Block A Preliminary Plan number 1-2023-0110 and the associated Preliminary Forest Conservation Plan number F-2023-0410. And as the chair stated, we recommend approval with conditions of both plans. Before getting into the proposal for these applications today, I wanted to give a brief background regarding the process involved in the previous approvals for the site in this project. Right now, we're at the preliminary plan stage, which involves review of the lot for subdivision under the Chapter 50 subdivision regulations in the zoning ordinance, as well as Chapter 22A for the Forest Conservation Plan. This project was previously seen by the board in 2016, and at that hearing, the board reviewed and approved a sketch plan application covering blocks A, B, and D for Chevy Chase Lake. And this consisted of a general design concept, which in this case included 3 design options for Block A, as described in the staff report. And in the following slides, I'll give a brief overview of the block designations as well as the previous sketch plan. The approved sketch plan proposed a mixed-use development and public open space covering blocks A, B, and D as shown on the screen to the right. The blocks run along MD 185 Connecticut Avenue, just over a half a mile south of Interstate 495. Block B has gone on to receive preliminary and site plan approvals and can be seen along Connecticut Avenue as significantly completed today. Block D has not yet come in, and as you can see, there's Block A, which we're discussing today. At the time of sketch plan, it was approved for 3 different options, which are listed on your screen here, and I'll give a brief overview of those options as well. On this slide, Connecticut Avenue is running through the center of your screen with north to the lower left, and the image shows a conceptual massing for the sketch plan and shows that Block A, option 1, consisted of 3-story townhomes and 3-story townhomes along Larborough Place and multifamily over retail along Connecticut Avenue. Shown next is sketch plan option 2 for Block A, which is the option moving forward with the preliminary plan application today. And this consisted of multifamily over retail along Connecticut Avenue and multifamily units over parking along the rear of Larborough Place. And finally, option 3 consisted of office over retail along Connecticut Avenue and townhomes along Larborough Place. At the time of sketch plan approval, all 3 options were shown to be in compliance with the sector plan and allowed transition between the existing residential community and the major corridor of Connecticut Avenue, and all 3 options were approved in the sketch plan resolution. With that background, I will now refocus us back to today's application centered on Block A. The site is located at the intersection of Manor Road and Connecticut Avenue and is split zoned. As you saw in the previous diagrams, the area designated A1, which is along Larborough Place to the west, is an existing surface parking lot. It's zoned as commercial residential neighborhood with a lower maximum height of 40 feet. And while the half of the block fronting Connecticut Avenue, which has existing development, is zoned commercial residential town and has a maximum height of 70 feet. Overall, the site's about 1.8 acres and is subject to the 2013 Chevy Chase Lake sector plan. And as you can see at the bottom of the screen, the site is adjacent to a future Purple Line station, the Capitol Crescent Trail, and the Purple Line Railway itself will be established there as well.
Can I jump in with a quick question?
Sure.
Can we go back to the last slide? The D section is directly south across the Capitol Crescent Trail. Is that correct? Was that parking lot in that current? Okay, just making sure
Yes,
I'm oriented correctly.
just south of the Purple Line and Trail, yes.
Okay, and that's the one that we don't have anything.
Not
to
yet,
sketch
no
about.
applications
Gotcha.
yet after the sketch plan.
Great.
And section B is completed construction, or is it still under construction?
I think they're still under construction, but largely a lot of it is done as you drive past it. There's buildings going up, there's the open space has been established and things of that nature, but there's still some construction going on too.
I can answer that one.
Identify yourself.
I'm Justin Kennel with Bizzuto Development Company, and the project is largely completed. We have one UNO outstanding for the Purple Line Plaza that backs up, but all three buildings are open and occupied.
This picture that shows right now, is it the completed? Or
Correct.
is this previous? Is this the completed? So the open space and park and everything you have is the new one, correct?
Yeah, so this is a fairly up-to-date aerial which shows the new building that came in with Block B. Moving on to the preliminary plan, the diagram on the screen now, which shows Connecticut Avenue along the bottom of the screen and north to the right of the screen, shows the split zoning of the site. The applicant is proposing the creation of one lot with up to 19,000 square feet of commercial density and up to 220 units of residential density. And both the CRT and CRN zones are mixed use. However, the applicant has responded to the sector plan by proposing that all the commercial density be located entirely along Connecticut Avenue, while the residential uses and lower building heights along the site's western boundary at Loughborough Place provides a transition between the more intensive uses of the center, which is centered along Connecticut Avenue, and the existing residential neighborhoods, which are off-screen, just west of Loughborough Place and Laird Place. Regarding the proposed circulation, the plan proposes two access points, one from Laird Place and the other from Manor Road. And these access points will provide access for loading activities to support the proposed residential and retail components and access for vehicular parking, so it's a mix there. The bay for retail loading, service, and trash is fully concealed within the building. You can see it closer to Manor Road, while there's an additional loading bay for residents near Laird Place here on the right side of the diagram. All loading and vehicular parking and bicycle parking will be finalized at the time of site plan, which is forthcoming. On this screen, I wanted to focus again on the section which cuts across Connecticut Avenue. We're facing north here, and the site is shown in red to the west. Before, we wanted to highlight that the frontage improvements proposed along Connecticut Avenue includes a shared use path for side path along Connecticut Avenue, which contributes to the existing bicycle network, which was improved with the previous plans. On the east side of Connecticut Avenue, there is a separated two-way bike lane and improved frontage there, so this helps complement the bicycle network down Connecticut Avenue. Moving on to forest conservation, the aerial image on the screen now shows an overview of the site, which is buffered along Loughborough Place by a tall row of evergreen trees, which provide screening for the existing surface parking lot. And additionally, there are two specimen trees sized at 30 inches or greater along the rear of the property, which are protected by the variance provisions of the forest conservation law. These trees are seen better on this diagram circled in red here. There also is an additional canopy tree I wanted to point out, tree 30, which is proposed for removal. It's mature in size at over 24 inches in diameter, but does not meet the 30-inch criteria for a specimen tree. And as shown in the preliminary forest conservation plan, these three trees are proposed for removal due to the required frontage improvements in their general location in relation to the LOD. As discussed in detail in the staff report and variance request, the project proposal is not possible without significant impact to these trees, as well as the evergreen tree, which makes retaining them not feasible. However, in line with the requirements of Chapter 22A, as well as the canopy goals of the sector plan, there will be mitigation provided as shown by the proposed mitigation trees shown in dark green and canopy plantings in lighter green. While these are conceptual, final locations will be determined at time of site plan and further coordinated during the on-site pre-construction meetings. As part of the application process, the applicant completed required signposting on site and met all written noticing requirements. And during review, staff received feedback from the community members with concerns and objections to the proposed subdivision with the topics enumerated on the screen here. Following posting of the staff report, we also received written letters from the community addressing these same topics. We did get a chance to address those in the staff report, but I will give a brief overview here today just for discussion as well. Regarding the subdivision option to include townhomes, neighbors have raised concerns that in order to meet the sector plan recommendations, townhomes should be provided along Laurel Place, and that the subdivision itself incentivizes increased density across Block A, which is against the master plan. However, the sector plan itself does not speak to townhomes. Rather, on pages 29 through 30, the sector plan recommends that any development on the existing parking lot should be either residential or have a residential appearance. The design guidelines for Chevy Chase Lake do mention that the site may be designed to read as townhomes. However, that same document opens by stating that the guidelines suggest possible ways to achieve the goals of the sector plan, but are not the only approaches that may be appropriate. So between those two documents, in addition to the sketch plan approval, which included an option for multifamily and its approval, the proposal today remains in compliance with all requirements and recommendations for the site. Neighbors also voiced concerns for the environmental impact of the forest conservation plan, specifically along Laird Place at the rear of the property. As discussed in previous slides, the retention of these trees was explored, however, ultimately deemed not possible given the required frontage improvements on site. The two specimen trees proposed for removal have required mitigation plantings associated with them. And although the evergreen screening trees and smaller canopy tree don't have required mitigation, the applicant is proposing canopy tree plantings above the minimum required in order to meet the sector plan canopy goals as well. So there should be plenty of planting in excess of the required minimum. Regarding materials and detailed design elements that were voiced, both planning staff and the applicant team recognize the importance of material selection and making sure the proposed development remains visually compatible with the existing community as noted in the sector plan. However, the current application, which is a preliminary plan application, focuses on subdivision and lot design, and we will revisit these aspects at the future site plan. And there is a condition of approval just to make sure that we do address these topics at that time. Additional feedback was received regarding the proposed off-street loading internal to the future building on Laird Place. Just to review, the applicant is proposing 2 off-street loading spaces for the site. One is located completely internal to the building, and the other is an off-street loading space accessed from Laird Place. And residents contacted staff with concerns about the back-end maneuvers and trash and delivery trucks that would occur on Laird Place. While the zoning code requires off-street loading spaces for all projects with more than 50 units, which this is proposed for more than 50 units, operations and maneuvers are not regulated in the zoning ordinance. But in response to this concern, staff has included a condition of approval that requires a loading management plan be submitted with the site plan application when that comes in. And lastly, for the topic of open space, neighbors were concerned that the development would not provide open space on site. While the composition and design of open space will be further detailed in site plan, this plan does show the location of proposed open space, and the previous sketch plan approval included shared open space across blocks A.
Could you show that? Because I have a question on that also. Could you bring the plan to show the open space?
Sure. I believe I might have a slide that addresses open space. Okay, looks like I did not include that open space slide.
You could just use the slide that showed the actual, if you go down, the one that we were talking about. Yeah, that one.
Sure.
Okay,
So-
you want me to ask questions?
Yes.
Oh, okay, sorry. When I was reviewing the staff report, my concern, and this is true because, when we were in the Parks Department, we created a park on one side of a street, and we did not provide, and it was a major highway in between. People from the other side, they're not going to cross the street to come use unless you put a bridge or something, but they're not going to cross. So we provided the open space on this piece, assuming that people are going to cross Connecticut Avenue, use on the other side. I don't know if that is really realistic. If I live there, I'm not going to cross Connecticut Avenue to go there.
What I mean, it may be unrealistic, but I think it was approved as part of the sketch plan, correct? Where, I mean, so.
Yes, I
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
understand
yeah,
that,
yeah.
but
Yeah, I
I'm-
understand
Yeah,
what you're
yeah.
saying, and
I'm just
Okay,
making a
yeah,
comment.
yeah.
I understand it was approved, but I do not know how maybe we should make a consideration as part of our review that how people are going to access. I understand. I'm not talking about this is already approved or something. I totally get it. It was just that I was sort of surprised to see that how do we expect people cross Connecticut Avenue to go use open space? I know that we have put some around the edges, but it's not the same.
So I can respond to that, and Stephanie can follow up. So the Elza Heisel-McCoy, Chief Down County Planning, for the record, I think, as shown on the sketch plan, I think the development around the Purple Line Station is envisioned as sort of one piece. I think, there are a number of safe crossings across Connecticut Avenue. The plan recommends, I think, another at Laird Place. That's probably not going to happen. I think, the folks will be able to access the Capitol Crescent Trail just here, and they could, if they weren't comfortable crossing Connecticut, they could go across the bridge. So I think, the question that's being addressed here is having sort of a central, meaningful open space. I think, given the size of the site, open space on this property would be relatively small. I mean, they may be getting some credit for sidewalk space. That's public sidewalk space. That's technically on their property, and so I believe the space that they are looking at, and Stephanie and folks can correct me if I'm wrong, is there's a public plaza at the. Just, Sekou, can you highlight the public plaza at the Purple Line Station? So that's public space when folks are coming to and from the station to, whether they live here or they're going to the shops here or the supermarket. There's an escalator and stairs that go from the gap in the building up to that station. And so they are, I think that's where they're looking for a certain amount of the credit. So I think we hear you. I think this is part of a larger development that's envisioned to sort of bridge across Connecticut Avenue. So that was, so it's allowed in the zoning ordinance as well, but I think that was sort of the design intent.
Yeah, if you look at the townhouses that we're going to have, it's going to be where the cars are parked. What is the path for these people walking to the park that is right across? I don't see any path after, unless that they go to Manor and then go across and come back, and
Yes.
people don't do that.
I mean, I think it's not actually that
Just-
far.
just don't
I
do
think this open space, and there's probably programming that they've got in it. There's public art. I think that's part of it. So I think for folks living really on the west side of Connecticut Avenue, if they want to walk over to a restaurant, they're going to go up to Manor Road and cross there, and it's really not that far to get to that central open space from Manor. And then on the south side, there are pedestrian crossings, I think, down at Chevy Chase Lake Drive. If they wanted to go over the bridge, they can go over the bridge. So it's not, we're looking at a big area here, but it's really not that far.
I know, but we just have to make it safe for them. Maybe we may have to make sure that they have, as I do not know if we have it or not, that there are crosswalks and signage and protection for people with child, with strollers or whatever, that they be able to walk safely from their place to that. I understand it's not, unless it is not safe, it's not going to be used.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that was a priority of the plan. That's a priority of the State Highway Administration, priority for planning. Yeah, I think we're all on the same page.
I would just add, we're also, and you'll hear in our presentation, we're improving the sidewalk situation all around the site. Which will make it much more accessible to get across Connecticut Avenue as well.
Thank you all.
Okay, thank you for that question. And if you wanted to see the open spaces on page 14 of the staff report, if you wanted to revisit that. So that completes the correspondence topics. Before reviewing our recommendations, we also received some updates to the staff report, conditions of approval, and one finding as requested by the applicant after the staff report was posted. The first update here for condition number 16 separates the requirements of MCDPS and the State Highway Administration, given that Connecticut Avenue is a state highway, however, the remaining frontages are not, and thus they have different timing and regulatory requirements. So this change creates a new condition number 17 below, and with all subsequent conditions we renumbered in kind. The content remains the same between 16 and 17. We're just separating those conditions out. Our second update on this slide in condition 18 is also addresses a finding in the next slide that serves to reflect that both MCDOT and SHA, as noted in their approval letters, have accepted the requested building truncations without the need for easements. So that's condition 18, updating, just adding a sentence there. And this also corresponds to the finding of the preliminary plan, finding number 1, removing this sentence as shown on the screen. And one final update on the next slide is to correct the development table to reflect the requirements of the zone. The proposed section remains unchanged, so everything as detailed in the staff report remains the same. And finally, with that, we recommend approval of the plan with conditions enumerated in the staff report and updated today, and also approval of the forest conservation plan. Thank you.
Would the applicant like to make a presentation?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Good morning. Steve Robbins with the law firm of Lurch, Early and Brewer. It's a pleasure to be here today representing Bizzuto Development and the Chevy Chase Land Company, the applicants for the preliminary plan and preliminary forest conservation plan that are before you today. Let me just take a moment to introduce folks at the table. To my right, John Ziegenhain with the Chevy Chase Land Company. You've heard from Justin Kennel with Bizzuto Development, and Josh Sloan is to his immediate left. And Don Nelson is also here with us today, both from VICA. We have a few people online that are here with us as well, part of our team, including Nancy Randall from Wells and Associates, and of course, my colleague from Lurch, Hurley and Brewer to my immediate left, Liz Rogers. I want to first just take a moment to thank staff for all their efforts on this matter, particularly to Saquon, who has been the lead reviewer. He's done truly an excellent job, and we very much appreciate it. Also to Katie Mancorini as transportation reviewer, who, as always, has been very instrumental in coordinating the discussion points with amongst the various agencies reviewing the application, particularly the transportation agencies. And finally, of course, to Stephanie Dickel and Elza Heisel-McCoy for their supervision and direction. We truly appreciate it. The proposed development on Block A is the second phase of the larger overall mixed-use multi-phase redevelopment that you saw on your screen that was approved by the board through a sketch plan, and then, of course, Block B was approved through not only the sketch plan, but the preliminary plan, site plan, record plats, and of course, where we are today, having, I think, a beautiful development that is operating and people are enjoying very much. Block A will continue the high-quality transformative design that was begun on Block B and bring that same transformation to the west side of Connecticut Avenue to achieve the mixed-use town center envisioned by the sector plan. The underlying sketch plan envisioned 3 different development scenarios for the site, as mentioned by staff in one of the slides. The proposed project is fully consistent with the multifamily over retail option that was approved and contained in the sketch plan application. Specifically, as Saquon mentioned, we're proposing to consolidate the property into one lot to facilitate the redevelopment of this aging vehicular-oriented commercial shopping center, again, into a mixed-use, predominantly residential development. With that, I'd like to turn over the presentation to Justin, who has a few slides that he wants to show you, and then we'll conclude our presentation. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Steve. Justin Kennel from Bizzuto here. I just want to echo what Steve said regarding our appreciation for staff on this application. We appreciate their hard work and getting us to the board so quickly. And it was a pleasure to work through issues on a proactive basis. So thanks to everyone who worked on this application. We're thrilled to be partnering with Chevy Chase Land Company again, starting the process to redevelop Block A. The proposed development on Block A will serve as a bookend to Block B, which is pictured on the screen and recently had its grand opening celebration. We also recently had our second annual Jingle Jubilee celebration for the holidays, and a Jingle Jubilee, the holiday celebration, right there in the town square, which we saw, and it was really great to see everyone come out. Together with Block B, the development of Block A will define the gateway into Chevy Chase Lake, a gateway that was envisioned in the sector plan. As Steve mentioned, Block A will be developed as multifamily over retail, one of the approved options in the sketch plan. Consistent with the approval and the sector plan, the multifamily building will be designed to read as townhouses along Loughborough Place. We are very aware of the community's concern to keep this portion of the project as residential as possible and have embraced the sector plan and related design guidelines in order to make it happen. The design along Connecticut Avenue will incorporate thoughtful and complementary architecture and engaging neighborhood-oriented retail. We have spent much time with staff working on the streetscaping that will truly add value to the project in the neighborhood. This supports the walkable urban town center that was envisioned by the sector plan, while also ensuring a compatible edge to the town center, but also the surrounding neighborhoods. So as you can see on the screen in blue, the building will have individual walk-up entries along Loughborough Place, internal parking and loading to screen those activities, with the neighborhood retail and residential lobby oriented towards Connecticut Avenue. Given the property's transit-oriented location within walking distance to the Purple Line, a lot of effort was spent in coordinating the streetscape design. The resulting project provides wide landscape sidewalks on all 4 sides of the project and a shared use path along Connecticut Avenue, significantly enhancing the pedestrian circulation within Chevy Chase Lake. So we'll be back before the board for site plan approval, where we will get into the details of the building architecture and the site design for Block A. But pictured here is an illustrative sketch we created to show the design intent of the townhouse-style residences envisioned along Loughborough. We created this sketch to show our intention to keep this street feeling residential, quiet, and local. We'll do this through thoughtful architecture, plentiful trees, and lush landscaping. Community engagement is important to us. We pride ourselves in showing concern for our neighbors. We worked through a lot of input on Block B, and on Block A, we held a voluntary community meeting with the close-in neighbors right next to the site. We also had that right before our larger formal pre-submission community meeting. Also, recently, we met again with adjacent neighbors in October to hear their remaining comments on our application. We've heard their concerns. We've established plans to work through their concerns during site plan and appreciate their input throughout the process, specifically Mr. Jeff Rule, who I know is signed on today. We've had continuous dialogue on expectations for engagement through site plan. There were a few comments that we want to address during site plan. As I mentioned, the buildings along Loughborough will be designed to read as townhomes, which is consistent with the sector plan, the design guidelines, and the approved sketch plan. As I mentioned, the exact materials and the design will be determined through the subsequent site plan process. And to respond to the other comments received, we will develop a loading management plan that addresses delivery timeframes and noise. We will also work to develop a construction management plan to minimize impacts on the surrounding community due to noise and construction parking. We know that's important. On behalf of Bizzuto and Chevy Chase Land Company, it has been a privilege to work in this community. We're really proud of what has been built on Block B. and are excited to see the new residents and the retailers generating some activity there. We look forward to continuing to work with the broader community to address their comments on Block A during the site plan process. Thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Mr. Chair, just let me conclude by saying that we support and agree with staff's findings, their analysis, and their conclusions that the preliminary plan meets all the standards and requirements contained in the zoning ordinance and subdivision regulations, and so also substantially conforms to the Chevy Chase Lake Sector Plan and our prior approvals. Also, that the preliminary forest conservation plan satisfies the requirements of the Forest Conservation Ordinance. We agree that the board is able to make all the necessary findings to approve the applications as set forth in the staff report and also as set forth in the slide that you saw with the modifications to a few of the conditions. Thank you very much for your attention. We really appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Robbins and Mr. Kennel. We have one person. Oh, well, you have a question? Okay, please.
Just a couple of questions. I just saw that in your construction you're using pile, and you said you may use the vibration. I would be careful, and you may want to coordinate with DPS in regard that I have had neighbors complaining that the vibration, I do not know how close the property or other existing properties are there, so just coordinate with that.
Understood.
And also, I was wondering that do they have direct access, the community in Block A, do they have direct access to the Capitol Crescent Trail and Purple Line? I don't know how is the elevations. Do they just can come from the property and get to it, or do they have to go around?
So from Block A, they would walk south to the Purple Line, and there's a ramp.
So they don't have to cross the Connecticut Avenue?
They don't have to.
Can, okay.
It's an option, but the closer route is further south on the same side, Connecticut.
On the same side, and so they can get access
Correct.
to the, okay, good, thank you.
So we have Mr. Rule on the line. Mr. Rule, you had asked to testify?
Yes, let me go ahead and share my document here.
Okay.
Are you able to see that?
No, we can't see it.
Give me 1 second. There, are you able to see that?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, excellent. Thank you. So I wanted to give my thanks to the planning board and to the planning board staff, and also to Justin Kennel over at Bizzuto, who has been very engaged with us on this project. My name is Jeff Rule, and I do represent the neighbors of Chevy Chase Lake West. We are the neighborhood that is immediately adjacent to the proposed Block A development. The board should note that our neighborhood has discussed this project extensively, both with the planning board staff, and I'm sure you've received numerous letters from the neighborhood regarding Block A. I will be focusing my comments here today on the block consolidation and the forestry conservation plan, but we've also shared our opinions on the materials to be used during construction, the placement of the loading docks, the backup alarms associated with those loading docks, the open public space, and the parking that will be done both during construction and also during the final build. So on lot consolidation, our neighborhood really worked very closely. We've had some other construction going on behind us over here with the Crescent building behind us. We worked very closely with the staff, both during the sector plan and the sketch plan. And we had agreed to 40-foot townhomes separating the 40-foot townhomes along Lowborough and then the larger apartments along Connecticut Avenue. And you saw that in the options that Saquon actually presented earlier. So what we were operating against was, you can see the direct quote down here, was that new buildings should be designed as short rows of townhouses, reflecting or reinterpreting their portions, rhythms, materials of existing facing single-family detached homes. So this is what we went in with our expectations around this. To me, there was no ambiguity in this statement. These were to be townhomes along here, not things that look like townhomes, not things that are multifamily homes. These were supposed to be townhomes. So our neighborhood has been a little disappointed here that the options that have been selected here are in fact not townhomes, they are multifamily homes that will be there. And we do not believe that's in keeping with the character of the neighborhood. Additionally, I should also note, and I think you saw it in what Justin presented in his slides, the materials, all the facing homes along there are predominantly wood, or I'm sorry, predominantly brick with very little wood actually being shown. And in all the designs that we've seen and the discussions we've had with Mr. Kennel, it does appear that they are planning on using siding along this. So we would ask that the materials be kept, again, in keeping with the sector plan. We would like these to be townhomes, and we would like them to be keeping with the materials that are reflected actually in the actual original sector plan. I think our concern here is that with increasing interest rates, this project may become less financially viable over time. And our concern is that the materials will be swapped out. There will be a great push for greater density, greater multifamily, and cheaper materials associated with this. And that particularly would be in sharp contrast with the remaining neighborhood. Let me move over to the forestry plan here. So the request from Bozzuto and also from the planning staff has also been that we are going to clear cut all 41 mature trees along Block A. Now, we certainly understand construction is going to happen on this site, that some trees will be removed, but this is a full clear cutting of every single tree on the site. I understand the new trees will eventually be planted in that place, but it doesn't seem like it's much of a forestry conservation plan if in fact every single tree is cut down on the site. So our ask here is that some trees be maintained on the site, particularly some of the larger, more mature trees. Understand that probably will involve some changes to the existing designs, but it doesn't seem to be in keeping with the forestry conservation plan to clear cut the entire site. So I wanted to follow up here. So with lot consolidation here, it's our belief here that by granting lot consolidation, it will lead to the townhomes be permanently converted into apartments and will allow them to be built over the current alley space. Our neighborhood wishes to adhere with the original agreed upon sector plan that we are engaged with and be able to keep those as townhomes. If the lots are consolidated, which quite frankly, it seems like they probably will be, we do ask that the planning board actually designate these as townhomes along there and clearly differentiate townhomes from actual apartments along there, with keeping with the neighborhood in general. On the forestry conservation plan, we do ask that at least some trees be maintained. I don't necessarily want to get into designating exactly which ones, but the more mature ones obviously engage in greater kind of blocking of noise, both during construction and after the actual apartments are actually built. So there were a couple other issues that came up during here, and I think I have a few minutes remaining here. The open spaces along there. The original plan did call for public open space. I'm a little worried here that there is no public open space on the site right now. I don't think any of us would agree that sidewalks constitute open space, open public space as a place where we can actually engage in recreation. So that is concerning. And the other one I wanted to bring up was around the loading docks. The loading docks, particularly on the Laird Place side, which is directly near my home, is less than 200 feet away. And our concern here is that there will be trucks backing in there along with backup alarms. There will be retail in there. Retail often likes to have early delivery of things. So our concern here is that we will have trucks backing in there with backup alarms at 4 or 5 in the morning, waking up several homes which are immediately adjacent to that in the neighborhood. So with that said, I do appreciate the time both here to the planning board, the planning staff, and again, do appreciate the engagement of Bozzuto on this. The neighbors at Chevy Chase Lake West will continue to stay involved with both Bozzuto and the planning board during the stays. And we want to make sure that the neighbors' needs are accounted for both during the construction phase and during the final building. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rule. The commissioners have any questions, comments, and also staff? I think maybe you can quickly go over again, talking through. They mentioned 3 or 4 things here that they thought they were getting. Sector plan said townhomes again. That the building materials talked about the trees, but maybe one of the things to show with is there a landscape plan comes next? I mean, and that comes at site plan. And just go through it again, and then we may have a couple other questions, and then we can finish up here.
So I'll start off. I led the sector plan effort 10 years ago. So I think the primary issue with development along the west side of, or the east side rather, of Lafaro Place was that the units there, or the development there, be in scale. And so the language in the sector plan is designed as townhouses. It doesn't say they must be townhouses. And so I think we agree with, I think, the applicant and Mr. Rule and his neighbors that, this is a design question. I think we've seen sort of the starting point of the applicant, and I think that as we move into site plan, we will be looking in much greater detail at what that facade is, not only for the pieces that are meant to appear as larger homes, but also sort of the interstitial spaces. What does that feel like? So we will be spending a lot of time on that at site plan. Regarding the trees, I think the sector plan is very clear. So right now, the pine trees that were shown, those are a visual break. Those there's a brick wall behind them, but it blocks the view of the parking lot from the residences. The sector plan envisions development on that side of the street, so we are now looking at a residential streetscape, and really any pine trees, but particularly mature pine trees, are not street trees. They take up a lot of space, and they're not, I think, consistent with the, so even from the forest conservation, I'll let Saquon talk about the forest conservation piece of it in terms of survivability, but from a design standpoint, from an urban design standpoint, we're looking for a residential street, and we wouldn't recommend that the pine trees, they're not street trees. If there was open space, and I think if there were, if the site were larger and in a different location and there weren't trees, this were somewhere else, that I think we would be supportive of them staying, but this is a constrained site that was intended in the sector plan to be redeveloped. So I think we hear a lot of the concerns. I think we have added conditions. So again, this is a preliminary plan of subdivision. There are no buildings in a preliminary plan of subdivisions. There's only lots. I think that you can make a building appear to be townhouses, but to operate differently. And I think we will definitely be working with that at site plan. So again, all the comments are good. They're not really preliminary plan issues. They're site plan issues, and we look forward to working with the applicant and the neighbors to come up with the right design.
Elsa, the sketch that you showed us looks like townhouse. At least that's how I saw it. So they have a sketch, and maybe we could show that to Mr. Rule, because frankly, I thought it looked like a townhouse. And if it looks like a townhouse, but act as a multifamily, I think that's what the neighbors are concerned, to make sure that it matches with that. And that did. So I understand that why Mr. Rule is asking at this time, but I think that with what the applicant has done, their concern is sort of taken into account.
Yeah, and I'm fine that at this point, the preliminary plan, the applicant has addressed the requirements of a preliminary plan. And Mr. Rule, the issues that you had brought up will be addressed at site plan. And so when it comes back, then we will make sure it's townhouse, looks like a townhouse. We'll make sure, the staff will make sure the building materials are compatible or consistent or of high quality. And then the other is we'll have a landscape plan that will show that how it buffers or and I'm sure that and we'll address that then. So I don't know if there are any other questions or comments, but I just had one thing about, just out of curiosity, on the traffic plan, not the traffic plan, but on Connecticut. Is there a reason why it's unbalanced? Is it because maybe it's just where the section is? On one side it's 3 lanes, the other side it's 4 lanes. And I'm not sure what at the time, what was there a reasoning for that, but that was just approved at is that what State Highway wanted?
Can we pull up the staff computer on the monitor, please?
And then also, have you talked, it'd be interesting, will you get that drop-off? I mean, you've applied for it on Connecticut?
So no, there won't be a drop-off on Connecticut. I think we can be definitive about that. We've had lots of discussions,
Okay.
including with State
Yeah,
Highway.
okay.
So I think in this case, that center lane is a turn lane.
I see.
Yeah, for Manor, so you have 3 lanes in each direction.
I see. Okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments?
I have a comment. I appreciate Mr. Rule's input and also appreciate the staff and Bizzuto working with the community and trying to resolve their concerns. And I do look forward to the development. It's going to be a good use of the space. I am familiar with the Starbucks there, and I often question the use of the vast amount of parking there. But the mixed use and the plan and development of that community, it makes sense. And I think the citizens' concerns with regards to the noise, especially with the ingress and egress of commercial trucks, needs to be seriously considered, but also take into consideration the improvement of the area. I think it's a good idea and a well-conceived plan. Thanks.
If no other questions or comments, do I have a motion for approval of, let me just go back to here, the preliminary plan 120230110 and should we do this forest conservation
Separate, right?
separately?
Separately.
Okay, so do I have
Yeah, I'll move to approve the preliminary plan, application number 1/2023-0110.
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And then move to approve the forest conservation plan number F 2023-0410.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, the ayes have it. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
We're looking forward to this wonderful project. Thank you. Yeah, oh, that's right. I'm sorry. Okay, we're on item number 8, closed session. According to Maryland Annotated Code, General Provision, Article 3-305B7, to consult with counsel to obtain legal advice, and 8, consult with staff, consultants, and other individuals about pending or potential litigation. We would like to, do I have a motion that we go into closed session?
Yeah, I move that we go into closed session.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, the ayes have it, and then we'll take a break and come back at 1:45. Thank you. Good afternoon. We're on item number 9, briefing from the Planning Department on Montgomery County demographic trends, where Carrie McCarthy from Planning is presenting along with James Lee. So welcome.
Great, thank you. For the record, my name is Carrie McCarthy, Division Chief for Research and Strategic Projects, and I'm pleased to be here this afternoon with my colleague James Lee, Demographic and Forecast Specialist and Forecaster, talking about some of the demographic trends in Montgomery County. We'll cover a range of topics related to the population, and this presentation had been requested after we provided you with the Hispanic profile, and Commissioner Pedoeem requested a broader overview of some of the demographic changes in the county. The presentation, the county-wide trends are updated through 2022, and then we've also included some slides from our presentation in January we gave to the County Council that breaks out the data by council district that goes through 2020, and it provides an interesting sub-area snapshot of the county. I want to give a little background on where we get our demographic data. Most people have heard of the decennial census, which happens every 10 years, and the last one was completed in 2020. That's a great resource because they count 100% of the population. The main purpose is to proportion congressional representation. A richer data source that we use the most extensively is the American Community Survey. That is conducted annually to a sample of 3.5 million households across the country. It provides detailed data on race, income, education, occupation, commuting, housing, et cetera. And the data is available in what they call a one-year sample or a 5-year sample tabulation. We like the 5-year tabulation for small area census tract analysis because it's a little more detailed and reliable than some of the 1-year data. And then lastly, the census also produces annual population estimates for the county, and those change based on birth, death rates, housing permits, things like that. And there can be a lot of variability in some of the PEP data. The purpose of the map is just to get you oriented at the layout of the county. You can see the 7 council districts. The county council increased from 5 to 7 in 2020. Those are the blue lines, and then the red lines are census tracts. Census tracts are drawn to be approximately the same size, with between 1,200 and 8,000 people. That means that the smaller size tracts actually have more people in them. So those represent some of the denser areas of the county. And this is a really important geography for when we do demographic analysis. So Montgomery County is a large, slow-growing jurisdiction. Our population was around 1.05 million in 2022. Fairfax County is the largest county in the DC metro area with over 1.1 million people. And our population represents 17% of the state of Maryland's population. Now, it's really unusual to be a county of our size. We're the 45th largest county in the country. And we're only one of 47 counties to have a population over 1 million people. That's less than 2% of the 3,000 plus counties in the country. And so from the map, you can see the largest counties in the country are LA and Cook County, Illinois. And then there's sort of a few other large counties out west, a little few in the south, and scattered out, but there really are not many counties our size. And large populations really require a different level of government services and planning strategies. But our growth rate has really slowed over time. We grew from 971,000 people in 2010 to 1.06 million in 2020, which is 9% growth over 10 years. The 2022 population estimate was only 1.05 million. So we had a slight decline over a 2-year period. It reflects some regional trends. It reflects some impacts of the pandemic. But given our size, even a small rate of growth is still a lot of people. 1% of 1 million is still a good number. So as we think about planning for housing and transportation and schools, we still have a lot of people coming. In terms of the growth trends with the population decline, we don't know if that's a blip, impacted by the factors I mentioned or something that's going to be part of a longer-term trend.
Can you define growth rate?
Yeah, it's the change in population over time. What's shown here is an annual average growth rate. So usually it's the 10-year average divided by the number of years. It's a percentage, so that's why it's a percentage. So in the 60s, the population was growing by 10% a year. We're less than 1% a year. Now, this graph is a little complicated, but we wanted to show it because it breaks out the different components of growth and then how that relates to population change. So the blue bars are natural increase, which is births minus deaths. The gray bars are net international migration. As the, a major suburb outside one of the few global cities in the world, Washington, D.C., capital of the United States, there is only one national capital and there's only one country like the United States in the world. We get a lot of international migration. And then the orange is net domestic migration. And the net numbers are people coming minus people going. So even before the pandemic, before 2020, but for international migration, we would have had declining population. Many years because the people moving out exceeded the people moving in. Washington, D.C. has tended to be counter-cyclical, where during recessionary periods, the government spends money, so more jobs are created in this area, so people move here during recessionary times, and then as times get better in the rest of the country, they move other places for opportunities. It's to be told, we've seen some changes to that pattern. Since 2020, when the borders closed all over the world, you can see that significant, the blue declined, so we didn't have, the gray declined, so we did not have the international migration we've had in previous years. And particularly in this past year, we've had significant net domestic migration. So those are just some of the trends that are driving the population changes over time.
So people leaving, do you have some thoughts on why they're leaving? More people leaving than coming?
Yeah, it's a variety of factors. A lot of times, and we've done some short pieces about this that I'll make sure we can send around. People moving, it's mainly people move to Prince George's, people move to Frederick, people move to sort of other major cities. There's most of the movement is in the region. So it's, people kind of moving for opportunity in the region, and then people leaving are generally leaving to the south and southwest. And there's just been a lot of growth in the Sun Belt still. This map shows population density. The red-orange colors are the densest areas of the county, yellow is moderate, and then green are the least dense areas of the county. So you can see we spend a lot of time, we spend a lot of focus planning our densest areas of the county, but it really represents a pretty small amount of space geographically, and it really is concentrated along the Red Line and the 270 corridor.
Interrupt you, but it would be great if if you could segregate the reason, what percentage left because affordable housing, because they couldn't get housing. If that's, trying to tell the story as was it 2%, 10%, 50%?
We don't know why, though. Yeah. We actually, a couple years ago, spent time looking at trying to understand migration, and the issue is once people leave, it's harder. There's no exit survey from Montgomery County. If we need to ask the real estate brokers to do exit surveys when they sell houses for people who are leaving the area. There's just the IRS data that shows some patterns, and it's just we don't know. And then we tried to do sort of an inverse analysis of the American Community Survey, and people went other places and that used to live in Montgomery County to look at their characteristics, and the issue is the sample size isn't big enough to get reliable results to know if it's actually accurate for the factors.
Can I ask you another question? Could you go back to the previous slide?
Yeah.
that one concerns me because we always thought that within the next 20 years or 10 years, we're going to have additional 200,000 people coming in. And also we are expediting all of this housing, and we keep saying that we don't have enough, and we don't have enough affordable housing because more people are coming, we have less. But this is gonna, if this trend continues, what's gonna happen with us rushing so much to do all of this housing and then no one comes?
Yeah, that's a good question.
I think it's housing and jobs, maybe, but I don't know. Ms. Stern, you had it.
Sure, Tanya Stern, Deputy Planning Director. I also just wanted to add a little bit to the previous question about why people are moving to other places. And again, as Carrie noted, there's no, exit interviews. There's no real way to capture that data in a, I guess, statistically valid way. But just some things that I've certainly read about, it's, some of the areas of the country that is experiencing a lot of job growth is also a lot cheaper to live there as well. Even if people aren't looking for quote unquote affordable housing, just the cost of living is less expensive in some of those other areas. And I think something else for us to keep in mind moving forward, now that there's so much more remote work, someone could get a job that's sort of a job that's located here, but can do it remotely, and then they can move to North Carolina, for example, so they can still get the benefit of, the salary that they would have earned from this area, but they live in a lower cost area. So I think that actually gives people even more opportunities to move to lower cost places because they don't necessarily have to live where the job is actually, the job location is actually located, which may be in a more expensive market.
And that is dangerous also because it's going to cut the revenue, because now we pay people's salary from our revenue. It's going to be our expenses, but we don't get the benefit of the tax basis when people go out. That is even more, in my opinion, more concerning, that we have to brace ourselves.
Yeah.
And then just, if I can just also just address Chair Harris's, your more recent question, certainly with the decline in the growth rate, growth is still happening. It's just not happening at the same rate as what was originally forecasted earlier. And so with the round 10 forecasts, the county is still seeing growth, but the numbers are just not as high as, again, what was forecasted earlier. So there's still, there will still be a need for housing. People are still moving here. People are, young people who grew up in their families' homes are becoming adults. They need places to live. They're forming their own households. I think the issue is just that we're just not seeing the same rate of growth as before, but the need still exists.
Yeah. And I just wanted to also just note that in looking at other, I think this is far from a unique problem that we have here. I think many urban areas and cities across the country in the past couple years since COVID have experienced something similar. But in terms of all of the work we're doing here to expedite housing, I mean, part of the challenge as well is just the shortage that we are sort of still catching up to meet. And so in that sense, it's like we have a lot of work to do to meet shortage, and then we have a lot of work to do to meet the ongoing, even if it's slower, but the ongoing growth and then kind of future growth. So, and this is certainly not illustrative of what the trend might be, but I think we can also start to see a little bit in 2021, 2022, and I think this is played out in other cities as well. A bit of an uptick from kind of the depths of COVID population loss, as people were really highly experimenting with remote work and finding cheaper places to live, and I think some of that is slowly starting to sort of rebound back to more urban areas. But this really is a fascinating kind of look at the counter-cyclical trends as you described them too.
Yeah. The housing crisis during starting in 2007, 2008, the production of housing has been fell off a cliff during the housing crunch and has not caught back up with even the natural population growth, much less the increase that we've seen over the last 15 years. So even then we end up with a debt, and you can see the decline. And then to a certain extent, and it's complex, and there's business reasons for it and employment reasons for it, but also housing tends to precede the economic development and the businesses. You can have production of housing can proceed and encourage. That's a piece of the infrastructure. And if you talk to, business location, if you look at it, the two things that matter are infrastructure and employees. And so if you have housing that people can afford and an educated workforce or what have you with the necessary skills, that brings the thing. All the tax incentives in the world won't get you anything if you don't have a place to take your products or people to do your job for you. So like you're to a certain extent, planning for the housing precedes the economic development that you hope comes, or at least it can enhance the ability to attract that level of economic development. Do a lot of that.
Great discussion. This just shows the distribution of residents by council districts in 2010, how it changed to 2020. The decision to increase the number of districts by 2 was in part so that each district would be a little smaller, so that people could have more access to their council member. This graph shows the population density by district. Since council districts are drawn to have the same number of people approximately per district, and there's variation in the density across the county, we sort of end up with some districts that have some pretty big differences in density and size. So, a lot of things affect the density: parks, wetlands, and other environmentally sensitive areas, concentration of commercial areas, the ag reserve. But we can see that District 2 is the largest geographically at 187 square miles, where District 4 is the smallest at only 20 square miles. And District 4 is about 1/9 the size of District 2. So the council members like this slide because they all sort of feel like they have to, some of them drive more than others to get to different neighborhoods in their district.
I have a quick question with the similar population, or they have to have the same population for the district. Does the county have any requirements for that other than I know there's been court cases on how closely they have to match each other in population. I was just curious if we have a standard at the county level.
They know they try
If
to
you
get
know,
them the same size, and then there's some discussion about balancing the racial composition.
Yeah,
There was a whole, we can send you the information on the website of the whole, there was
They
a
had the
whole commission.
redistricting commission recently, but I just was curious if there were requirements of those.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Consider that. And I have a couple of slides that will address some other composition by district. This shows the dramatic change in the racial composition of the county since the 60s, when we were less than 4% people of color, and today we are nearly 60% people of color. Census tracks race and ethnicity separately, but we typically analyze them as a combined variable. So just a quick definition. The US Census Bureau considers race and ethnicity to be two separate and distinct concepts. Race is a person's self-identification with one or more social groups. On census surveys, an individual can report as white, black, African American, Asian, American Indian, and Alaska Native, Native Hawaiian, or other Pacific Islander, or some other race. Additionally, respondents may report multiple races. OMB defines what people from Europe, the Middle East, and North Africa. Native Americans are other. Ethnicity determines whether a person is of Hispanic origin or not. Ethnicity is divided into two mutually exclusive categories: Hispanic or Latino, or not Hispanic or Latino. Hispanic origin may be viewed as heritage, nationality, lineage, country of birth, or the person's parents or ancestors before arriving in the United States. The Office of Management and Budget, OMB, requires federal agencies to use a minimum of 2 ethnicities in collecting reporting data. Again, this point about Hispanic or Latino, not Hispanic or Latino. We've received questions in the past about trying to break out different categories into smaller groups, such as breaking out Asians into Korean, Chinese, Vietnamese, et cetera. But the information's not cleanly available. We spent a lot of time thinking about that. There is an ancestry question, but that's another one because it talks about people's roots and their heritage. So yeah, unfortunately, our ability to break out the population by racial and ethnic groups is constrained by the federal definitions. This graph shows the population distribution by race.
I do have a question on that.
Yeah.
Because there's a map that I can't specifically reference, but it showed the demographic ethnic stratification in Montgomery County. I could have swore that there was a map that showed Chinese population in certain parts of Rockville.
That might be our languages map that we have broken
It was the
out.
languages map.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's my guess.
Okay,
Do you have any other thoughts?
but the United States data doesn't distinguish between Asian groups.
No, not the racial categories.
Okay, because there's a great diversity amongst Asian groups, and they're not a monolith.
Yeah.
There's like ethnic pride
Yeah.
and stratification amongst themselves, and they're not necessarily cooperative.
Yeah. Do you have additional thoughts to?
Yes, for the record, James Lee, forecaster and demographic research specialist. So the way that the Census Bureau collects the race data, they do ask about, there are boxes that will ask you if you're Chinese, Korean, Japanese, et cetera, et cetera. Whether the Census Bureau decides to report those disaggregated categories or not, that's a separate matter, and it's related to, for example, the geographic level. So in many cases, for example, at the census tract level, they will not report that information, partly due to the fact that it could identify someone.
This graph shows the distribution by race of the current council districts. Now we have 6 of 7 districts are majority people of color. I have a couple of slides to talk about the characteristics of the foreign-born. Adjacent to Washington, D.C., Montgomery County has a long history of being an immigrant magnet. The graph illustrates the county's steadily increasing percentage of the foreign-born population from 12% in 1980 to 19% in 1990 to 34% in 2020, excuse me. Today, this number is about 359,000 people, again, 34% of the county. Montgomery County ranks first in the Washington region with the percentage of the foreign-born population. We're also home to about 35% of the state of Maryland's foreign-born population. And we also have a higher concentration of foreign-born than the Washington region overall. For that is about 24%. This graph shows the top regions and countries of origin. Latin America and Asian are by far the most common regions of origin, where El Salvador, Ethiopia, and China are the top 3 countries of origin at nearly 27% of the total.
When you say Asia, do you mean Asian, or this is the whole continent of Asia?
Asia, the continent.
Okay.
Looking at languages spoken at home, nearly 60% of residents speak only English at home, but then that leaves just over 40% that speak a language other than English. Perhaps not surprisingly, Spanish is the most predominant language. 17% of households speak Spanish, followed by 4.2% speak Chinese, and then 3.6% speak Amharic, Somali, or other Afro-Asiatic languages. And that represents the significant and growing Ethiopian population in the county. And then there's another longer list that are less than 2% each. So the diversity in the county is really illustrated by the diversity of languages spoken at home. And that's part of the reason why when we did Thrive, we had all of our materials translated into 7 languages. We'll talk more about educational attainment later in the presentation, but I wanted to show some quick data about the education levels of the foreign-born population. Montgomery County has a very high educational attainment overall, including in our foreign-born population. 20% of foreign-born residents in Montgomery County have a graduate or professional degree, while that's a lower percentage than the percentage of residents who are born in the US in Montgomery County who have a graduate or professional degree, it's greater than the foreign-born population in Washington, D.C. overall. So again, the foreign-born population, is a very highly educated resource for us, but a lot of times these residents do have challenges with credentials transferring over, skills transferring over. So, we do have portions of the population who are less educated or who may not be able to fully leverage their previous international educational attainment. Now a little bit to talk about households. This graph shows the changes in the household composition over time. We've seen really dramatic changes from the 1960s when the county was nearly 60% married couples with children. Today, the largest group is non-family households, which includes people living alone. The percentage of households that are couples without children exceeds the percentage of households comprised of couples with children. And we don't have a great breakout if that's couples who are young, who have not had children yet, or if that's couples that are older, whose children have left. But given over some of the age stuff you'll see later, it's more likely it's people who are older whose children have left. Also notable is the small but steady increase in other family households at 9% in 2022. And that's households living with grandparents, aunts, uncles, multi-generational households.
I apologize for this, but I think with my age, I have some color issues with distinguishing shades of blue. Mm-hmm. And so 23% at the bottom of 2022 represents
married couples with children under 18, yeah.
Okay. Married couple.
And then it's 29% married couple, no children under 18, 7% single parents with children under 18. Then the lighter, the blue-gray is other family, and then the gray is non-family.
So single parent has been pretty consistent for many years. Interesting. Thank you.
So non-family is singles.
It's both singles and people living with roommates. So the next slide, actually, 2 slides, it breaks it out a little bit. So this just shows the trend in household and family size over time. Montgomery County, as a suburban destination, we have above average family size. The trend's interesting because the top light blue line and the red line are average family size. The blue is Montgomery County, the red is the national number. And we were higher, and then the numbers got very close together from the 80s through the 2000s, and then they've diverged again, where we're higher than the national average, based on a slightly larger increment. And then sort of similar pattern on the average household size, where we've stayed larger, the numbers pulled closer together, and then we've diverged. Overall, it's been a downward trend in both, but we have seen the slight uptick in average family size. So I think the trend, fewer people are having children, but of people who are having children, they're having maybe slightly more children. So you see some of those. It's as we think about housing types, it shows we really need a range of sizes of units.
I'm confused. The household size is less than the family size because household is people that they live in the household but they're not family.
Yeah.
So how could they be less than the family? It should be higher.
Well, it's because it's like people living alone that's one, so that you don't.
Oh, just being alone, no family. But
Yeah,
if
it
it's a
gets
family
counted
and they
differently,
have
families
like
are-
roommate, that is not
I will
included.
turn to the experts who.
Okay.
Yes, for the record, James Lee, forecaster and demographic research specialist. The Census Bureau distinguishes between family and non-family. So what you're seeing for the average household size, that's pulling everybody together. So both families and non-families. So again, non-families, the bulk of them are single person households. So that's why the numbers are lower. Families are, according to the Census Bureau's definition, a family consists of a household where there's a relationship between the householder and its members by marriage, blood, or adoption.
like grandparents and uncle and aunts and those people that they live together, they are family size. And then if there is a family that they may have some roommates, that's called household size?
Well, I think to your point,
Or there is no category for that, I guess.
you mentioned other family members like uncles, grandparents. So that's reflected in the average family size. So there may be some of the families may be multi-generational, which multi-generational households, which may be a little bit bigger. So it may not just be necessarily parents having more children that are bumping up the average family size. We may have more families where they are multi-generational. So grandma and grandpa is living with mom and dad plus the kids.
It's very interesting because I know for a fact, because I was working with some group, the family size of, our Hispanic is one of the biggest group, and they usually have a larger family size because they live together. To me, it's strange that shows, and they're very close family ties. So it's strange that shows that it's just 3.27.
Well, and that's everyone countywide. Another way of thinking about the household size is it's all housing units divided by the total number of people. And this breaks out that household composition by district. And this data point, because of the type of data we used, we're able to break out householders living alone versus non-family households, bigger than one person, sort of the roommates, other unrelated people. And this is interesting because we see a little bit of variation by district. District 6, where we're located, has the largest average household size, followed by districts 2 and 7. District 4, which again is Councilmember Stewart's district from Tacoma to Silver Spring to North Bethesda along that axis with those dense urban areas, has the smallest average household size. This graph shows housing tenure. Overall, 66% of households in the county own their home. But again, this is a number that varies widely by council district, which is pretty interesting. District 7, which is sort of the northeastern part of the county, northeastern, north central, Councilmember Lugcree, over 80% of residents own their own homes. Where again, districts 4 and 3 have the lowest percentage of households that own their homes at 47% and 52% respectively. The inverse, of course, shown in the light blue is the percentage of renters in each district.
A question in regard to the previous, graph that you showed. Could we conclude that the bigger families move away from the urban or multifamily housing? Is that one thing? Because when they have bigger families, they probably want. Could it be because you see a lot of times that people, when they're younger and they don't have children, they live in the urban areas. The first child, they're okay, but as soon as they have the 2 child, they want to go somewhere that they have more space for the kids to run around, and they move out to the outskirts. Is that something that could be concluded? I'm just asking.
No, I'm positive I can ask James to chime in too. I think generally yes, but there are some exceptions, so that's why I want to hesitate. We definitely, and we see this in some of the analysis they do for the GIP. Some of the older garden apartments are larger, and so sometimes there are families in those units. So yeah, it's a little bit hard to. We'd have to kind of cut the data in some more detail. I don't want to be definitive. Your answer. Anything else to add, James? Nothing to add. Yeah. But the county also has some significant disparities in housing ownership by race. Over 75% of white and Asian households own their home, but that drops significantly where only 46% of Black households and 52% of Asian households own their home. So to the extent that housing is a driver of generational wealth, those populations are at a significant disadvantage in their current home ownership rates. Now we're going to talk a little bit about age. We are an aging county. Over time, the percentage of children under 20 declines from 27% in 2000 to 24% in 2045. Where the share of people over 65 is expected to increase from 11% in 2000 to, it's about 17% today, to 21% in 2045. These projections by age are produced by the state of Maryland. So, as we've worked in planning, we have to think about the needs for housing for older adults. We did a study a couple of years ago. The biggest question for me is what happens to the workforce? And certainly some people are staying in the workforce longer, but how do we ensure this county is attractive to younger people, younger families who can move here and take the jobs of the people who are retiring so that we still have that workforce that's attractive to businesses?
So are we going to have a graph for the younger generation to see that if we have enough housing for our younger generation? Because I do not know what this thing is telling us. Is it that the aging residents stay in the county and therefore the younger leave, or we are producing more housing so we keep our aging residents, at the same time we are keeping the younger one also? I think those kind of things are very important for us to figure here.
Oh, I'm going to let the experts think, and then I have one comment to make on that, but that's for like other things.
I saw he turn on his light. So.
Well, the only thing to say to that is that one of the things that we've seen, at least on a national level, as we look at housing, is that older folks are tending to stay in larger houses longer. They're not moving out. They're not downsizing as much as they used to, and they tend to stay in the same area and retain a larger house, like larger housing size, rather than move out, because there's not options to move out. So you end up with some evidence, at least on a national level, of retention of a house past the time at which you would have changed your housing situation. So your kids move out, you're living in a 4-bedroom house with 2 people in it, or you're turning it into not really a rental, which is something that you see as well in certain situations. So it's not that it tends to not necessarily be the movement of individual people within, but the retention of housing that otherwise would have turned over. And so at some point, so they want to stay within the neighborhood that they know, and or whatever it might be, maybe stay within the community, but they're retaining the house that's larger than maybe is necessary for the couple that's still living there, that would have been necessary in their 30s and 40s, may not be necessary in their 60s, because there's a lack of housing variety, or at least that's one of the arguments. And we see that. I know we see that nationally.
See,
But
that was my answer. So
it's another argument that a lot of aging people, they stay because they have families that they want to entertain, and that's another reason that they have that. But I don't know. That's what I'm asking the question. That what's the ratio of the maybe we should have. I heard today in the news that the force job market is changing, and now the Generation X is the dominant generation in the workplace. So they're pushing the baby boomers out because baby boomers are retiring. So we have Generation X, that they are going to be the dominant one. Do we have housing for them? And those are the ones that probably they're going to have the younger children.
yeah, I think it's finally about time. And then there's also Generation Z, or people in their 20s. So we now have X, millennials, and Z. So.
Millennial also.
Yeah.
If I can add my 2 cents as a Generation X representative myself, I think just given the age range that members of Generation X are in, they may already be homeowners. I think the question is with the millennial population, because they're at an age where they're more likely to have younger children. They may still be forming households, and at least anecdotally, and I'm looking to James and Carrie, just trying to remember some of the data from a number of years ago, their entry into homeownership may have occurred at a later age than, say, Gen Xers, for example.
Yeah. At least a lot of the national information on millennial home ownership is speaking as an elder millennial, hello, is that the older cohort of the generation, there was some delayed housing formation generally due to the housing crash and some of that nature. But the elder millennial cohort tends to have at this point caught up, although later than earlier generations, on household formation and the purchase of a house. It's the younger cohort that's in now their, it would be their early to 30s or something like that are still lagging behind on a generational level. At least that's sort of the broad trends.
Yeah, this information is very, at least for me, is very interesting to realize that what kind of housing we want to attract these people to, because depending on their generation, I think they have different needs.
Just one suggestion, and I don't recall if it's in this deck, but maybe to break out the household, the ownership, or maybe just a housing tenure data by age. So you can show, so for instance, among the residents who are homeowners, what's the breakdown by the age cohort, and also for rental. That might help to kind of unpack some of this.
Yeah, and we had a housing needs assessment done a few years ago that showed that, yeah, we do have that mismatch of smaller households living in bigger houses. And it's a tough issue. It becomes a lot of a financial tax issue too, with inheritance taxes and capital gains. And if you live in a house you paid off that's now worth $1 million and you paid $200,000 for it, the best way to keep it for your kids is to stay put. In addition to the community point is, you see from maps of the density and the distribution of our housing stock, we don't have many apartments near single-family zones. So even if you want to stay close to your doctor, close to your church, close to your neighbors, you don't have as many choices within census tract neighborhood. So as we continue to work to tackle some of these housing issues, that's something to keep in mind of why it's so important to diversify the housing stock in different parts of the county.
And not to belabor this point too, but we've seen an increase also in single one-person senior households as well, or dual households. We've seen some changes in the demographics also of the senior population of either single households or longer-lived pair households that have gone on, as we see it in some of the HUD-funded housing and things like that, where we have to adjust or if we have it, we have to adjust that sizes. So there's also been some demographic changes among the largest population that tends to be increasing as well. It's no longer sort of a standard two-person longer house.
Moving on, this looks at the age distribution by race and ethnicity. Among the Black, Hispanic, and Asian populations, there are larger shares in the younger age group, which is the orange and blue bars at the bottom. And then meanwhile, the white non-Hispanic population has larger shares in the older age groups. See the blue and gray bars. As the non-Hispanic white populations continues to age, more of our current and future populations will be people of color. And we talk about that a lot in the planning department, particularly as we do outreach for these plans, as we did outreach for Thrive, and making sure that we're reaching out to people who represent the cross-section of the community that are the future of the county, younger people, people of color, not just sort of seniors who are sort of more familiar with the planning process. And we want the future to be represented in our plans. And then this graph shows the population distribution by age by district. Most of the districts are pretty similar, but some outliers are District 1 has the highest percentage of people 65 plus at 21%. This figure is twice the rate in District 2 for the same age group. District 2 has the most kids, 26% of the population. District 4 has the fewest kids, only 21% of the population. But 24% of District 4 residents are 18 to 34, which is a broad age group, but it represents people in college, people starting their careers, the 20-somethings that the county kind of lacks overall. And these are the people that live in the transit-accessible areas, Tacoma, Silver Spring, North Bethesda, along that axis. Now I'm going to turn it over to James to talk about some trends in income, education, and workforce.
All right. Thank you again. For the record, James Lee, forecaster and demographic research specialist. I'll dive into a few slides into income as the first topic. So Montgomery County's median household income is $118,000. So in comparison to the region itself and our other neighboring jurisdictions, we're about in the middle. We're considered, I guess you could say, average. So we're Montgomery County is very close to the metropolitan areas median household income of $117,000. As you can see, the jurisdictions that are higher than us, Loudoun, Fairfax, Howard, Arlington, Frederick, they have, especially Loudoun and Fairfax, have significantly higher median household incomes. Loudoun County's median household income of $167,000 is actually among counties of population of 65,000 and over. Loudoun County is actually number one, not just in the DC region, but in the entire country. The entire country. Fairfax County at $145,000 for median household income. They're actually number 4 in the country. Montgomery County actually ranks number 28 in the country among counties of population of 65,000 and over.
So what do you, I thought when I came in this area about 20 years ago, Montgomery County was like number 5 or something like that. So it's definitely, it's gone down significantly, yeah. I don't, relative to, and Loudoun was always, it was at that time still number 1. I thought, as I recall, yeah.
Yes.
But were there 65,000 people in Loudoun County 20 years ago?
I believe there was.
Was it
yes,
that long?
I believe there was.
Mostly being fixated, yeah.
Well, and also the reason why we're talking about counties of 65,000 people or more is that the income data is actually for the 1-year estimates from the American Community Survey. They are only reported for counties of 65,000 people or more. This next slide dives into a little bit more about the income distribution for the different racial groups in Montgomery County, as well as the median household income by race as well. So again, the county's overall median household income is $118,000. If you break that up by racial groups, non-Hispanic whites have the highest median household income at $146,000, Asians at $134,000, and then Hispanics at about $85,000, and then Black or African American households at about $87,000. And it on the graph at the right, you see the income distribution by race, and this reflects the differences in the median household income. So for the county overall, if you look at the green bars, those are the households that have an income of $150,000 or more. So 39% of the households in the county have an income of $150,000 or more. And for the blue bars, those are the households that are earning $50,000 or less. So 19% of the households in the county are making $50,000 or less. And again, just to point out the racial disparities, white households, 49% of them earn $150,000 or more. Only 14% of them earn less than $50,000. For Asian households, 45% of those households earn $150,000 or more. 19% earn less than $50,000. And then the really stark comparisons are when you look at the Hispanic and Black households. So there are actually more Hispanic and Black households that earn less than $50,000 than those that earn $150,000 or more. So for Hispanic households, 24% of Hispanic households earn less than $50,000. Only 22% are the higher earners. And then among Black households, 29% of those households earn less than $50,000 versus 25% that are above $150,000.
This is really interesting for a lot of reasons, but I think it really drives home kind of the affordability challenge that we have when it comes to housing, because as we know, it's affordability, at least when it comes on a unit basis, is often pegged to the area median income. I know that this is the county median income, but if we sort of just like look at these numbers and we say, oh, so less than 50,000 is roughly 40% of median income, and and almost no housing, at least market rate, is at that level, and you need tremendous subsidy to get there. And we have many tens of thousands of folks in the county at roughly 40% or below of the county median income. It's just it's a large challenge to kind of meet those housing needs. So this kind of just brings it into like stark relief.
And I'm going to move to the next slide, which shows the income distribution by county council districts. Some of the racial differences are probably reflected in the geographical differences. So what really stands out here, I think, again, with District 1, 59% of the households in District 1 earn $150,000 or more. That is the only district where the majority of the households are earning above $150,000. If you move towards the right, towards District 5 and District 6, those are the places where you see fewer high-income households and more lower-income households. So District 5 and District 6, only 26% and 27% of households earn more than $150,000. District 5 actually has the highest percentage of households that are earning under $50,000 at 27%.
Can I make a recommendation? When you have these districts, it's beyond me. I don't know, maybe the other commissioner. I don't know exactly the locations. I think it would help that on top of the slide, you put a small graph with the county, that which district. Yeah, that we could easily look and see that what you're talking about. Right now, I'm totally lost. I just know one of them, a few of them. I know mine by heart, but
It's in the staff report too, if you want to refer back to it. But yeah, that's a good point for future presentations, of keep having the map for people. Appreciate that.
Yep, thank you for the suggestion. And I'll mention place names for our future slides on districts as appropriate. This slide shows the percentage of renter households that are spending 35% or more of their household income on housing costs. So this addresses housing burden costs among renters. And the lowest percentage of renter households is in District 2 up towards Clarksburg, Poolsville, up in that area. That may actually be a little more reflective of the fact that this area probably has fewer renter households. District 5 over in East County has the highest percentage of renters that are housing cost burden at 55%. The figure for the county at the very right of county overall is 40% of renter households are cost burdened.
Just a quick question. Is there a reason you chose 35%? I mean, like everyone uses, well, not everyone, but people use different rent. Some people use 30%. Some people use 40%. Some use 30%. Is there a standard? I mean, Could you give the reason you use 35%? I'm just trying to figure out.
Yeah, I think 30% is the more standard. We've been using 35% for a while, and it's one of the variables reported by the census. So then when we did this analysis a couple of years ago, that's, yeah, what we picked. So no specific reason.
Okay, moving from the topic of income to educational attainment. This slide shows the educational attainment for the county overall, the bar at the bottom, and by the different racial groups, Asian, Black, Hispanic, and non-Hispanic, white from top to bottom. And for the county overall, I think we all know that the county is highly educated. So many highly educated residents here in the county. 61% of residents over the age of 25 have a bachelor's degree or some other advanced degree, a master's degree, doctorate, law degree, et cetera. 8% of the county's population have less than a high school diploma in terms of their educational attainment. And what's really interesting is when you look at the breakdown by race, among non-Hispanic whites, the fourth bar, 76% of non-Hispanic whites have a college degree, a bachelor's degree or higher, versus 2% who don't have a high school diploma. Asians have, among Asians, 70% have a bachelor's degree or higher. Among the Black or African American population, the percentage for is 47% for persons who have a bachelor's or higher, 6% with no high school diploma, and then a large segment of the population actually has a high school degree as well, or an associate's degree, but did not complete 4 years of college at 47%. The Hispanic population actually has the lowest percentage of persons with a bachelor's degree or higher at 28%. The largest population is actually folks who have a high school degree or an associate's degree at 44%, and then 28% has of the Hispanic population has no high school diploma, which is the largest percentage among all of the racial groups. And the next slide here breaks down the educational attainment by district. And again, going from left to right, we have District 1 all the way to District 7, and then the county on the very far right. Again, District 1, Potomac, Bethesda, that area really stands out. Again, that is the only district that where the majority of the population have a graduate or professional degree, as shown in by the maroon color at the top. So 57% of the population have a graduate or professional degree. And among the other districts, District 6, our location here in Wheaton, that district has the lowest percentage of persons with a graduate or professional degree, as well as persons who have only a bachelor's degree. So 21% for the advanced degrees, 24% for folks who have a bachelor's degree. And then switching a little bit over to work-related topics. So this graph shows the basically the type of worker or the type of industry for the county and for the council districts. For the county residents overall, 72% of our workers work in basically the private sector, 21% in government, and then 6% are self-employed. The percentages for each of those categories don't vary too much across council districts. District 1 actually has the lowest percentage of workers that are in the private sector at 69%. District 5, East County, has the highest percentage in the private industry at 76%, as shown in the with the blue bars. And then place of work. This is actually referring to where people work, residents of Montgomery County, where do they work? So it's divided up by whether they, for the blue bars, these are residents that live and work in Montgomery County. The bars, the red bars are workers who live here but work somewhere else in Maryland. And then the green bars represent workers who live here but work outside of Maryland, most likely in DC or Virginia. For the county as a whole, 64% of the workers actually work within Montgomery County. 11% work somewhere else in Maryland, probably in our neighboring counties, and then 25% work outside of Maryland, again, most likely in Virginia or DC. And there are some geographic disparities or differences between the different council districts. If you look at District 1 in Potomac, Bethesda, as well as District 4 in the southern part of the county, the green bars showing the percentage of workers that work outside of Maryland are 39% and 37% respectively. Those are the highest percentages. Those probably reflect the their geographic proximity to Virginia and DC. And in contrast, if you look at District 5, for example, the red bar shows 22% of District 5's workers work somewhere else in Maryland. They're in East County. Many of those workers are probably working in, say, Prince George's County. And this next slide shows the percentage of people who work from home for the county overall, as well as by a council district. So let me just highlight the top line numbers for the county because it does show the impacts of COVID. So going from 2016 to 2020, the share of workers who work from home increased from 6% to 11%. That 2020 number, please keep in mind that this is actually a 5-year average from 2016 to 2020, so it's actually not just 2020. So it is mostly pre-pandemic. And then the we also looked at the the 1-year survey, 1-year estimates from the American Community Survey for 2021 and 2022. So those numbers just reflect those particular years. 37% of workers in 2021 were working from home. So pretty much the height of the pandemic, a little bit after, and then that number drops down to about 28% for 2022. So we're kind of in this, currently we're in this period where we're not quite back down to pre-pandemic levels. We don't know we'll get back to pre-pandemic levels yet, but certainly the number of workers who are working from home has decreased in the last year or so.
But this is all 5 days or a percentage of their days? How do you qualify? Because a good number of people, they do at least 1-2 days of telework.
The House Census asks the question. This is actually related to your method of getting to work, your mode of transportation of getting to work. So it's your most common way of getting to work. That's how you answer the question. But if you are working majority of the time at home, then this is counted in these statistics. And just to highlight some of the geographic differences, again, District 1, Potomac, Bethesda, that area has had the highest share of workers who are work from home, so 9% in the middle of the 2010s, increasing to 17% later on with the 2020 American Community Survey. The lowest percentage during 2020 was in District 5, East County, at about 8%. Those numbers, other than District 1, going during the mid-2010s were fairly consistent and about the same. And I'm going to hand it back to Ms. McCarthy for the wrap-up.
Great, thank you. This slide just recaps some of the points we've made throughout the presentation. But my overall takeaway is I think about marrying the demographic trends with land use in the county. You know, we're a large, diverse, generally highly educated county in, you know, one of the most significant global metro areas. And we really have an opportunity. We need to continue creating communities for everyone that with the land uses in the county, we have something for everyone. We have urban areas, we have suburban areas, we have rural areas. And so to continue our implementing plans that provide housing, provide job opportunities, so someone who wants to live in an urban area has choices, someone who wants to live in a rural area has choices, and that we're really fortunate that we sort of have a platform that we can create communities that has something for everyone. And that I think is a path, you know, as we leverage these demographic circumstances and as we expect things to change to continue to support our economic growth and opportunity for all. So with that, happy to answer any other questions.
Any questions, comments? From the Yeah.
I thank you for a great presentation and the graphs and making difficult information easy to digest. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. This has been very helpful, and we asked our questions along the way. So, yeah, thank you for responding to our request to talk to us more, go in depth about this. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, so we'll just take a quick 2-minute break, and then we'll start again so we can stay on time. Thank you. Good afternoon. We're on item number 11, Buck Lodge Track Preliminary Plan Amendment Number 119890032A, where staff is recommending approval with conditions, and Mr. Jeff Server will present the project. Welcome, Jeff.
Thank you. Good afternoon, members of the board. For the record, my name is Jeff Server with the Up County Division. Before you today is Buck Lodge Tract Preliminary Plan Number 119890032A. Staff recommends approval with conditions of the preliminary plan amendment and the final forest conservation plan. The application seeks to subdivide 2 existing platted lots and 3 existing platted outlots into 4 buildable lots that would support up to 4 buildings with a total of 66,667 square feet of light industrial uses on 22 acres. The subject property is located on Buck Ridge Court. It's in the polygon outlined in red in the image to the right. It's just north of Buck Lodge Road, which has been identified as a rustic road. Surrounding properties are primarily residential. They're a mix of large estate and smaller lots, and they're all predominantly within AR or rural zones. The residential properties are located to the north, south, and east. The west edge of the subject property is bound by a CSX rail line, which extends in both directions. There are additional residential properties located just beyond the tracks. Little Seneca Lake is located farther to the east, and Hoyles Mill Conservation Park is located farther to the southeast. The site includes 2 recorded lots and 3 recorded outlots, which cumulatively total 22 acres. It is subject to the 1985 Boyd's Master Plan. Currently, the property is vacant and undeveloped. There is an existing portion of forest stand, which extends right through the middle of the polygon in the image to the right. The property fronts directly onto the existing Buck Ridge Court. This was originally constructed as part of the original preliminary plan approval. Buck Ridge Court includes a public sidewalk, streetlights, some storm drains, and a stormwater management facility. And the subject property is zoned predominantly IM, but has a small portion of rural zone. Staff has received correspondence from Boyd's Civic Association and some neighboring residents. The correspondence expressed concerns about the visibility of the proposed buildings, primarily from existing homes and from Buck Lodge Road. There were concerns regarding the proposed industrial use, forest clearance on the subject property, traffic impacts on Buck Lodge Road, and general procedural questions. These concerns have been addressed throughout the course of the review of this application. I'll get into more details as we talk a little bit further, but as far as the visibility of the proposed buildings and forest clearance and the proposed industrial use, the visibility of the buildings have been addressed by the approach that the applicant is taking towards providing reforestation and landscaping and screening on the subject property. The proposed industrial use is accommodated by the current zoning of the property as IM, so it is supported by that. The forest clearance concerns in part are addressed by the fact that the applicant will be providing and meeting all their reforestation requirements on site. And traffic impacts on Buck Lodge Road have been addressed as well throughout the course of the review, and the procedural questions were answered as we worked through the review. So the proposal was to subdivide 2 existing platted lots and 3 existing platted outlots into a total of 4 lots. You can see these outlined in red in the image to the right. This accommodates the construction of up to 4 buildings, which again would include that up to 66,667 square feet of industrial use. Essentially, it would be 1 building per lot. Each lot would be served with an on-site well and on-site septic system, a sand mound. It's important to note that there would only be 1 sand mound constructed at the beginning of the construction. The other polygons that you see, the rectangles, would be constructed as backup systems as needed. And it meets all the forest conservation requirements on site by providing 5.36 acres of reforestation on the subject property and on the outlot just below the polygon. Real quick, I just wanted to do a quick comparison of sort of the process that we've gone through in the course of the review for this application. The image to the left is showing what the initial preliminary plan layout was. You can see that it had a single drive coming in, which then split off into two other drives that kind of meandered throughout the property, and you can see the locations of the buildings. Staff has worked really closely with the applicant throughout the course of the review. The image to the right is the one that is before you today. This is the current preliminary plan amendment. This has consolidated the parking into locations that are to the sides and rear of the buildings. It has simplified the circulation. It does provide two drives, but this also reduces the amount of pavement that would have to go down. And the locations of the buildings are fixed in the sense that the locations for the well system, on-site wells and on-site septic really do require the buildings to be where they're located at. In the process of our review, we did quite a bit of site modeling and analysis and working with the applicant. The image you see to the left is a view of the subject property just off Buck Lodge Road. This is without any trees, so we're not showing any of the existing forest stand or anything of the sort, but what you can see are the locations of where the warehouse or where these industrial buildings would go. The image to the right is showing the same thing, but in this case now it's actually showing the retention and reforestation provided by the applicant. It is worth noting, though, that this is not showing the screening along Buck Lodge Road. So in the process of working with the applicant, this has led to what ultimately kind of became the final preliminary plan layout that's a part of this amendment. Additionally, in the course of exploring this digitally with the site modeling and analysis, it also was very apparent that screening would need to be provided not just around the parking, but also along Buck Lodge Road in order to really try to maintain the character and just overall view sheds that exist with Buck Lodge Road, and really trying to minimize the amount of visibility of the buildings. This is shown in the green in the image before you. So in looking at transportation, the property does provide frontage right on Buck Ridge Court. Buck Ridge Court includes commercial business district road. The partial frontage on Buck Lodge Road, again, it's designated as a rustic road per the 2023 Rustic Roads Functional Plan. And in looking at the subject property, there are pedestrian facilities that are being provided within the subject property. These are a little bit, if you can kind of follow my cursor, these extend in a loop that kind of go around the perimeter of some of the buildings, and then also extend and connect to the other buildings. So there's a walking circuit that is being provided with these buildings as well. There are no master plan bicycle facilities proposed. The applicant is exempt from providing any frontage improvements along both roads, primarily for the fact that it's a rural road, or I'm sorry, per the Rural Road Code area, and then Buck Lodge Road being a rustic road provides that exemption as well. Looking at the adequate public facilities, it is exempt from an LATR study as the application will generate below 50 peak hour person trips. It will utilize on-site well and septic. They fall within the W6 and S6 service categories. It'll meet the stormwater management requirements by providing microbial retention, micro-infiltration, and a rain garden. Meets all the fire access and water supply requirements by providing compliant entrances and drives that adequately access the buildings. And there's no impact on schools as it's creating new lots for light industrial uses. Looking at forest conservation, in the image to the right, the green is showing existing forest stand to be retained. The portions that are shaded in yellow are showing areas both on the subject property and in the adjacent outlot where the reforestation is being provided. It meets all the requirements for Chapter 22A. And looking at the findings, it conforms to the 1985 Boyd's Master Plan. The public facilities are adequate, complies with all the provisions of the subdivision regulations. The proposed lots are appropriate with respect to size, shape, width, and orientation for the proposed use. Meets all the requirements for the IM zone, complies with Chapter 22A for forest conservation, complies with Chapter 19 with an improved stormwater concept. Staff recommends approval of the preliminary plan amendment number 11989-032A and the final forest conservation plan with conditions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Server. We have a couple people that want to comment, one online and one in person. Dan Siemens online and Mr. Orfelli. Is it Orfelli? Mr. Orfelli, why don't you come up to the front, please, okay? And then we'll take Mr. Siemens. Mr. Siemens, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Great. You can go first, sir. Are you there?
Oh, you would like me to go first?
Yeah. Can you put yourself on video, or are you on a phone?
No, I can put myself on.
Great. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Dan Siemens. Good afternoon. I'm the president of the Boyd Civic Association. We've had discussions of this site for some time with the developer. He was congenial enough to show up at our meeting. I'd like to ask a quick question. I submitted an email yesterday that had pieces of our concerns, and I wondered if that email would be considered part of the written testimony or not. It did have an attachment of plans by an architect. If it is not, I'll go through what I stated to make sure that testimony is presented, or I can abbreviate it if the bulk of it has been accepted as written testimony already.
I think, did we receive this testimony? So, but you can abbreviate it, sir.
I can. Okay, I'll go through the points and try to land on the ones in the email. Where the plan is from Scott Knudsen, an architect we've known for some time. It lays out an additional, it has reforestation plans in it, but in addition, I'd like to point out lot 4 behind the existing mature trees. If this building could be moved, and Scott assumed that it could be, it would allow you to keep the mature forest stand intact to the north east side, and those mature trees provide the greatest amount of screening for the site. So it's a question posed as to if that's a possibility or not. The other items, that is page 4 of Scott's 4 plans that were submitted as an attachment to the email. The zoning uses involved here are of concern to the Boyds. They include the contractor storage yard, dry cleaning facility, light manufacturing, a helipad, freight movement, self-storage, storage facility, recycling collection, and processing. People have been concerned about noise and traffic. Some of these are retail outlets, and they're worried that they would add to those. There is no traffic study revealing impact on the development. There is this exemption that has been allowed so that a study would not be required. However, traffic on these roads have increased significantly. I don't know, how this exemption works. The traffic study would be significant, I think, if it was updated for impact on the roads. Otherwise, the storm management plan brought out is Boyd's. It was suggested that there be resolves to some of the culvert problems that are in the staff report and mentioned in the staff report. And neighbors downhill, downflow, of runoff are affected. There's no mention of toxic waste being transmitted from the site. And the Boyd's community would like to be able to review these conditions once these culvert issues, as mentioned in the staff report, are resolved, so that they know that something's been done to that, and we would like to have input involving it. In conclusion, I'd like to ask that the planning board postpone an approval of the plans and keep the record open for additional inquiries from the community. And I thank you for hearing the testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Siemens. I appreciate it. We'll respond to your questions and your concerns, but let's go with our next person, Mr. Warfelli. You have 3 minutes, and you can just push the button and.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm here representing the largest landowner downstream. We have about 4.5 miles of Buck Lodge Branch crossing us. The 54-inch drain pipe that goes under CSX drops into a small stream, and about 300 yards later hits Buck Lodge Branch. Over the last 12 years, we've had 3 quote-unquote 100-year events. And every time we do, it causes huge amounts of damage on our property from the overflow of Buck Lodge. Highway 117 has been underwater 3 times in the last 11 years, where Buck Lodge Branch crosses. I don't bemoan the fact that somebody wants to build. Everybody has that right. I would like extra scrutiny. I know that stormwater management, has on-site retention, except in 100-year events. But even a small increase of that kind of event raises huge issues on us. Just 2 of our crossings in the last 8 years, putting them back to MDE specs has been over $40,000 when they get washed out. And every time MDE wants, a little bit greater, which we shoulder the cost of, and it gets washed out. Our neighbors get flooded terribly. And just a small increase, because right now there is no other input off that site. It's all grassland and trees. And so anything that would get out of that, site in a large storm through the orifice on the stormwater management, any increase at all is a great effect on us. That's really all. We would really like that addressed, even if it, more on-site retention is required, but it's getting a little critical, and the erosion effects alone are pretty tough. And that's really our main complaint.
Good. Thank you for your testimony. We'll have staff. Well, should we have the applicant, and then we can have staff and the applicant go through these, respond to these concerns. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. For the record, Sue Lee Cho with the law firm of Bregman, Burbert, Schwartz, and Gilday on behalf of the applicant. I'm here with Mr. David McKee, who is with Benning and Associates and serves as a project engineer on the project. I would just want to say first that this project or this property is an example of a preliminary plan long approved that was never able to fulfill its use. And it was largely due to the limited septic capacity of the property and what the technology of the time would allow. We've spent considerable time getting this application to you to re-engineer the site, work very closely with staff, as staff indicated in their very thorough report, that the initial submission of what was the lot layout, the building layout, had more impervious surface on the site. It didn't retain as much of that for existing forest stand. And so with their creative redesign, encouraged us to look at it again and came back with essentially 2 driveway entry points, but that result in a more efficient design for the parking and for the vehicle circulation. The road, the cul-de-sac road is already there, it's built. It was built, but then the rest of the project was not able to really fulfill. The original approval had very limited square footage, it was quite small. It was just not something that it could be buildable economically and feasible. So we're here 30 years later, looking at this site with new technology, new septic options that are available to the property, and was able to increase the amount of development, but still remain very modest if you, in the grand scheme of it, in terms of the zoning is IM zoning up in this part of the county is very rare. We concede it's unusual to see a pocket of IM zoning surrounded by AR and rural, but even in this part of the county, you need services. You need certain businesses to be within proximity of customers, such as mechanical services, plumbers, and lighter industrial uses that really are needed to be in more closer proximity to the up-county. So we've envisioned this pocket of IM really adding and giving back to the community and allowing small businesses to be here in an area that otherwise I think you would have companies coming from quite far to service. So that's the property owner's vision. In fact, one of the property owners currently himself is an owner of a plumbing and mechanical service business. And while his plans are not confirmed that he would actually occupy one of the buildings, but that's sort of the notion, the idea that this IM zone property will be able to finally build out, but in a way that meets all current requirements, forest conservation, stormwater management. And in response to the runoff issue, I would note that, I guess contrary to what some of us would think, grassland actually, in a very significant storm event, works. It actually acts like the water sheets off, the grass. And so even though it's not impervious surface, we believe that with the additional plantings and the stormwater facilities that will be implemented with this development, the site will retain more water than what it currently is because of the additional plantings and the stormwater regulations now being brought and being fulfilled on the site. On that issue, I would, ask Mr. McKee to provide more technical detail if the board would like. But in terms of the conditions of approval, I would just say that we've reviewed it. It's acceptable to the applicant. We are here to answer questions. And the other issues I think I've touched upon, the zoning, obviously, it's been IM zoning for quite a while. It's not anything new. So I don't think that the zoning uses have been what they are under the zoning ordinance. And while I know that that's a concern for some, it's not something that we can sort of commit to. We don't know what the market's going to unfold in terms of the viable use of the property.
Yeah, so could you talk through the stormwater management piece again and how did they analyze it now? And is this WSSC? Who gives this stormwater management approval? DPS, okay.
Department of Permitting Services.
Yeah, okay.
We have an approved stormwater concept. That concept includes on-lot facilities on each of the lots. So every lot has microbial retention for the buildings, for the parking areas, things like that. In addition to that, we've gone above and beyond that. So we met the base requirement for stormwater management. But on top of that, we're retaining back additional water in storage vaults, basically. So the storm drain system will take extra water and hold that water back and release it in a normal flow versus a big storm event. So the stormwater concept plan actually has that built into the plan. And it's part of the approval. And it's above and beyond what's required just for stormwater management. We have a stormwater management pond already on the property. It's built that gathers the water from the road itself. And a lot of the site, from the tree line forward, will still drain to that pond. So the driveways, that pavement, will go to the pond. The pond is designed to handle that and can handle a lot more water than it already does. The gentleman mentioned the CSX pipe, and then downstream from there, only the lots 1 and 3, the buildings in that back corner, drain to that direction. And again, we have what I mentioned, the on-lot stormwater management, and we have the detention storage in addition to the regular stormwater management. So we have gone above and beyond, which I think hopefully will address
What
that
were they
concern.
talking about culvert problems? Is there existing issues that need to be, or I'm not sure what you,
I mean, that's one of the reasons to detain the water. We're not making conditions any worse. There may be flooding problems now based on whatever is happening out there and drainage areas and things like that. But we're not making it any worse. We're handling the water and containing it on site. DOT, I mean, SHA reviewed that. Buck Lodge Road is a state road, and they reviewed the culvert under that road and signed off on that.
I would also add one, I intended to comment on the suggestion that on Lot 4, one of the buildings, I think an architect might have looked at it and thought it could be moved, but, and I think staff would concur with my statement that the buildings that are located, that's the only place that we can locate them because of the limitations of the sand mounts and where, the septic will work. That's why sort of the site is very constrained in terms of how we can move around the buildings.
so the staff can concur with that?
Yes, we've gone through, in the process of our review, we work closely with the applicant, and some of the locations that are identified on there are actually locations that we explored with them and trying to propose relocating them for that very reason.
Okay.
But the challenges really exist with the well and septic systems that are critical to being there in order to support the buildings.
Okay, great.
And I would just add to that we've conferred with the Department of Permitted Services Well and Septic Division on that issue of whether we could accommodate shifts in the locations.
Right. Looks like you put in the required screening that was required. I have no other questions. Does any of the commissioners have other questions?
Just quickly, with the, sort of answer the questions I had on stormwater management, but with the view shed requirements and the screening requirements, what are we basing that on? Is that the Rustic Roads master plan?
Yes.
It's on the,
Yes, that's correct.
Buck Lodge is part of the Rustic Roads master plan. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, comments, commissioners?
I have a comment with regards to it being on a rustic road and the estimated trips only being 50 trips. Was that estimate of 50 trips based upon what type of industrial use is going to be on the site? Or is it yet to be determined what type of industrial use will be on the site? Because trips without knowing what will be on the site is a guesstimate, and this guesstimate could be wholly off if there is a major operation on the site.
I'm actually going to defer this to Brett Brown, who's the transportation reviewer on the application. He's online and can answer the question.
Sure. Thank you for the question, and thank you, Jeff. For the record, Brett Brown, Elk County Transportation. So as part of our regulatory review process, and Mr. Siemens is right, the applicant had submitted a TES. For a TES, that's for projects that are predicted to incur less than 50 peak hour person trips. So that's between 6:30 a.m. and 9:30 a.m. or 4 to 7 p.m. So as a result of the applicant's TES, there will be minimal impacts on not just Buck Ridge Court, but then the surrounding roads, especially Buck Lodge Road. I'll also add, additionally, as part of the review process, we also look for findings of master plan conformance. Others have noted the 1985 Boyd's master plan had envisioned low to moderate industrial uses at this specific sites, so warehousing, lumber yards, etc. So not only is it consistent with the master plan, it's also consistent with our LATR guidelines.
But we don't know exactly what's going to be on the site, correct?
Yes, that's correct. As far as the.
But when they go to get their building permit, will someone check to say they meet this category, which is this low-intensity category?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
So if I would add, so typically when we do traffic generation, trip generation analysis, it is based on the International Trip, what is the book called? It's called ITE. There's an International Traffic Engineering book that has trip generation rates. And so we're required to follow that, and that's something that through your regulatory process, you have established that as the baseline analysis. And all the rates, there are rates for light industrial, moderate industrial, heavy industrial, and those rates have sort of baked in all of the potential specific uses that could come out of that total umbrella use category. And so in my understanding, when transportation staff, your staff review it, they require, the most applicable rate to be applied that's anticipatory of what the use will likely, under the zoning ordinance would allow. It's not a perfect, precise, exercise, but it's the best way that we can kind of take a future look and try to anticipate trips as best as we can.
Great. And in terms of the trees, you did through the Forest Conservation Plan, you went through the analysis and you came up, so we have a process for that, and you went through that process. So, toxic waste, we can't do anything about. I mean, that's if there's a user there that they will. I mean, I'm sure there have to be some when they get a building permit for or whatever a use permit for some certain kind of use, they will have to conform that they will not do that or something. So I have no other further questions. Do any other commissioners? No. So do I have a motion to approve Bucklock's track preliminary plan amendment number 119890232A with staff recommending approval with conditions?
Yeah, I'll move that we approve preliminary plan amendment number 1/1989-032A with conditions as provided by staff.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it. Thank you very much. We'll take a 5-minute break, and we'll go with the item number 12, Rustic Roads Functional Master Plan Update Resolution of Adoption. Or can we do it? Maybe it sounds like it's something we could just. Do you have to switch it? No. Okay. We'll take we'll take a 1-minute break and start that. Thank you. Good afternoon. We're on item number 12, Rustic Roads Functional Master Plan Update, Resolution of Adoption, where staff is recommending to approve the resolution of adoption for transmittal to the full commission and receive a briefing on changes made to the plan after transmittal to the planning board to the city council. Thank you so much. And we have Robert Duke and Jamie Pratt here to present.
Hi, thank you. Jamie Pratt from Up County Planning, and Roberto Duke is with me, as well as Patrick Butler and Don Ziegler from our team. So we're going to bring, as you said, the adoption of resolution for the Rustic Roads Master Plan update. Now that it's been approved by County Council, it's required to go before the Planning Board for this adoption phase. So you can see on this chart that we're almost through the process. The one final step is to bring it on December 20th before the full commission for the final approval of the plan. Just a little basic timeline of the whole Rustic Roads program, just as some background information. It kind of started in 1980 with the creation of the Ag Reserve and the Functional Master Plan for the Preservation of Agriculture and Rural Open Space, which did recommend some long-term protections. At the time, they didn't specify what those would be. In 1990, they created a task force that ended up with the 1996 master plan, eventually kicking off the initial slate of roads. A few master plans have added to them over the years. And now in 2023, we've got the first comprehensive update to the plan. And it went from one medium thick volume to now a 2-volume set that it's got a lot of beautiful pictures in it now. We're almost finished with the final production copy. So the purpose of this plan was to assess some roads which had been nominated as new rustic roads, along with completing some incomplete descriptions of roads that had been added to the program after 1996 as part of area master plans, but they did not contain a full description of the road. Sometimes it didn't define the significant features that are required to be protected when those roads are maintained. And so we were trying to just make sure that each of the rustic roads was well-defined, well-described. And then we, along with that, we considered some reclassifications of some of the roads and made a few extent changes, which means that the portion designated rustic was either made a little bit longer or a little bit shorter. And then we had a few where the significant features themselves were changed. The county council did not make a significant number of changes from the planning board draft. They did remove Frederick Road in Hyattstown, just at the northern tip of the county where it passes through the historic district. They felt that the traffic volume was too high, really, in the character of the road, even though it was a historic community. It wasn't rustic in the same way as the other roads in the program, and they thought that the Hyattstown Historic District already provided adequate protection for the character of the road there. They removed 2 really short segments in Sandy Spring from the program based on the zoning classifications and land uses on those segments, so maybe 300 feet each, maybe a little bit more with Meeting House. They chose to not classify Holsey Road as rustic, which the planning board had recommended. Then we had asked them to reclassify Elton Farm Road from rustic to exceptional rustic, and they decided to leave it at rustic. It was the biggest item for discussion before the planning board was the composition of the Rustic Roads Advisory Committee. We had recommended changes. That ended up being put in a separate bill to update Chapter 49, which is the Streets and Roads chapter. So because that bill got updated already, they said there's no need for it to be in the master plan because we've already done it. So we took all the recommendations out because they've already been enacted. And then there's a few more minor changes related to road maintenance. So here you can see the changes to the RAC. It was largely unchanged from our own recommendations. It went from 7 to 9 members. The farmer members are now specifically to be commodity farmers, and the remaining 3 at-large members, we had listed we had a list of potential users of the road that we thought would be good, and they thought it was simpler just to leave it at large and not be so specific about what we might mean. So this table just shows the changes in the number of roads that were in each of the categories in the master plan for changes. So all these numbers, like it might go down in one category and up in another just because they're kind of mirror images of each other in some cases. So not a great deal of overall changes, just one or two in each direction. So with that, we're just requesting that we approve the resolution of adoption for transmittal to the full commission.
Thank you for presenting this. You guys put a lot of work into the updating the Rustic Road functional master plan. We appreciate that, and I have no other comments, but thank you for your hard work on this. Any other comments, questions? That being said, do I have a motion to approve the resolution for adoption for transmittal to the full commission for review at its December 20th meeting?
Yeah, so moved.
All in favor?
Second, I second it.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Unanimous. Thank you so much for your hard work. And we're going to take just 2 minutes again and go to item number 13, the Montgomery County Comprehensive Water Supply and Sewage Systems Plan Proposed Category Map Amendments. Thank you. Good afternoon again. We're on item number 13, Montgomery County Comprehensive Water Supply and Sewage Systems Plan Proposed Category Amendments, County Executive's AD 2023-3 Administrative Amendment Group 4 Water Sewer Service Category Change Request, where staff is recommending transmittal of comments to the County Executive. And Jamie Pratt with the planning staff is here to present this. Thank you.
All right, good afternoon. Jamie Pratt from Up County Planning. You may remember me from the item before. I have Don Ziegler and Patrick Butler with me. This is my first go at a water and sewer category presentation. Catherine Nelson has been doing them for a decade, I don't know, a long time. And so at first I was what we called the sewer backup to Catherine, as she taught me. But now I'm the sewer main. So with that, these cases that I'm bringing for you, these are initiated by property owners. They apply to the Department of Environmental Protection in the county, who leads the agent, that's the lead agency for these reviews. They evaluate the application and then they request comments from the Department of Permitting Services, WSSC, the Planning Department, and the Department of Parks. This is an administrative group, which means they fit well within the master plan guidance and policies that are within the county's water and sewer plan. If it's a more controversial case, it would go to the county council for a decision as opposed to being administratively approved. So the 4 requests before you will be determined by the county executive. The public hearing that for these cases was held yesterday, but the public record is being held open to receive this commentary. These were reviewed under the 2022 to 2031 10-year water and sewer plan. So Maryland state law requires that the planning department make recommendations for these requests based on whether the application conforms to the sewer and water service recommendations of the comprehensive county's plan, and the state wishes to avoid the extension of this type of infrastructure to low-density areas that have not been planned and zoned for such service. With such a large and diverse county, it's not feasible or sustainable to provide sewer and water service everywhere. So it's generally a master plan that determines the areas that receive service. And so this is an example from the only master plan of, there's generally a map in the master plans that show you where water or sewer or both are recommended. So with that, I'm going to get to the first of the 4 cases is 23 CLO 01A, the Ashton United Methodist Church. It's at 17400 New Hampshire Avenue in Ashton, just north of Edna Road and opposite Tucker Lane. And this applicant is requesting public water service to have more reliable water service due to repeated problems with a well pump. It's a RE2 zoned property within the 1998 Sandy Spring Ashton Master Plan. The property contains a house that serves as a rectory for the church that's on the adjacent property to the south here. And you see this blue line on the map is actually a water main that abuts the property. And here is the sewer and water service map from the 1998 master plan. And the church property itself, you can see, is actually shaded to indicate that it's within the water and sewer service area. And this is adjacent to that. The master plan does allow for public water outside the water and sewer envelope on a case-by-case basis in the RE2 zone, as long as it's consistent with the policies in the water and sewer plan, and as long as the rural character along this portion of New Hampshire Avenue is maintained. And since no new development is proposed with this application, there will be no effect on the rural character of the area. It's,
Can I ask a quick question?
yes.
I apologize for interrupting.
That's fine.
I'm just curious, mostly for, I guess, our own or my own information. In cases where we're looking at sort of their carve-outs, certain areas adjacent to other areas are included or not included, originally would that have been done on a case-by-case basis for the property based on the use of the property? It looks like, using this as an example, it looks like there was a church which did have water service next to a single-family home which didn't. Is that a case where maybe just the current use of the church property required additional service, whereas the adjacent property didn't at the time when these carve-outs were made? I was just sort of curious why we're looking at sort of a patchwork of service areas.
Yeah, I mean, that is, generally speaking, that could have been the case where a particular use at a particular site, given, whatever required service that it generated, that, again, you have to find APF. So there had to been adequate facilities to support that particular use. So in some cases, you see that. In some cases, it's where the existing or planned water or sewer infrastructure is to be expanded into. And then once it gets to an area, again, it's not mandated that, in some cases, it's not mandated that people tie in. In some cases, it is. So you may end up seeing a patchwork for various reasons.
Can I just say that
Sure.
I know that because I used to work on one of these cases. Churches and schools are institutional facilities. So the institutional facilities, they could go in residential zoning. This area has been, for certain character, I think it's R200 or 2 acre or 3 acre, that zone for the, residential. But some facilities, public facilities or institution facilities, they can come to these residential areas, and that's when they need to be connected because they don't have 4 or 5 of the, so they need to be connected, and that's what this is one of the reasons that it could happen, they're carved out. And sometimes the septic field fails and they have no other choice, so they have to connect, so they come on certain reasons that they come to get waiver.
And I don't know if Alan Sukup from DEP is online during this call, but he's been reviewing the category changes for a number of years. So, or he might be coming in the door now if you had some specific questions about how the patchwork of sewer service came about, he would know the answer much better than me. But this one, this request actually received an advanced approval action for the requested category change on October 27th under one of the sewer and water category, policies. And so they've already been granted their approval. So I asked Alan, well, why are we here? If this has already been granted, and he explained that it does require an amendment to the water and sewer plan itself, which requires the public hearing before the plan can be updated. And so with that, we do recommend approval of the category change request from W6 to W1.
Just go back. So the issues, the sewer system is failing. The septic system is failing, and so in order to.
It's the water pump.
It's just the water.
Water pump is failing.
The water pump is failing, and rather than get a new water pump, it's just because the water's sitting right out there, you just connect it to the. Okay.
Yeah, that's my understanding.
Okay. How much does that cost, out of curiosity?
Alan, would you have an approximate cost for a hookup on this one?
I'm sorry?
Would you have an approximate cost for the hookup on this one, just out of curiosity?
The hookup
Chair?
cost will probably, with connection and on-site work, will probably run in the neighborhood of $15,000.
Does
Part of that, the WSSC part of that, which I believe is around $7,000, can be paid off over time.
Okay.
and in the county doesn't pay for it, the individual pays for it?
No, the individual pays for it.
And does the individual pay for it if they're inside the envelope or outside the envelope?
Doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter? Okay.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
The next case is in the town of Poolesville, for which we do not have jurisdiction. So this one is only included because it's part of the administrative packet, just to be consistent with the items going that had their own public hearing yesterday. The third case is 23 TRV 02A, Roderick Dunlop and James Hall at 12805 Spring Drive in Rockville. The applicant Applicant has requested public sewer service because of a failed septic system in this case. It's a RE1 zone property that's within the 2002 Potomac Subregion Master Plan. As you can see on the map, the property is adjacent to planned service, the planned sewer service envelope, as well as the red line running down the middle of Spring Drive here is a sewer line that abuts the property. And the neighboring properties on both sides currently have sewer service. And this map shows the public sewer envelope from the master plan. There's a special little inset map that shows that this property is conveniently at the intersection of two special areas, one of them the Piney Branch Special Protection Area, and the other is the Glen Hills area, both of which have their own sewer service policies, but this property meets the requirements for both of those to receive public sewer hookup, and the DEP issued an expedited sewer service request to WSSC on January 10th of this year to approve this connection. And so therefore, we recommend approval of the category change request. The final case, it's a request, it's the Ken Fraley property at 17800 Bowie Mill Road in Durwood. It's a change from W6 to W3 for a 43-lot residential subdivision. On the properties you can see on the right, there's 3 properties included in the subdivision request. It will be developed with septic systems, so it will not have public sewer, but they would like to have public water, especially in helping place those septic systems so as to not have to avoid wells. It gives them more flexibility in their lot layout. And this shows you their latest proposal. The center of the property is the Fraley Farm. This is a historic property referred to as Flint Hill 2. And through their conversations with the Historic Preservation Office, they expanded the environmental setting for the property to be like 12 acres of this site. And they're also planning on putting the stream buffers on the site, reforest those, as well as some of them currently have forest. So it's only 43 lots on an 87-acre property, which is about an RE2 density versus RE1. So WSSC has determined that public water service here will require an extension of the water line 2,350 feet or so up Bowie Mill Road. The master plan did not foresee public water service on this property due to its distance from the existing infrastructure and the low density zoning, and anticipated that the property would be developed with private septic systems and wells. However, the master plan does allow public water service to be provided in these lower density zones on a case-by-case basis. This property is a working farm, mostly pasture land. The master plan did not identify substantial amounts of sensitive natural resources on the property. And even so, they do propose to preserve about 17.5 acres within these environmental buffers. And the historic homes, 12.44 acre lot, an environmental setting, the use of on-site septic, and the forest conservation area all contributed to this proposal of 43 units. So public water service will allow greater flexibility in the neighborhood design, siting of the septic systems, and will also allow for possible additional fire protection on the areas along Bowie Mill Road that will now be along a water main. So the provision of public water service on this site does seem reasonable and justified, and staff recommends approval of the requested category change from W6 to W3.
Is that it? Okay. Yeah. Just have one question. just a few, approximately how much will this cost to run the water line to 2,300 feet?
Capital-sized water line, which will be a 16-inch diameter main, consistent with the existing main in the street, will probably run in the neighborhood of $500 per linear foot, maybe some more, times 2,300 feet. I haven't done the math on that lately, but all the cost will fall to the applicant. They will be able to get some SDC, Systems Development Charge credit, for water service to the property for the units that they build. And that's what that SDC charge is for. The water line will need to be included in WSSC's capital program.
But they're willing to do this. I mean, it's just.
They said they're willing to pay it, so.
And you're saying it would add some improvement to potential firefighting to have.
Yes, there would be fire service within the neighborhood and also along Bowie Mill Road, north of where the existing pipe ends.
Great. And this project is coming to the planning board for approval, the actual site plan or things like that?
We don't have an application yet. We had maybe a concept plan or a pre-preliminary plan. So we have seen one item before. The number of lots, I think, is actually smaller now because they increased that environmental setting for the historic resource.
Okay, and the whole site is, would you say, 80-something?
87 acres, I believe.
Okay, great. There any questions, comments from the commissioners? Do I have a recommendation? I'm sorry.
Before you go to
I'm sorry. Mr. Odongo, I'm sorry. I forgot all about you, and please forgive me.
No, you forgot about me, but that's okay. That's normal for the common citizenry. We always forgotten, but that's all right.
No.
I'll be a commissioner. I'll be a commissioner one time, so then you remember me. But anyway,
no.
I just wanted to, anyway. Okay. Go ahead.
Please go ahead. I'm sorry about that. Please.
Mine will be very quick because I'm not an engineer, so I don't have expertise in sewer and water. But from a policy perspective, I felt when I saw this, I wanted to engage the board and the commissioners on one aspect, that as we do all this, and congratulations for this enterprise that are coming up with developmental strategies and opportunities like this. But I wanted to ask, within the county confines, how is this aligned to the expansion and improvement of the existing facilities? Because when there are leaks and there are facilities that are supposed to be upgraded to meet the demand, when we see such kind of approval, seeking of approvals and public leaks and all that, is there some level of private, public partnership that comes in terms of upgrading the facility that exists for the public good, as opposed just to the approval of this other enterprise? Because that is one. Two, how are this aligned with the over expansion of the county? Because I know the county is growing, the transport system is coming about in terms of upgrades, but even with the sewer system and the population is growing, how is the county, what is the county doing apart from approval and the committee in terms of aligning all this to the major development scope of the county? So I felt from a policy perspective, I wanted to at least raise that from a public, perspective.
So I think it was a two-part question about maintenance of existing facilities, and then also about managing growth. Is that what I understand?
Yeah. Yes.
Yes, and alignment.
Yeah. Okay.
Right. So what I was hearing was, one, we do have a water and sewer plan, and that establishes where it's appropriate or not appropriate to extend these services to. And so the cases brought before you today were deemed to be consistent with that expansion of that water and sewer envelope, which in general are the areas that we're trying to direct growth towards. And then I'm sorry, there was one more.
Is it a maintenance issue?
About maintenance?
Oh, yes, the maintenance in terms of financing. So I'll say in general there is sort of a public and private partnership. Some of the expansions occur through a CIP, whenever possible, we try to save taxpayers money through certain development and negotiate expansion from private means. And so, as you're hearing here in these cases, this is entirely, these particular asks are serving private interests, and therefore the expectation is that they will pay.
WSSC's extension policies generally require that a developer, even if it's a single property owner, pay for whatever extension needs are required for the site. There is an older system that's hardly ever used anymore where those expenses are paid through front foot assessment charges, but I haven't seen one of those come through in probably 15 years.
But once,
Thank you, and congratulations for what you're doing. Thanks.
you're welcome. Once this is installed, the portion that goes down the road, we will be maintained by WSSC,
Yes,
correct?
the maintenance will be handled by WSSC as it would be for any other main extension in the county,
Okay, great.
in public right-of-way.
Great, thank you. Going back, I think we had a motion for approval, and
Well, I move to approve to submit the recommendation to the county executive.
Second.
all in favor?
I can leave, right?
Aye.
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 I
Aye.
can leave.
Yes.
Yeah, the ayes have it 4-0. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And we have one more item. We'll take a 2-minute break, and we'll go to the last item, which is item number 14, state legislative update. Thank you. Our last item this evening is item number 14, State Legislative Update, where Attorney Borden will provide the update, and staff is recommending approval of the items that she discusses. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. I am, for the record, Deborah Borden, General Counsel for the Park and Planning Commission. I have before you actually 12 items. 2 of them are Prince George's County-related bills that have been proposed for the General Assembly session. That hasn't actually started yet, by the way, but we're trying to get a jump on them. It looks like it's going to be an active session for us. So the 2 Prince George's County bills, they only apply in Prince George's County. The reason we included them is because we want you all to know what's happening and what we're saying in our official statements. And certainly if you have any questions about that or any heartburn about anything that we've said, this is your chance to raise that. The 2 Prince George's County bills, we did speak to the Prince George's County Board this morning, and they did approve those position statements. But if you do have anything, we would simply just bring it back to them until we get agreement. The other bills, most of the bills, actually, and I said there were 12, there are actually 10, I'm sorry. The other bills are all Montgomery County bills. Many of them came out of the work group that your staff was very instrumental in over the summer with Delegate Lopez. So you're probably familiar with them. And we did come and talk to you about these bills before we developed these position statements. I know that Commissioner Bartley has some concerns about, I think 2 of the bills or 2 of the position statements. So what I would suggest to you maybe is that you pull those 2, have a discussion, and certainly those 2 plus anything that anybody else wants to discuss, and then that you vote on the other ones together, assuming you don't have any questions about the other ones. So that should make it expeditious. But if you do want me to go through each one, I can do that too. So I'm at your pleasure.
So maybe what I would do is, Ms. Borden, Attorney Borden, is just to list the one, unless the other members have, just do a 30-second, and just so, if the other board members would like that, and then we can go over there. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it would be good to list them and just a short description of what they're going to say.
If you can do that, that would be great, okay?
Okay. I will start then with MC 7-24, and I'll just bring that up for me. This bill would seeks to improve pedestrian safety by requiring SHA to install traffic control devices prohibiting right-hand turns at certain intersections on state highways in Montgomery County. It also requires SHA to install a leading pedestrian interval at certain crosswalks on state highways and generally relating to traffic control devices. The focus here is on, let's see, how did they describe it? Town centers or downtowns. And they are looking to do what a lot of jurisdictions are doing right now, which is prohibiting the right turn on red. We're having a lot of pedestrian fatalities in Montgomery County, and also in Washington, D.C. I know that they've looked at this and they've done the same thing, limiting the right turns on red in an effort to get a handle on and reduce fatalities of pedestrians and bicyclists who are on the road, sharing the road with trucks and cars.
Okay, that sounds great. So we can vote them all in, but in general, a straw thing, I mean, I'm okay with that, Yeah. Okay. Everyone else? Okay.
And the staff recommendation on this, I'm sorry, was support with amendments. We had some suggestions for the language.
Okay.
Okay, I'll keep going on use of real property. That's the title of the bill. This is Delegate Moon's bill, And the bill would prohibit enforcement of any residential use restrictions contained in any covenant, deed, mortgage, deed of trust, declaration, contract, bylaws, or rules of a condominium, security instrument, transfer or sale of real property, any other interest in real property. The intent appears to be to remove impediments to affordable housing, such as accessory dwelling units. The term residential use restriction should be clearly defined, and we think that the list of real estate instruments that would trigger this should be pared down. We think that the list is too expansive, that in speaking with Delegate Moon, he seemed to be mostly concerned about the covenants that may have been in place 50, 60 years ago, that may be impeding the county's efforts to increase affordable housing through the use of innovative techniques like allowing ADUs in areas that we wouldn't previously have allowed, and other efforts. We don't want to see those efforts come to nothing because of HOA covenants or covenants that are in deeds from, however long ago. So that's his idea, and we have tried to make suggestions to him to pare down the types of instruments that he's talking about, because we think there could be some fairly unintended consequences if you include all of the instruments, deeds, easements, deeds of trust, mortgages that he's talking about in the original draft of the bill. And he does seem open to suggestions on this.
Can I ask just a quick clarifying? I probably missed it at the beginning of your description, but this would essentially, for the instruments that for those particular instruments, it would if it would invalidate language that is restrictive in terms of types of residential uses.
Well, not exactly. What it would say is that if the zoning ordinance allows an ADU, and there's a deed or a covenant, covenants are usually put on properties either through a deed or a declaration of covenants. If there is a covenant that says you can't have a granny flat, however it puts it, then the law would prevail. The law would basically preempt the covenant that would restrict that residential use in that residential zone or district.
Okay, thanks.
So it's like an HOA restriction on an
Exactly,
ADU or
an
something like that.
HOA restriction, or sometimes it's just a restriction that is left over from a grantor. A larger piece of property got chopped up into smaller pieces. The grantor put this restriction on the subsequent deeds. So it could be from quite a long time ago that this restriction was placed on the property, and yet, today it would stop someone from putting an in-law flat over their garage.
Would it also prevent? Would it prevent would it prevent the creation of new covenants in zones that allow certain things from restricting those uses in those zones? Would it sort of be forward-looking as well?
No, it wouldn't prevent the creation of new covenants, but if you create a new covenant that's going to be preempted by a law that's already in place.
It would, it wouldn't have.
Yeah,
any
it
effect anyway.
should
Yeah.
at least discourage the creation of new covenants, because what's the point? You're going to
Yeah.
create something that's not going to be
Sure.
effective.
I was just, in the event that the state law then changes again, I was just curious if it would maybe just, it sounds like it probably would disincentivize covenants moving forward, at least in those particular cases. I was just sort of curious if it also banned them, but yeah, I understand that. Thanks.
Is this a Montgomery County specific law, or is this for the whole state?
No, Delegate Moon has proposed this as a Montgomery County specific law.
I'm generally against eliminating covenants, which are agreements between, more often than not, adjacent or congruent landowners. And so my my position would be to be against a law that would eliminate a covenant that is active and current, especially if it's a covenant between landowners who are original parties to the covenant. And so I would generally be against it. And this type of law needs to have specificity and a time period. And if there was specificity in a time period, I think it could be something that's doable. But generally saying that we could pass a new law and eliminate any covenant we want, I think is problematic for me.
I'm sorry, what do you mean by specificity and a time period? What does that mean?
Yeah, so if he said, if the law was written in a fashion, any covenant that is of 25 years or more, and the original parties to the covenant are no longer owners of the property, and therefore this covenant may be eliminated upon public notice, hearing, that type of thing, fine. But if there is an original party to the covenant, and it's less than 25 years, and you enact a new law, I think that it's like a contract clause issue. It's like this contract covenant was there, and now the state's coming in and eliminating this contract or covenant, and I think it's problematic. I think you could do it, and whether or not a municipality or judiciary take it up, or someone takes it up and says you can't do it, you could always put it in place. However, I think that just on its face, eliminating a contract between adjacent property owners is problematic. And then, additionally, if there's a person who owns a large parcel of land and says, hey, I want to sell a piece of this land because I don't need it anymore, and I know there's a housing crisis, but I'll sell it as long as somebody doesn't build a structure taller than 40 feet. And then I'll subdivide it and sell it. But then they subdivide and sell it, and then they say, well, this land is more viable for a unit that's 80 feet or 200 feet. Now, the person who sold it is, shot themselves in the foot, so to speak. And then it also could be a deterrent against someone selling off parcels of land if they can't have a covenant in it that restricts the use of the land, that may negatively impact their land, their view, and their enjoyment of their property. And so I think this type of language where you eliminate contracts, especially on land, is.
Yep. So
can I jump in real quick on this?
Oh, yeah.
I hold largely opposite view. I think we should allow this as expansively as possible in an effort to combat the absolute housing crisis that we have. And HOA's restriction on your ability to put in an ADU is bad, and we should say it's bad. And I would encourage us to both support this amendment generally and support it as expansively as we think it's humanly possible to do without bumping up against any contract issues or anything like that. Particularly if it's for residential use and it's Montgomery County, I think we should support it and encourage the development of as much housing as possible. And I have trouble believing that it would discourage the production of housing by creating more value for your land or more value for your property. So if somebody else doesn't like somebody putting an ADU next to them, they can go through the process that we have, and if they don't like it, they can pound sand.
Yeah.
So that's mine.
Yeah, I agree with you, and also in that Ms. Borton or General Attorney Borton is saying that what they have in there is too expansive, but she's going to try to narrow that. And I'm for it. I think more is better, and if it's already against the law, right? I mean, if it's zoned for that, and I think you should be able to do that. But let's keep going. I mean, there's a general.
People can have a covenant that is more restrictive than the zoning ordinance. They can't have a covenant that is more expansive than the zoning ordinance. And I think that we can't be in a position where we take away contract rights of individuals to enter into agreements.
No, I'm thinking that, I mean, we're putting a situation in which you can't put a private covenant to restrict the production of housing that we as a general collective have agreed upon that is necessary
If the
and
intent,
proper for
if
that
the
land
intent
use.
isn't to restrict housing, but rather maintain a community standard, that's two different things.
In this case, and I don't think we'll come to a consensus, let's call for a vote on whether or not to support or support with
Yeah,
amendments.
so
or
what we're doing is, it's a straw poll vote, and then we're gonna go at the end, and we could do, unanimous on X, and if it's one on the other, it's not.
Well, I'm totally confused because I agree with what
Okay, you wanna vote on
he
it?
says. I know, but I understand what he says, and I do not know. This is something that I don't have enough knowledge and understanding, because if there is an existing zoning and then there is a covenant with at HOA, I don't know if a state can just come say that the covenant is no good anymore, and that's what we're going to do, and that create a chaos. I don't understand how such a thing is possible.
Yeah, it's possible.
Yeah, it's very possible,
Yeah, I mean, the issue here is that, people can enter into all kinds of contracts to do all kinds of things. Generally speaking, if they enter into a contract to do something that is not legal, then the contract is not enforceable. But in the case of zoning, often the law changes over time. Changes happen and you have different needs. The communities that make up Montgomery County look very different than they did in the 1950s for a number of reasons. With just the population as an example. Population has exploded since the 1950s. So changes do happen, and when you enact a law and you're trying to do X, whatever it is, I mean, today we're talking affordable housing. If you are enacting a law and you're trying to get a particular outcome that you've vetted through your public participation process, your public outreach process, and the county council has said, yes, this is what we want, this is what we need to provide more housing and to bolster the housing supply, because this is going to be a good thing. And as the representatives, the elected representatives of the community, they can make that determination. They pass a law. The law is what it says. And then, if you have either HOA covenants or you have agreements that have things in that's not consistent, then yeah, it can become unenforceable. And that is something that happens fairly regularly when you have new laws and new concerns about things that are going on today as opposed to 50 years ago. So it is something that happens, whether you agree with it or not, of course, that's up to you. But it does happen, and it is reasonable, and it is not something that is, unheard of in this context.
Yeah, so why don't we, because we got plenty to go through.
Okay, we can move on?
Attorney Vice said we should just vote each one as we go along.
Because you may have differences of opinion, I'm saying yes, because you need direction.
Yes, we would need direction if you, want to give us a different.
No, but it's by majority vote, isn't it? Okay.
Correct.
All right, so you guys have any more questions on this one? No, I don't have any more questions.
Has anyone saying what is the impact? Do we know what is the impact of changing of this?
There will need to be a full impact statement as well as a fiscal impact statement prepared for this bill if it moves forward. At this point, we don't know if it's going to move forward out of the delegation, but if it does, there will be a full impact statement prepared.
To the community or to the?
As part of the legislative process.
For the overall impact.
Yeah, one of the things
And we can
I'll
share
say-
that with you.
One of the things I'll say, it's like, this is what's called an ex post facto law that's meant to change like prior plans, prior zoning, and it's put in place now to retroactively defeat what was planned before.
If
It's
if
like
I
an
may,
ex post
it's
facto.
not. I mean, it's meant to require that land use that we as a public entity and a public body have decided should be used for X, and a private contract has decided, no, we're not going to let that happen. And instead of an ex post facto law, which would criminalize behavior that was previously done, this is a situation in which we're making you conform under a certain very narrow situation in which it's the production of residential property. Like, I would call that we vote on this, and I'm fully in support of making this,
But if
supporting it.
something that is a contract that is against the law, that the contract gets void automatically.
Not the
No,
whole
so
contract, the
this is-
condition.
No,
of-
just
this
that
is-
condition
this
gets
is
void.
This is existing covenants that were not in violation of the law. And so they passed this new law from
Yeah.
Representative Moon. It says it can negate old covenants.
It supersedes the contract, yeah.
That were not against the law at the time they were formed.
Which has happened any number of times in residential housing issues, not the least of which being racial covenants that have existed in the past.
And it came about because.
Racial covenants have been deemed unconstitutional, and covenants with restrictions on what type of building and the height is not the same as race.
Yeah, but this came about, I think, and we should go ahead and vote, but this came about in D.C. where one of the reasons why he pushed this because they were able to, or they're pushing toward this in D.C. too. So I think we should go ahead and vote on this, and.
I don't think we should look to Washington DC as a guide for what we do in Montgomery County.
I understand.
I think we lead.
Well, we can learn too. So let's go ahead and vote on this one. So the recommendation, is there a motion to approve?
Yeah, motion that the planning board support Delegate Moon's Bill MC 8-24 with amendments.
With amendments.
Second.
Can we have discussion?
Yeah, discussion.
What is the process for tabling a vote with regards to this?
For what reason?
In alignment with Robert's Rules of Order, I would like to potentially table it to get more information so that I could have a better understanding
I don't
of
think
how
you
this
can-
would play out.
I'm sorry, I don't think you can table it when you have a motion pending. I think you had to make that motion before the motion to approve was,
Well, I have a motion to amend that.
I have a motion to support. The motion to support's been seconded. I think we call a vote on supporting.
yeah, I think you've got to take a vote
Well,
at
I
this
have a
point.
motion to amend.
Huh?
Now,
We have to vote
there's
on the motion
discussion,
to support
And
first.
there's a second, and so I'm motioning to amend.
Well, but your motion to amend can only happen if the motion maker says it can happen, if the motion maker agrees.
No, there's a vote on the motion to amend, so you have to call a vote on the motion to amend.
Now, I think the motion maker has to agree
I don't.
that you can amend his motion. It's his motion that you're trying to amend.
There has to be a call of a vote on the motion to amend. And so if you deny the motion to amend, then we move forward.
Can we consult with our legal staff? Is that correct?
And I'd like to agree with him because I want to find out a little bit more about this also.
So one issue you have is you don't have time. These statements need to be prepared, right, and they need to be sent out.
Yeah.
But putting that practicality aside,
I think the second week of January, I
in
think January 10th.
but we are getting position statements
10th.
now
Mm-hmm.
together to go back and forth with the delegations. But that's a practical matter. I believe that, yes, you have a motion on the floor, and if the originator of the motion has to accept an amendment, it could be a friendly amendment. And I guess if it's not accepted, then I believe you would vote on the motion that is pending.
I do not accept any amendment, no.
Okay.
I call the vote on that. I suggest we support it with amendments.
When you second.
I second it, yeah.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Now, someone else
Nay.
could make another motion. I mean, if you want to make a separate
Well,
motion.
it's too late.
on
They
a
have
different-
three ayes.
Yeah.
So
Well,
we just
well-
need to figure out who's
No.
opposing and
No.
who's,
Abstaining.
But he didn't know the rules. I'm not. He, 1 second. But he didn't, if he had known the rule, right? I mean, you said that you could not what?
I'm
Once-
sorry?
I mean, at this point, we
Yeah,
gotta.
yeah, yeah.
See that we couldn't have tabled it even for 1 week, that we come back and vote it? You were not
Well,
willing to-
But the
I mean, I
vote
think, I
already
think
happened, I
collecting,
think.
collecting more information for our purposes, I think, is important, but I don't think it impacts the outcome of this particular vote. And I do empathize with the need for urgency because, you
Yeah,
know,
it's
these
in this
legislative
process.
processes are, you know, we need to sort of get in at the front end of it.
So were there 3 votes in
There
favor?
were 3 votes.
Okay, and then 2 votes against? So Mitra, are you against
Well, I
the
abstained
motion?
because I did not see her email, and it was not posted, and I had not had enough time to review this. I understand, what, Commissioner Bartley is saying, and I understand that, James is all for, getting this zoning done. I don't know what are the impact, and, not knowing that, I have a hard time to give a vote at this time.
Okay, that's fine. So you're abstaining, and Commissioner Bartley, are you abstaining?
No,
Or
I'm voting no.
Opposing, okay.
I'm voting no.
Okay, so we have the
So
vote.
let's go back to the first one, the pedestrian safety. There was a motion, well, it was just a straw vote, but there is a motion to approve moving forward with the bill MCs, or recommending MC 724. Was it with comment on the, was it pedestrian safety?
Yeah. We're looking for a motion on that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll move that we support MC dash, is that 724? MC 724 as with staff amendments. Are there staff amendments on that? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 This is the red light?
Yeah.
Aye.
Okay. Okay, what's
Okay.
the next?
The next one is MC 10-24, maximum speed limits. So this bill seeks to repeal the requirement that a local authority in Montgomery County perform an engineering and traffic investigation before decreasing the maximum speed limit on a highway. So it makes it easier for localities to decrease the maximum speed limit on a highway. So staff has recommended support with amendments, and we are happy
Can
to
I-
answer any questions.
Just one clarifying question. Because this is a state bill, this only applies on state-owned roads and highways. Is that correct? Or it would make it easier, I guess, it would already be, well, I guess if localities, sorry, go ahead.
No, this wouldn't actually only apply to state roads. This is local authorities, just basically this is in Montgomery County only. So it's really Montgomery County who owns most of the, the county roadways.
Yeah.
And then there are some municipalities that have control over roadways within their jurisdiction. And then Park and Planning actually has some roadways that we own and control.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Okay.
state law currently requires us to do a traffic study, even when
Exactly.
reducing the speed.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, I
Yeah, this-
wholeheartedly support this one.
Yeah,
What
I
amendments
support
are we
this. I
proposing?
support it as well.
We are proposing that they amend the bill to allow for implementation of new speed monitoring systems 1 year after the speed limit has been decreased, to allow sufficient time for drivers to adjust to the new speed limit, and also to allow time to study whether it's actually working, to promote pedestrian safety.
Is this for increase only or increase and decrease?
No, this is for decrease only.
Okay, I'm
For
against it.
decreasing the speed limit.
Without a study, correct?
Yes, without an
Right.
engineering and traffic investigation, exactly.
And they can just decide, like,
Well, they still have to do public outreach. There's still a public outreach
but you can do
component.
it without a study.
That's correct.
But right now, it requires study.
That's correct.
And was it because it was just taking too long to do the studies, or what?
Yeah, the concern was the timing, that it's taking too long, that we are having a rather alarming spike in pedestrian fatalities. and that localities are looking for more tools.
Yeah, I think I just want to note that this kind of thing is incredibly important because speed, as we know, is directly correlated to number of fatalities. So the faster the roadway, the more likely that a crash will lead to a severe injury or fatality. And I don't think we necessarily need to have studies to demonstrate the positive impacts of reducing speed. And also, we know that many of our roads tend to be overbuilt for the traffic they carry, and at any rate, particularly in the areas that are producing these kinds of fatalities. So for those and many other reasons, I support this bill.
Yeah. I do not support any reduction without adequate study. And if there was adequate study and they wanted to reduce it, or some study of some sort, and they wanted to reduce it, then I could support it. But the idea that we negate studies and that it is unilaterally decided on popular vote and popular sentiment that they reduce the speed limit, I cannot champion it.
Every time that I come to the commission, I drive by, I can identify 3 ghost bikes and at least 3 ghost shoes where people have died along roadways in Montgomery County. I move that we support this bill with the amendments by staff.
A second.
Okay, that was your motion?
That's a motion, support 1024.
Okay, any discussion?
No, I'm good with that.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Is yours abstain, or no?
I'm opposing it.
Okay, okay.
Okay. The next bill is MC 20-24. It is Montgomery County State Highways project approval. This bill is one that came out of the summer work group for development review process improvements, and it is sponsored by Delegate Lopez. This bill was designed to correspond to the recommendation that SHA have to conform to a 30-day review period when they get a referral from the planning department to review a project that we have pending. DOT, our county DOT submits their comments within 30 days, and we are trying to put State Highway basically on that same calendar. So the original wording of the draft bill wasn't actually correct. It didn't quite say what it was supposed to say. It was something lost in translation. So we have been working with Delegate Lopez to fix that language to make sure that it is talking about project review, not project approval, which would be access permits. So we have been working with her on that, and we're hoping that you can support that bill with amendments.
Yeah, I move to approve.
Yeah, I just wanted to also
Yeah.
came before us,
Yeah.
before they spent all summer working on this. The planning approved this. I approved moving forward with this. This is, so I'll leave it at that.
Yeah.
So you,
Do I have to say it again? I move to approve PGMC 2024 to send it, support it.
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye. The ayes have it, 5-0.
The same thing with number 8.
Okay,
Okay.
pardon me?
Next.
Okay.
Ready for the next bill?
Yes.
Okay, next bill is PGMC 110-24, subdivision plat recordation. So this bill would allow or require the Montgomery County Clerk of the court to accept subdivision plats for recordation. That's, well, currently it's written that's signed by one party and generally relating to the recordation of plats. We have recommended amendments to include that the county clerk and the state archivist would accept digital signatures. We're trying to get away from the rather antiquated method of plat approval that we have right now, which has our folks signing these huge Mylars, these huge sort of plastic sheets that have the plan printed on them. They are bulky. They are, the originals that then have to be shuttled from person to person to get them all of the signatures that are required. And it's a process that takes a long time sometimes, particularly when the people involved are out of the office and, they're on leave. It's a very cumbersome process. And so we are trying to get it so that we can do this digitally. We can have digital plats and digital signatures that can be accepted by both the county clerk and the state archivist. This, again, the language was a little off by the time we got it back from DLS, and so we're working with Delegate Lopez to make sure that that language says what the work group was trying to recommend. So we recommend support with amendments.
Yeah.
Yes,
this is-
we're on board
Oh,
with
yeah.
this.
We're on board. So do we have to, I move to support with amendments?
Second.
Yeah, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye, the ayes have it. You're on a roll.
All right. Next one is PGMC 111-24. This bill will allow the planning board to tentatively approve subdivision plats subject to specific conditions, and it would not require the plat to then come back, assuming all of the conditions have been met. It wouldn't require yet another public hearing before the planning board. The staff could just check off the conditions, and off it could go to the next step of getting signatures. So this should cut some of the time that it takes to get a plat approved in the county, and we're hoping that we can count on your support for this. This also came out of the work group that your staff was involved with over the summer.
I recommend that we approve.
Yeah.
Okay. Move to approve this with amendments.
Seconded.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, the ayes have it.
Okay, the next one is PGMC 112-24, the Montgomery County People's Council for Land Use Planning. This bill, well, it was reviewed and discussed with the work group, but the work group decided not to present this as one of their recommendations. The issue with this bill is that there is a People's Council position in Montgomery County that has not been funded for several years because the county council has decided not to fund it. It is my understanding from reviewing the historical information that there were some concerns that the Office of Legislative Oversight raised many years ago, about 10 years ago, with the position, indicating that, the position was fuzzy, there was not a whole lot of understanding of what the job duties were, the jurisdiction was again, vague, and they were looking for the county council to, if they wanted to get this position filled again, to tighten up the job description and tighten up those job duties so that they could then have a basis to understand whether the person, whoever it is doing a good job. Because it's not a good look to have a position that's so ill-defined that you don't know if the person is doing a good job. And I think that's really what the OLO report indicated. So so Senator Kramer has submitted this bill, and he is trying to get a People's Council position that doesn't have to go through the county council. Since the county council has declined to fill this role and to fund it in previous years, this bill would go around the county council and mandate the position from the state level. And in doing that mandate, they have written into the bill that Park and Planning would pay for it out of our budget. So while we don't have any real issue about having a people's council, whether there's a people's council or not, is not our issue with this bill. Our issue is that they're using park and planning to mandate something at the state level that has never been mandated before. In every other case where you have a people's council, it is something that the local jurisdiction decided to do and decided to pay for and decided to have oversight over. Because again, the problem with doing it at the state level is that there is no oversight for this position. This position wouldn't report to anybody in particular. It just would just be there, which then again takes you back to the original problem where the duties were ill-defined, the jurisdiction was ill-defined and vague, and you couldn't really tell whether the person was doing a good job because you had nothing to judge it from. So we think all of that is just a bad idea. But we don't really want to get into a battle about whether a people's council is good or a people's council is bad. We just don't think that they should be using us to mandate it at the state level.
Don't you think that that people council, if it is there, they're going to be another layer of review for our land development activities or decisions? It's going to be another layer of review that would delay the development review.
Well, that is possible, but again, it all depends on how this is written and then how it's implemented. And again, because it's so vague, I mean, it's certainly possible that there would be another layer. It's also possible that the position in practice would look nothing like what's on paper. And again, that's generally a bad thing to do in government. You always want to have accountability. You always want to have someone who can.
You another addition. That's why it's not good.
Yeah.
At best, this is a solution in search of a problem, and I don't even think it's that. Like, the working group didn't approve it, it's ill-defined, and they're trying to make us pay for it. Like, I oppose this in the strongest possible terms.
Yes, so let's, yes, we all recommend to oppose this. So why don't we, is there a motion?
Yeah, I'll move to support staff in opposing this piece of legislation.
I second.
Yeah.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Mr. Bartley?
I was wondering who sponsored that, did you state?
Senator Kramer.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Yeah, he voted. 5-0.
And the last bill was also sponsored by Senator Kramer. It's PGMC 113-24, Transportation Planning Local Authority. This bill, in very short, succinct terms, would remove certain transportation items from our ability to do land use planning, and from, it removes it from the county council's ability to approve it in a master plan. So generally, the bill describes operational transportation issues. The problem with that definition is that it includes all kinds of things that we need to talk about in our land use plans. It includes things like pedestrian safety and bicyclists and space for those two things to happen on our roads or next to our roads. It talks about all kinds of things that are very normal and very much standard and standard operating procedure for our planners to review as part of a land use plan. To suggest that you can do a viable land use plan, a viable master plan, without talking about transportation is just anathema to us.
Yeah.
So we would just oppose this bill. We don't really see that there's any amendment that we could suggest to make this bill better.
All right, yeah, so
Yeah, it's strongly opposed. It's ridiculous.
Don't we work in coordination with the Department of Transportation?
Yes, we do. Yes, we do.
And so I don't understand what this bill is seeking to do. Is it seeking for us not to work in cooperation with them?
Yeah. Well, so as part of the work group, they had a long discussion about this issue. And what they decided to do was to recommend that we look at our MOU. We have an MOU that determines the lead agency on various things, and that we need to update that MOU. That MOU is with Montgomery Department of Transportation. It's with the Department of Permitting Services, and so it's all the agencies that sort of touch on development. Oh, wonderful, thank you. You can, because I wasn't at these meetings, but Tanya can talk a little bit more about that MOU.
Sure. Tanya Stern, Deputy Planning Director. So MCDOT testified on this bill last week. So we heard what their perspective is, and essentially the bill, what we heard from the sponsor and from MCDOT, it's essentially is that there is a concern expressed by MCDOT that the planning department is recommending as part of our master plans, a transportation planning components that they believe MCDOT should be the ones to take the lead on, and that it is beyond the scope of a master plan. This is a concern that came up with certain recommendations when we were going through the council's review of the pedestrian master plan very recently. And there were very specific recommendations where they raised that concern. What we have said, and is included in part of our recommendation to oppose this bill, so what Deborah mentioned in terms of the MOU, that would address the development review piece, but the key part of this bill that would essentially remove a lot of transportation planning out of master plans would not be addressed through that MOU because it only speaks to the regulatory review process. But what we have noted is that MCDOT already has multiple opportunities to raise concerns about any transportation planning related recommendation while we are developing master plans. When we bring them to the planning board, they can testify. Those issues can be raised and discussed during work sessions. And once we get to the county council, both in front of the Planning, Housing, and Parks Committee and the full council, if MCDOT still has concerns about specific recommendations, they can raise them there. And that is exactly what happened during the pedestrian master plan, where MCDOT was literally sitting at the table with us in front of the council. And so from our perspective, there is no need for this type of bill if that is what the concern is, because there already exists multiple ways to address any concerns that MCDOT has. Their viewpoints are weighed by the decision makers, and sometimes changes are made if they're considered warranted, or we can work with them to make changes.
So with regards to Thrive 2050 and what's the slogan? Vision Zero. I don't think DOT incorporates like housing, building, and then transportation all together. It seems like it all comes together here, right?
It does.
And it doesn't all come together at DOT, but rather it's here and it's contemplated more here, and then implementing like Thrive 2050 and Vision Zero, it would like pigeonhole the Planning Commission in meeting those objectives, wouldn't it?
It would severely hamper our ability to meet those objectives because you cannot make informed land use decisions without an understanding and consideration of transportation and transportation infrastructure, both existing infrastructure as well as planned infrastructure. Because our master plans oftentimes not only will identify appropriate land uses along certain types of existing infrastructure where we feel it should go. So for example, in Thrive, a big premise is directing growth along major corridors. And so we can do that through our master plans, but our master plans also have recommendations for new transportation infrastructure as well. And so that is very much a purview of a master plan that is, standard practice, not even just best practice. That's just a standard part of doing master plans. And so that is a real key concern of ours with this bill, is that it would remove a lot of the transportation piece out of master plans. And so it would severely hamper our ability to have master plans that are responsive to the needs of this county. And we're also concerned that, if those transportation components are taken out, who's making those decisions? It's separate from the master plan. And so when a development community, has a proposal or thinking about developing a site, they look to the master plan in terms of providing that direction, both on the land use and the transportation components. But if it's not part of the master plan, how is the transportation piece going to be determined? How is it going to fit in with the master plan? So these are all a lot of concerns that we have raised and that are, it's reflected in our recommendations for the position on this bill.
One thing that I think we should use an argument is that I think that the role of the transportation is more in maintenance and operation. So it is true the decisions that we make during master planning, okay, it eventually when it comes to implementation and maintenance, it's an impact to the DOT. And we all very aware of that and they are part of the discussion. However, finally, the decision of those operation and maintenance and master planning, when the council accepts the master planning, then their responsibility is that if they are going to expect the Department of Transportation to maintain and operate it, they have to do it, but they need funding. So they need to provide the funding for them to do it. That doesn't mean that they have to take the master planning and put it in a place that is mostly responsible for maintenance and operation. It's the same thing that Department of Permitting Services enforcing. But they are not coming and saying that, okay, all the policy and decision-making should come to the Department of Permitting Services. That's not how it works. One is legislative, one is master planning, and the other one operating. I use that argument also at the right time.
Yep, so it sounds like we have consensus here
Yes.
that we're going to oppose this. So do I have a?
I'll move that we oppose PGMC 113-24.
Second.
I second. I.
All in favor?
Third completely.
Aye.
Yeah. Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it. So
Wonderful. And I just need a vote on the two Prince Georges. I don't think we voted on those two. Sorry.
Do we have standing to address are the Prince
That's the full.
George's, there are laws that would affect Prince George's County?
We are one commission. So when I go out and say that the commission opposes this, I want to be able to say that the commission saw this and both houses agreed, both on the Montgomery County side and the Prince George's side. They did the same thing this morning. They looked
voted
at
on
your
all of it.
bills, they said they didn't have any problems with the positions. We just want to make sure, because we never know. You may actually have a problem with something that we've said in a position statement for the other county. And so we want to make sure that you have the ability to speak to that and then we'll reconcile it.
I'm good with that. So could someone make a motion to?
Yeah, I'll go ahead then and make a motion that we support opposing, I suppose. Oppose PGMC 105-24.
And I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it. Anything else you'd like us?
Oh, we have one more.
They don't go together? Okay.
Yeah, I didn't, I wanted to go separate, I'm just kidding. We'll go ahead then and make a motion that we also support opposing PGMC 106-24 as well.
I second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. The ayes
And then
have.
I think we have Jordan Balcom here today, right? She's the
Yes.
lobbyist, correct?
Jordan is with my office. She's our government affairs
Hello.
liaison.
Okay.
Good evening.
Best of fortune this session.
Good luck.
It's going to be a busy 90 days.
Anytime.
Thank you. Thank you. I'll try to represent the commission well as always. Thank you for your
I'm
time.
sure you will.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys knew, but the past 2 weeks, it's been fast and furious. Going to, this Monday, we did at the Montgomery County, and we also did at the Prince George's, and then a week before Monday, it was a virtual. So, yeah, and I'm probably meeting once a day, going through the legislation. So this is the time of year we do this, and we thank everyone for their hard work and support.
Thank you.
And that being said, we will adjourn our planning board meeting for today. Thank you.